from Melissa Tier, who's really fantastic. And then she goes along the same lines as Jonathan, really. But the question is, what's the point of doing that? Hi, John.
Hi.
The more complex seeming or the more convoluted seeming the ritual, the more power it has.
Yeah, yeah.
And literally,
To a degree.
Sorry?
To a degree. There comes a point where it just gets farcical.
Yeah. And, you know, if you turn around and tell somebody to go and do something and say, this will stop you, and they've paid you, because they've paid you, they've already agreed that you are the expert in this.
Yeah, I understand that point, yeah.
What Carl was saying, Alex, is that with the CMT, sorry, with the emotional mind, you know, the tapping, could you not do this and would it still work?
You what? Say again, sorry.
Instead of going through the ritual where you tap here, belly button, here, here and here, could you not tap here, 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 would it still work? If they didn't know what, you know, if you were the expert hypnotist, could you do anything?
The placebo effect, then anything you do would work.
No offense, but if you're paying attention, you already know the answer. It doesn't fucking matter what you do.
Right.
Yeah.
Numerous times. That is the answer. It doesn't fucking matter.
It's amazing.
They don't know what you were going to do. So they assume what you do is what was meant to happen, because that's why you've got all these bits of paper, letters after your name, bloody apparent social proof. It really won't matter where you tap. The only reason I tap there is because it was easy to remember spectacles, testicles.
Right, okay.
I can't believe I'm saying this. They're paying me as well. Must be my birthday. That is literally the only reason why those are the places I chose to tap. Yeah, it could have just as easily have been. Okay. Whatever. Yeah. Heads, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. That actually would be quite amusing to try and do that with a straight face and go, you've got to do it on your head. And now your shoulders, now your knees, now your toes, knees, toes, and say it and see if they are, you know, twig that you were doing head, shoulders, knees and toes. It'd still fucking work, though. It would work. For anyone who's watching this on the recording, by the way, don't worry. It's only 7:44 p.m. in England. So like with yesterday's recording, if you want to, you can fast forward to get to 8 o'clock when we start officially. Or you may just find that some of this is educational anyway. Arguably.
Thank you.
So yeah, basically go for it, as it were. I've got a couple of videos just before we start, because then they're on here on the recording. So it's kind of as much for my benefit as it is for any informative purpose for anyone else, being completely honest, because there's very little to do with hypnosis other than setting the record straight on negative bullshit that you might see some people post about me on the internet, which does closely align to hypnosis in so much as the media lie, distort things. So I thought before we begin, because we've got 15 minutes, I've got time to, I have if I can find, will it let me change screen when I'm on? Oh, no, that won't work, will it? I don't know, will it? If I click on there, right, we'll see. For those who are not, I don't know why it's done that then, it's showing the wrong one. We'll see what happens here. This is to explain some of the nonsense that, oh no, it has. When it comes up, it looks different than it did on the other. How strange. But what I didn't do, I should do it. Why doesn't it just automatically save it like that?
I'm just going to mute yourself.
Share sound, optimized for video. Share sound, optimized for video, share. There. Right.
An undercover reporter whose newspaper stings helped jail scores of criminals is tonight behind bars himself. Mazhar Mahmood, known as the fake sheikh, is starting a 15-month jail sentence for tampering with evidence. And now the former News of the World journalist has been exposed as a crook. Some of his former victims are planning to sue, as Encyclopaedia reports.
The secretive reporter with a fearsome reputation for exposing wrongdoing through his controversial sting operations today saw one of his own stings land him behind bars. There were shouts of "Your turn now, Mazza," from the public gallery, as some of those Mazza Mahmood targeted were there to see him sentenced. One of them, the former London's burning actor John Alford, who spent 9 months in jail following one of Mahmood's stings, welcomed the judgment.
Well, he's going to wake up in a prison cell. That's one
is a
good
good
thing.
result.
It's taken over 20 years for some of us, but finally a judge and a jury of our peers has woken up to Mazza Mahmood's lies.
For 25 years, Mahmood's stock was high, exposing the secrets of the rich and famous, making for explosive front-page headlines. He targeted sports stars, royals and celebrities. Among them, Emma Morgan, a former Page 3 model who plans to sue Mahmood over a drug sting in the 1990s.
I sold my car last year. Does that make me a car dealer? No. A drug dealer would earn their living from selling drugs. I didn't earn a penny from what I did to Mazza. In fact, I lost thousands, didn't I? I lost fortunes, I lost my career.
But it was Mahmood's drug sting with pop singer Tulisa Kontostavlos that did for him. He'd accused her of being a drug dealer, which she always denied. He was convicted of tampering with evidence to make her look guilty. Graham Johnson worked at the News of the World with Mahmood, and he told me why he believes Mahmood got away with what he describes as his bad behaviour.
He had the protection of senior executives at News International, some of whom suspected that he was behaving badly, but didn't do anything about it.
Mahmood's now been sacked by News UK, News International as it was known, who employed him at The Sun on Sunday and the News of the World. And tonight he starts a 15-month spell in jail. Sejal Karia, ITV News.
Yeah, indeed. And you can find out more about it on the website circusofthemind.net, because this next video will leave you with more questions probably than answers. But there you go.
Friday night and time for News Night now on BBC Two with James O'Brien.
Once undercover, now under lock and key. Fake Sheikh Mazza Mahmood is jailed for 15 months for tampering with evidence in the collapsed drugs trial of pop star Tulisa. And as questions are raised about more trials where he provided evidence, Newsnight speaks to victims of some of his other stings.
I can't describe what it was like from the moment that the judge said, send him down. Your mind plays tricks on you. It was a living nightmare.
We'll ask one of the tabloid's best-known victims if the press still needs to clean up its act. Good evening. The Sun's leader column today was as moralistic as it was unequivocal. Reporters are paid to find stories and check facts. They don't always get it right, but they take pride in trying. Somewhat strange, then, that when it came off the presses this morning, their Sunday edition star reporter, a man already proven to manufacture stories and invent his own facts, was still on the payroll. He isn't anymore. Mazza Mahmood, the so-called fake sheikh of tabloid law, is in jail tonight after receiving a 15-month sentence for conspiring to pervert the course of justice in a case involving the singer Tulisa Kontostavlos. That worthy editorial homily, by the way, referred to tweets about refugees posted yesterday by Gary Lineker and other celebrities. The newspaper found no room at all for Mahmood's misdemeanours. John Sweeney has spent the day with 4 victims of those stings who were at the Old Bailey to see that sentence handed down.
Here is the fake sheikh in his pomp working for the News of the World. And here he is, bringing down London's burning star John Alford. The actor served 9 months for supplying drugs. Today, the boot was on the other foot. Mazza Mahmood got 15 months for perverting the course of justice when yet another showbiz sting, this time against pop star Tulisa, went wrong. Mazza Mahmood was once one of Britain's most feared journalists. Now he's on his way to prison and it's time for his victims to have their say. These people have one thing in common: their lives were wrecked by the fake sheikh. Stage hypnotist Jonathan Royle says he was stitched up by Mahmood when he got 6 months in prison for giving the reporter fake coins.
I can't describe what it was like from the moment that the judge said, send him down. Your mind plays tricks on you. It was a living nightmare. I wouldn't wish it upon my worst enemy. Well, I was on suicide watch in strange ways. I slept for weeks in prison, fully clothed, scared that what you see in films might happen. People have now started to see that what I've been saying for the past 18 and a half years actually is true. The man is a liar.
Another scalp, former world champion boxer Herbie Hyde, who got 22 months for supplying drugs.
Mahmood had so much evidence, so much which he created himself. Like he said, I sent him a text saying that I wrote him a text saying that I've got the cocaine and the match fixing. I cannot spell cocaine. Nevertheless, match fixing. I can't spell them words. Prison, I cried every day. And I thought in prison, I might as well kill myself if I want to put this thing to my family. You know?
Proud of you.
You know what I'm saying?
You're vindicated.
So that was how I felt. I thought I might as well end it.
Another victim, Emma Morgan. Emma, you didn't go to prison. You were a page-free girl. What effect did Mazza Mahmood's journalism have on you?
Basically, because of the story that went out about me, I lost my home, I lost my job. It wasn't just a job, it was a career. And a career that I think I would have done very well at, and it would have lasted quite a long time. He stole that from me.
A fourth scalp, John Alford. His career ended in 1999 after Mahmood's sting.
It was very convenient for the police. The Police and Criminal Evidence Act was put in place to protect us from unscrupulous police officers. They had a very, very, very cosy relationship with the press because they can use lies, trickery and deceit to get a story, which they call subterfuge. Very convenient for them, very damning for us.
Their solicitor is calling for an inquiry, and she's damning about the conduct of the Metropolitan Police.
Corrupt.
Corrupt.
Absolute corruption.
Corrupt is a heavy word.
It is, and what was going on was very heavy and very serious, but we have evidence of that. I hope finally people will listen to what these men have been saying all along, and I would stress this: there isn't one of those convictions that Mahmood sustained has not been tainted by his behaviour. Not one.
The reporter's victims plan to sue News UK in the civil courts. Today, the company said they would fight those cases and that Mahmood had led scores of successful investigations during his 25-year career with the company, which had led to the exposure of criminality and wrongdoing.
For the likes of us and the other people that he stung, I certainly don't feel justice has been done, do you?
Not really.
No.
No.
No. And as far as not wishing it on my worst enemy, I'm more than happy that Mazza Mahmood is now sat there, quaking in his boots, wondering what's going to happen to him in jail. I'd like to be a fly on the wall.
The question now is, why did the authorities let these people suffer for so long?
Well, joining us now via Skype from...
Yeah, well, what can I say? We've got another 4 minutes till 8. As I said, a full story, because what they omitted to mention there is that I, in 1998, tried to expose Rupert Murdoch's newspaper, The News of the World, for the illegal activity it was doing, in particular the fake Sheikh Mazza Mahmood that was mentioned in there. And it took until 2014, when the Talisa trial collapsed, for it to start to actually come to the public knowledge a bit that everything I said back in 1998, which a judge in a court of law confirmed was true back in 1998, but the press suppressed it and kept it out of the public knowledge, was true. But all the facts, if you want to look into that, because that's what tends to get thrown at me by these jealous, vindictive hypnosis trainers who hate the fact that when people have been on my courses, they don't have to be ripped off for thousands. So they lose out big style, can be found on circusofthemind.net. And it was those, well, my ongoing legal case, because I am suing the Rupert Murdoch as we speak, and my appeals in the, actually heard today that my final papers have to be submitted to the Court of Appeal by the 15th of February this month, and will be submitted by the 15th of February. And then I'll be awaiting my hearing date for my appeal. So there's movement there. But the bigger story, as well as being on circusofthemind.net, if you go on magicalguru.com, click on where it says Extreme Danger, Extreme Hypnosis. On there is my mind control documentary, which is now available free of charge. And amongst other things such as politics, religion, education, sales, and all different areas of life, and explaining how mind control and hypnotic techniques are used on you every day in your everyday life from different angles. It also goes heavily into the media dishonesty and propaganda and brainwashing and this, that, the other that goes on. And well, just to give you a taster of the documentary, here's the trailer for the web series that you can find on magicalguru.com when you click Extreme Hypnosis.
Hypnosis in people. Hi, my name's Jonathan Royle, but I was born Alex William Smith on the 13th of August 1975 whilst my parents were travelling with Gandhi's circus here in England. Indeed, at the age of 3 I made my stage debut as Flap the Clown, and as life developed I got into the realms of magic and sleight of hand. And during this journey that I've learned many things along the way, one main thing I learned is that we're living in a human circus. A circus of our minds, one where too many people are too easily influenced by the powers that be, the people that pull the strings. It may sound like a conspiracy theory, but in our forthcoming documentary, I'm going to reveal to you how every area of your life, from the banking system to schools, the education system, the police and legal system, to the mass media, to even shopping on the high street, every area of your life from birth through to death has been scripted. But sadly, for most people, the script wasn't written by you. It was written by people that want to control you, that want power over you, that want to make money out of you. This is the greatest show, but it's time for you to become the ringmaster of your own mind. In Extreme Danger, Extreme Hypnosis.
And then the trailer for the actual, because that's the web series that's the trailer for, but then there's also the actual documentary, which again is on the website.
Films absorb you. You look at the big screen, you almost become involved in it. So we're in Canary Wharf. They're lending out more than they've actually got, so it's all an illusion.
They promoted a concept called social turbulence, creating constant crises within society, creating constant trauma within the members of that society, so that they're overwhelmed.
If you give them the illusion of choice, they think they're living in a freedom world. The London HQ for Rupert Murdoch's media publication. But then it was suggested that they get some cocaine for him or something.
Is do not roll out 5G until we understand these mechanisms.
The British Brainwashing Corporation. It's covered by a royal charter here in England, which means that it's supposed to be impartial in things like politics.
Make America great again. What is America? What is America? Is it a corporation? Is it California? Is it New York?
The Houses of Parliament, this is where the circus is run in England. Religions are like everything else, a control system to make you do what other people want you to do.
It always tends to be the musicians, giving it the eye symbols, giving it the Illuminati symbols in videos and stuff like that.
The Tavistock Institute and the British Psychological Society on a back street in London, in the middle of nowhere apparently, seems all very innocent. Escapism from everyday life, just like the television in the corner of your room, because they've been brainwashed.
It did come out in September 2019, but then people were paying for it on Amazon Prime and whatnot. But what we decided to do towards the end of last year, in light of all the madness going on in the world, was to make it completely free of charge. Hence, you can now just go to magicalguru.com, click on Extreme Danger, Extreme Hypnosis, and watch the full web series and the full documentary, which is very educational, if I do say so myself. It's 3 minutes past 8. Excellent. Right, we're at start time. So let me now switch cameras, and I will be with you in a moment in the... There we go. Aha! Hello, we are here. It is Monday. I've got to remind myself because all the days blend together at the minute. Monday, the 18th of January 2021. It is day 4, session 1 of day 4 of 5-star hypnosis course. We do have another t-shirt for those that are curious. Short and sweet, this one. Life is a game. Hypnosis is serious. The quite simple message of that is, well, we covered that yesterday. It's serious in the sense that you need to make sure you're abiding by your health and safety stuff, your duty of care laws, that you're insured for everything you do, that you're legal, ethical, moral and lawful in what you do, that you put the safety of your client first. In that regard, one thing I haven't covered in any major depth up to this point was ab reactions. I have mentioned them if you go back through the videos. The truth is, using the techniques I've taught you, if you use them the way I've said, so that whenever you're giving people suggestions, it's always in a way that feels right for them, that's calm, safe and secure. That's a phrase you will hear me say a lot. Calm, safe and secure in a way that feels right for them. Then they can twist it so that if there was anything about it that had a negative connection for them, they can avoid it. Rather than having to be forced to go down the stairs, they could do it in a way that feels right for them. So it's far less likely that you'll get ab reactions using the complete mind therapy approach or the melt or the cured, as we're going to come to, because of those kinds of phraseology that I built in. That's not to say it won't happen at some point, because you will get some attention-seeking fuckwit at some point whose preconceived idea, if you're unfortunate enough for them to have watched one of these films where they've got hypnotists and psychiatrists mixed up, and sometimes the films themselves combine the two, and they think that part of the healing or cure process is to break down in tears and get highly emotional to offload it. They don't need to. They only need to metaphorically offload everything in the office like we've spoken about. But some people may have that preconceived perception, expectancy and belief. And if they do, then sure as hell to get their value for money, they're going to break down in tears at some point. Now, I go massively in depth in how to deal with this. And it happens to me with a client that I'm doing a proper session on, what I call a high-end session, in so much as there's smoking, there's weight loss, there's phobias, there's fears, there's addictions of general things like food, nail biting and all that. They're the running stock in trade stuff. And then at the other end of the scale, you've got cocaine, heroin addictions, severe alcoholism, sexual addictions, mental health issues, that if you don't feel capable of dealing with, you frankly should be referring to other people. And there are certain things, especially if they're on medication, it should only ever be done with medical, the knowledge of their doctors, being involved and with their permission and consultancy and whatnot. Again, health and safety laws, look into it. If you're in the boot camp, you've got everything you ever need in that regard. High-end issues-wise, I'm just going to briefly tell you a few places, before we get into cured, a few places of where to find what you need, should you feel you need it, okay? Now, you do need your health and safety stuff. So that's right near the top, and it says health and safety, duty of care training, right near the very top of the list inside the boot camp members area. Under the gastric band hypnosis section is where you will find Will Archer's risk management and safety guide. That works hand in hand with the health and safety duty of care stuff. Whatever it is you want to do therapeutically, they are must studies. Then, if you're going to ever do stage hypnosis or group therapy sessions of any kind, watch the transparency template videos and the documents that accompany them, because that will cover all the health and safety duty and care stuff and related issues relating to hypnosis shows, hypnosis for entertainment, impromptu hypnosis, and stuff that could be considered as public demonstrations, group therapy sessions. If you want to be dealing perhaps with more mental health, counselling, psychotherapeutic type high-end issues, the set to be looking at, without a doubt, because the audience was full of people who were counsellors, mental health professionals, clinical psychologists, there were mental health nurses, there were people that have got more bits of paper than me and more conventionally accepted, proper medical qualifications, who said they learnt more during the 2 days of my mind changes, the true psychology of mental health course, than they had of any other training they'd done before. So if you want to deal with high-end counselling, psychotherapeutic type stuff, then Mind Changes, the true psychology of mental health is the set you want to be looking at. For your normal, all the kind of other normal stuff we just talked about, the things you want to be looking at in the boot camp are the Stay at Home and Hypnotise set from May and June 2020, the set that's called TSNS TAH and the Law of Attraction, which stands for There's Still No Such Thing as Hypnosis and the Law of Attraction set. Don't let the mention of Law of Attraction put you off. This is the royal version of Law of Attraction. You'll learn the truth of how to make it work, but more importantly, it gives you the building blocks of what all complementary and alternative medicine treatments are, what all holistic health treatments are, and what all talking therapy treatments are, and how they work, when they work, and how that proper understanding enables you to make it work more consistently, rapidly, and powerfully for your clients. In the same vein as those two sets is the Ultimate Change seminar set, that again is all about the nuts and bolts and the building blocks. So once you understand, I guarantee you, when you've studied those three sets, there's still no such thing as hypnosis and the Law of Attraction, the Stay at Home and Hypnotise, and the Ultimate Change seminar, you will never need to go on any form of complementary alternative medicine, holistic health, talking therapy, hypnosis, psychotherapeutic course of any kind ever again with anyone, guaranteed, or your money back, because it already says that as a boot camp guarantee, because within those are all the nuts and bolts, all the techniques that all of them use. There's simply, once you understand and study those sets, you won't be able to look. People put teaser videos of them doing stuff on YouTube to try and get you to book on their courses. You'll be able to look at the teaser videos and go, it's that old shit repackaged with a new name and put in a slightly different order, or they come up with some bizarre or different or funky, but you could go out the next day and do it. You wouldn't be legally allowed to use their name or trademark or logo, of course, but you'd be able to use the technique if you wanted to. Why you'd want to when you've got more than enough already. Because although people go, well, no, you've taught us to be scriptnetists. No, I haven't. Remember, watch back. Yes, complete mind therapy is a structure and a script, but you do individualize it in the moment for the client when it's one-on-one by putting in the name, by putting in stuff from the questionnaire. So if it makes you feel better, it's a structure, not a script. And in any event, the stuff that we covered earlier in that, like tapping, catalepsy with the arm, the watch thing, when you watch that video back, well, one thing I may have forgotten to mention, if I'm repeating myself, I apologise, but hey-oh, is that when I move the watch, as I'm doing now, and I know there's no watch there, but as I move in that direction, to me, that's clockwise, but obviously to you, it's anti-clockwise. And when you watch the video again, you'll see that's how I start off at the beginning. So it's going anti-clockwise when I'm finding out where the negativity is and where the least negative bit is. And then when I've done what is arguably the NLP swish pattern of holding the watch where it's negative, okay, which is currently where the mind is pattern matching things like we talked about yesterday, a pet or ape tamed, yeah? When you watch back, refer to it. So at the minute, their pattern match trigger goes to the negativity. So what we do is we suddenly go 1, 2, 3, whoosh, to where they said it was fine, it didn't bother them, and then we get them to blink a few times just because it's confusion and disorientation and sensory overload. And we do that 3 times because it's the power of 3, which I've already spoken about for getting critical faculty bypass. And arguably what we're doing there is reprogramming that pattern matching so that when they try to get a sense of a feeling of it again afterwards, but try is implying they won't be able to, of course, and all the 0 to 10 employees involved as well. Yes, it is. But the thing is that when they go to try and pattern match in their mind, because it's so recently done this swish, swish, swish 3 times, the pattern match goes to bring up the negative thing, but it still immediately remembers that this madness has gone on and craziness, and it leads them to where it felt okay. So that then when you do the 0 to 10 again and they've got the number lower, it confirms to them consciously, which therefore then confirms it unconsciously, subconsciously, that it has changed, and arguably then you've changed the filing card or the computer program in the mind for the pattern matching that we talked about yesterday. And then just to prove to them, you know, I go around the circle and everything was fine the second time, yeah, when you watch the video again. But if you look closely, you'll see the second time I did it around the circle in a way that to me was anti-clockwise, but to them was clockwise. So that there was non-verbally at the beginning a non-verbal suggestion of it's wrong because it's going anti-clockwise, but at the end, to amplify that everything's right now, I change direction so it becomes clockwise to their view. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, excellent. So ab reactions, so that covers that. If you want to learn about rapid inductions, although I've taught you some and I've taught you how to use suggestibility tests, but the suggestibility test galore in the transparency template and in the ultimate change seminar and in the there's still no such thing as hypnosis, and obviously in the 2 sets of videos called rapid and instant induction hypnosis seminars. Both of them contain suggestibility tests, set pieces, convincers, call them what you will. Physical tricks that are guaranteed to work, that you say something, the physical trick makes it work, and they come to the conclusion it's happened because of what you said, which leads them further down that garden path. And they're usable for stage, therapy, any context. So that's where you'd look for them. Obviously, if it was stage hypnosis, transparency template, the rapid induction seminars, the art of rapid speed trance induction, and the secrets of professional stage hypnosis sections are the ones you want to be looking at. If you want to learn how to do Derren Brown mind ready type stuff, maybe for public demonstrations to impress people, to get them to come to you as clients, or maybe for a full mind reading show, then look at the Exorcist P's Mentalism set, look at Manchester Mind Miracles set. And look at anything that says mind reading on it, basically in there. The rest is pretty much self-explanatory. You want to make more clients than its marketing, advertising, publicity and promotion section. You'll recognize them because it says things like how to write press releases, you know, how to get more traffic to your website, how to use social media. It's self-explanatory. The bootcamp headings kind of speak for themselves as to what they are. So that's all I'm going to say for now. That gives you some pointers. If there's ever any, because I don't expect anyone to study everything that's in the bootcamp. Frigging hell, there's nothing on the planet that's got that much information in it. You're not meant to study it all. You're meant to earn as you learn, get started, be earning, and then learn more things maybe. But only that which interests you fully. So if you wanted to do sports psychology, say, and specialise with sporting clients, then you want to be looking at the Life's a Game training set. It specifically goes into techniques and how to use them specifically, and techniques that would only seem credible to sports people as well, okay? That's the set you'd look at. If you want to deal with celebrity clients, trust me, they're a different breed than normal human beings. You look at the How to Treat Celebrity Clients set. If in doubt, you contact me via facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist, or you go to my website, magicalguru.com, and you email me via the contact page, and you say, Jonathan, because that's my name, or Alex, whichever you prefer, I don't care. You say, I'm interested in achieving X, Y, Z. And I will respond with the title of what to look for inside the bootcamp, to watch, to teach you everything you will ever need to know to be able to be confident and competent in that niche area. Okay? So don't go wasting your time. The stuff I've mentioned should be enough to get you guided and started anyway, but don't go wasting your time studying stuff that, you know, if you have no intentions of ever working with sports people, pointless watching sports psychology, the Life's a Game set. Simple as. If you've no intention of doing stage hypnosis, don't bother watching it unless you wanted to do it. So that's what the boot camp's about, because it can seem overwhelming when you go in there. There's so much stuff. Yes, there is, but it's so that I can genuinely tell you that you will never need to spend another penny ever again with anyone on any form of training related to mind sciences, hypnosis, complementary alternative medicine, holistic health, or anything in the talking therapy arena or hypnotic entertainment arena or mind reading, because it's all in the boot camp. You just have to send me a message and I will tell you where to look for what you need. And that ain't going to cost you anything because you're already in the boot camp. If you're not in the boot camp, hurry up, because you've only got till Sunday. And then the special offer ends. Right. Ab reactions. Yeah, ab reactions are covered in those sets that I mentioned earlier. But in a nutshell, I did mention it briefly, but if somebody starts crying and stuff, the key is don't you panic, because hysteria can be catching. If you start to seem panicky, they'll pick up on that and think the person, you don't know what you're doing. If you're just dead calm and going, that's okay, cheeseboard. I think that was the nickname we've been using, or whatever they've said. So you're getting that family friends rapport thing anchored again. It's okay, cheeseboard. Just let those images fade away. It doesn't bother you, worry, or concern you as it did for that split second. Just let it fade away like it's a picture on a movie screen in the distance. You're not in that moment anymore. It's okay. Just let it all out. It's fine. And basically hand them some tissues and let them have a good old cry if they want. It'll be cathartic and therapeutic for them if it started happening. I never encourage it to happen. But if it does happen, don't panic. Just act as though this is something that you're so used to that it's completely normal. Have some tissues on hand and hey presto, they'll assume you've encountered it numerous times before and they'll just get a therapeutic benefit from it. The worst thing you can do is panic. But we'll go into more depth about ab reactions and stuff in the sets that I've mentioned, which, you know, have a look at. But essentially that is the ultimate key. Okay, so cured, complete unconscious reprogramming of emotional disease and distress is a name. I explained why I came up with the name, and it really was a case of that if you've got your practitioner's diploma, a picture of that, you holding it, or it's there, and the logo's there, then you can say, look, here's my diploma, I'm a cured practitioner of complete unconscious reprogramming of emotional disease and distress. Cured for short, and you forget, don't you? Your website designer or you forgets to put dots between the letters, so it's the word cured rather than just an acronym. Oh, now it'll show up in search engines, anyone searching for that. And, you know, I give my clients the cure to their problems, brackets, complete unconscious reprogramming of energies and emotions. So you're not, in my opinion, breaking any advertising or trading standards laws. But that is just my opinion. I'm not a solicitor. The laws where you are in the world could be different. Check your local laws. You're responsible for your own laws and abiding by them in your destination. Location is the word I was looking for. Yes. So cured started out as a title. Then I thought I need something to go with it because people kept saying to me, Jonathan, where do I look in the boot camp to learn cured? And I said, well, no, it's just a title. You know, you do whatever the fuck you want. You put it looks nice. People find you when they come. You just do complete mind therapy anyway. They're none the wiser. You just do. And in the end, I thought, oh, I've got so many different techniques in the boot camp. Let me find one and I'll start teaching it and calling it cured. And then a weird case of events happened over a couple of years. Suddenly, the flavour of the month became something called idiot motor response, combined with a thing called parts therapy. Became flavour of the month. And elements of those things got relabeled under therapeutic names such as old pain to go, drain that pain. STEPS, which stands for subconsciously therapeutic elimination of pain signals and symptoms. I know because I came up with the name STEPS and invented it, not for me, but for Martin Rothery, a Future House Therapy Centre and a Global Training Academy in Chesterfield, England. I also came up with the name Pain Free for him, pendulum assisted internal negation, fast releasing trapped energies and emotions, for using the pendulum for idiomotor response work. I came up with that name, like giving it to Martin to use. But the techniques, ultimately, all of those that I've just mentioned named of, and a whole bunch of other things out there at the minute, all ultimately work on what is called idiomotor response. Bob Burns has a thing out called the SWAN, okay? The SWAN, which is the idea that that arm, by the way, is a desk or a table or a chair arm. So it's the idea that you get someone to rest their elbow on a table and just let it flop and relax like that. So arguably it could look a bit like a swan, the structure that's been made. Yeah? Now here's an interesting thing. Let me, I don't know if I can. No, too far in the cupboard there to get out a pendulum. But you imagine a pendulum here, okay? I'd be holding it like that. Now, I'd be holding it in the air, but if I was to put my elbow on the table or a chair arm, here would be the chain of the pendulum and it would be hanging like that. And in the Cured Practitioner Manual that you've got in your download or is in the Cured section of the boot camp, you will see a photograph, well, a black and white line drawing and photograph of somebody with their elbow effectively on a table like that, holding a pendulum. And you will notice that if you were to take the pendulum away, they'd end up just looking like I do now, that, oh, looks exactly like the swan that Bob Burns has built up a bit of a cult following over. It's pendulum work. Without the fucking pendulum, it's not new. It's got rid of the pendulum. And in fact, that makes it slightly harder than having a pendulum, because the pendulum, the slightest little idiomotor movement makes the pendulum swing big or go in lines, depending on, you know, how you've instructed them. You know, if you've said that a circle means yes and a line means no, then that's what will happen, because it's what you put into the head. Or you ask them, pendulum, unconscious mind, I'm talking to you. Indicate to me what means yes to you. And you wait, and if it goes in a circle, you go, so it's a circle, yes. And if it does the circle again, you calibrate it, as it were, and you know that whenever the pendulum goes in a circle, the unconscious is answering yes. So then you say, give us a signal for no, and if that becomes a line, or it's the circle in an opposite direction, whatever it may be, you go, show me the signal for no again. Is it a line, or is it a circle in the opposite direction? And you calibrate and make sure it is. So then you know what is yes, and what is the signal for no. At which point, you can ask the person's unconscious, subconscious mind things without any formal trance induction, and just literally tell them they can have their eyes open. You say, but stare at the wall over there or something in front of you. Don't look at your hand. Don't look at the pendulum. Just literally, you might hear what I'm saying, but don't make the pendulum move. And ironically, by telling them don't make the pendulum move, so that they're consciously making sure the pendulum doesn't move, is more likely to make the unconscious, subconscious make the pendulum move, because
of the tension that goes on. So it'll amplify the signal, one would argue. And then you can go through questioning them. You know, would today be an appropriate moment to say goodbye completely to that habit, addiction, fear, or phobia? Please let me know, unconscious mind, if you will help Cheeseboard to do everything that's needed to make this a long-term reality. And if it then makes the yes signal, you can proceed in a certain manner. If it says no, then you have to start asking, no. Could you please, unconscious mind, for me find the part of Cheeseboard's, mind that objects to making these changes? And the whole thing you can go through that I'll elaborate on in a minute, so it makes more sense to you. But the basic principle is that to then get to a point that you can negotiate directly with the unconscious, subconscious mind, and make changes even without any formal trance induction. As I say, when you take the pendulum away, boom, suddenly we've just got, and if you do search on YouTube for the swan, you'll see people doing this and then getting the person, give us a signal for yes, and the hand might move like this, slightly more towards them for yes, and for no, it might slightly move. Everyone's different because it's calibrated for each individual person. But that's effectively, in a nutshell, what the swan is. Bob Burns would deny that and say there's more to it. But there again, Bob Burns is the kind of person who blatantly says that I'm a liar and I'm full of shit, and that I never gave him any marketing advice or advertising advice or publicity or promotion advice. And that apparently I never helped him launch the swan. And then started to slag me off massively on the internet, to the point where, because I know GDPR, data protection laws, I knew that I had the evidence to prove that he's the liar and guilty of defamation of character, but that if I just publicly published it, that would kind of be illegal. I'd have to go through the legal channels to do it, and that's expensive, and he's not worth it. He's not worth suing anyway. He hasn't got fucking anything worth suing for, in my opinion. But hey, so I kept commenting and telling people that, this happened, but I couldn't produce the proof. And then he posted up, "You're full of shit. If you had any proof, you would have published it by now." So I basically went, "Are you giving me permission to publish the proof?" And he went, "Yes." And I got screenshots of all this, witnesses galore. I then published it all. And you can go to facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist. And you can click on photos, then on albums, and you'll find one called Proof of Bob Burns, the Swan, Defamation of Character and Lies. Something along those lines. And all the screenshots are in there. It'll prove to you beyond any reasonable doubt I advised him on how to exactly to launch the Swan product. And I can tell you, having seen the original DVD up front, that what I've just told you, combined with looking at some videos you can see for free on YouTube of people using the Swan, combined with the knowledge you've already got off the past few days and what you're going to learn from Cured in a minute, you'll be able to do what he's called the Swan if you want. But because obviously you can't use the name Swan because it's his copyright and trademark. But what you could do, if think of it in your own mind as being that pain-free, just think of it as pendulum power without the pendulum. But better still, you know what, I'd advise you use the pendulum because it amplifies the bloody ideomotor response and makes it actually easier, in my opinion and experience. But hey, that's probably because I don't fully understand the Swan. I know nothing because I didn't help launch it. The Swan, incidentally, I told Bob Burns he'd deny this as well because he said it's nothing to do with hypnosis, which shows that either A, he's a liar, which we've established by the evidence in the folder on YouTube, on Facebook rather, or he doesn't truly understand what hypnosis is in the way that you guys and girls do based on what we've covered the past few days. Because I told him that Swan, and I think it can't surely be a coincidence, although again, I suppose it is because when you take the pendulum away, it does look like a swan, fair enough. But it also conveniently, the initials stand for subconscious wave, analytical negation. And that's what's happening. Movement of the hand, arguably, is a bit like a wave. It's being triggered by the unconscious, subconscious mind after
the analytical critical faculties being negated, bypassed by their fixation of attention being on the wall in front of them rather than here. And that's what that's my description of what it is. So that's just saved you another course, hasn't it? With a little bit of luck, I don't know. Right. Bear with me for the next 15 minutes because basically this is just about reading stuff. But at the end of this, after I've read this out, bear in mind you've got the Cured Practitioner Manual, you've got the Cured Structure and Scripts in your download or in the Cured section of the bootcamp. And I do also recommend you to go to YouTube or the section in the bootcamp that says Hypnosis Week Interviews and search out the interview that I did with the Indian hypnotist Pradeep Agarwal, and also search out the interview I did with Roy Hunter. I did an interview with Roy Hunter on parts therapy and the 6-step reframe using ideomotor response. And I did an interview with Pradeep Agarwal, who uses the ideomotor response in ways that I'm going to cover in a minute. Those two blended together to be what is Cured. There's nothing new about it except the title, but there's nothing new about the swan. It's a pendulum with the pendulum taken away. There's nothing new about pain, or pain to go, drain that pain, steps, pain-free. You know what it is? Or most elements are sentimental, because you know what? They're just titles to get people to pay for courses and have brand names and things they can use in their advertising. Well, the thing is, if you're on this course, 5-star, you've got at least 5 diplomas you'll have earned at the end of it, and 5 logos you can use. But for those of you in the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp, you have access to 18 world-class qualifications, which more importantly, also come with the logos you can use on your advertising. Plus you get lifetime membership to the Association of Complete Mind Therapists. No yearly fees to pay. Lifetime membership to the Association of Complete Mind Therapists. Lifetime membership to the Association of Professional Stage Hypnotists and the Professional Organisation of Stage Hypnotists. Flipping all of these bits of paper and logos are approved, endorsed and accredited, obviously by the Royal Institute of Hypnotherapy and Psychotherapy, logo you can use again in your advertising. The Mind Care Organisation UK Limited, yeah, that is effectively me. But you were pre-approved for membership if you wanted to. I don't make any money out of it if you do, but if you wanted to, you're pre-approved as a bootcamp member to join the IPHM.co.uk, which is the International Practitioners of Holistic Medicine, and that gets you listed on their website. You may or may not get work from it, who knows, but you get to use their logo and get a certificate, and there's a bit more for your perceptual credibility, and it helps you get cheap insurance. You're also pre-approved for membership to the United Kingdom Board of Clinical Hypnotherapy, who you can find their Facebook page on Facebook by typing in UKBCH, United Kingdom Board of Clinical Hypnotherapy. And then you've got all these logos you can use. You don't ever need to pay to do a course to get another piece of paper or another logo, because when you're in the boot camp, you've got 18 bloody bits of paper, 18 bloody logos, well, more than 18, one for each modality, and then there's also the ones like the Royal Institute and Mind Care and all that. You've got more than enough. You don't need to get shafted. So, yeah, Pradeep Agarwal's interview in Hypnosis Week and Roy Hunter's will add another level to what I'm about to tell you, and another level of understanding. So now you just need to bear with me, I'm afraid, and listen. Yes, I could technically say just fuck it. Go and read it in your manual, because that's ultimately, I've explained what you're going to do. You're going to effectively get the individual to give you an ideomotor response. Now, this may be that you say to them, unconscious mind, move. You might ask them, unconscious mind, move one of your fingers to indicate yes, one to be no. Or you instruct them, which is what Pradeep Agarwal does, and that's what I've started doing, which you go to them, unconscious mind, this finger, and you lift one of the fingers up. This finger is for yes. So whenever you want to answer yes, use this finger. If you understand me, indicate yes, and you wait for it to move a bit. It might not go massively in there. In fact, if it goes massively in the air, the chances are they're consciously doing it, and you don't want them doing that. You want them focused on a wall or whatever. But if you get a little, if you get like a little, even that would be considered a yes, or that. You've got to pay close attention, then it is probably an idiomotor automatic response. And I have been known to not be able to see the response and just pretend that I have in the past and proceed through the important seeming ritualistic process, and the outcome still worked out because clearly the person believed that I'd seen what I needed to see for it to work for them, and so that changed their beliefs, perceptions. Hopefully you're ahead of me. You've learned this over the past few days. But anyway, here we go. So now for a little more insight into the NLP 6-step reframe technique. This was it's okay, it's in here. And associated methods of idiomotor response, IMR, unconscious communication and negotiation. Bandler and Grindler, that's Richard Bandler and John Grinder, the creators of the name Neuro-Linguistic Programming, NLP, which personally I call nonsensically long pantomime. But if you do want to learn more about NLP in the boot camp, check out my NLP Advanced Master Practitioner video training set, and also the Start Your Own NLP course section of the boot camp, because in there are all the practitioner, master practitioner and trainers training manuals to learn from, as well in conjunction with the videos of the advanced master practitioner if you so desire. And your certification in NLP is inside the boot camp. Yeah, it is. So there we go. Bandler and Grindler developed the 6-step reframe technique from their study of Milton Erickson, idiomotor signals, and Virginia Satire's work with parts therapy. That was the concept of the client might be hypnotized, or they might just be meditating or whatever, and you go to them. So, you know, at this moment in time, when you feel that you want another drink, which part of you makes you feel that way? It's a concept of that everyone's made up of multiple parts, and you've got to find the parts that currently really dependent on wanting that alcohol in this example, and offer them alternatives to feel that way, which most always is a way of them finding a different way of feeling worthwhile, love, wanting, needed, appreciated, care, all the stuff we talked about with Royal Hierarchy of Human Needs. So reflect back everything you've learned led up to this. It's why it works, it's why it all works. They included this 6-step reframe in their book, Frogs into Princes, which predates all the nonsense that people are coming out with for fancy names now. So they've come up with nothing, because it's in black and white way before them. In fact, it's in black and white before Frogs into Princes. The pendulum example in the Cure Practitioner Manual, which ultimately tells you how to use the unconscious mind communication using the pendulum, comes from a publication that was like late 1800s, early 1900s, predates Bandler and Grindler and all the so-called new kids on the block. There's nothing new under the sun. When we are young, we try out different behaviours, and some of them work. We keep the ones that work even when times change, and those responses may not be the most useful ones. Throwing a tantrum at 4 years old might get us what we want. At 44, probably won't work so well. Behind every behaviour is a positive intention. That's the concept of NLP. This is one of the basic NLP presuppositions. Motives drive behaviour. Our brains do nothing without some, usually unconscious, subconscious purpose. To me, the 6-step reframe is a powerful and underestimated NLP technique. The process: 1. Identify a troubling behaviour or response, something you would rather not do or feel. 2. Establish communication with the part creating the unwanted behaviour or response. Ask if it would be willing to communicate consciously. This communication might be a sensation somewhere in their or your body, a picture, voice or sound. When you get a signal, first thank the part for responding. When we have fought against particular behaviours, they can feel alienated, so it's useful to be polite. 3. Find the positive intention. Ask the part, what do you want? What positive thing are you trying to do for me? Or what are you trying to do for them? The key here is to recognise the difference between the part's intention and the way it's going about getting it. Have you ever tried to be helpful and the person misunderstood your intention and got annoyed? How does it make you feel? Are you likely to help a second time? Our unconscious parts feel the same way. Here they are doing the best they can to achieve something for you. which, like I said, is probably to make you feel whole, special, loved, warmth, or protect you from not feeling that way. Is there thanks or appreciation for what they're doing for you? We might have a long history of fighting and shaming this response. If a neighbour repeatedly told you what a worthless, lazy bum you were for not mowing your lawn more often, would it inspire you to mow it? No. I have no idea why many of us think shaming works to change behaviour. It doesn't work for me. Assuming that this aspect of self has a positive intention can create rapport and therefore makes it more willing to cooperate. Or more likely, me being cynical, more likely that consciously it makes the individual more easier to offload that self-blame, shame, guilt, and regret and feel loved and all the hierarchy of royal needs that we've mentioned. But anyway, 4, ask for help from their or your creative part to create 3 alternative ways to get the intended outcome. 5, have the part evaluate these new choices. Are they acceptable? Will they be as good as or better than the previous behaviour? It needs to be willing to try them out for the next month or longer if appropriate. The key here is negotiation. If the part with the unwanted behaviour is not happy with these alternatives, it is unlikely to give them a go. If you have ever agreed to something because you were bullied into it, you'll know how important willing commitment is. If the alternatives are not acceptable, go back to step 4 for better choices. 6, check for objections with other parts with an ecology check and future pacing. When we change behaviours, we can affect other people and aspects of ourselves. Even changes we think are fabulous have unintended consequences. We get our new car, but our camping gear doesn't fit in the boot. If there are objections, put them through the same process from step 2. What is the positive intention, etc. And in the instruction manual, there then is a link to a YouTube video with a demo video. I'm not going to play it now, you can watch it in your own time. So, a little bit more elaboration on 6-step reframe. The 6-step reframe is no longer conventionally used in NLP, having been replaced by parts integration therapy. It is included for historical purposes only. The purpose of a 6-step reframe is to find the benefits behind any behaviour and install new ways to achieve those benefits more elegantly. Rapport. Identify behaviour, stack bailout anchor. Number 1, access behaviour. So there's blanks in the manual where I'm going to fill in with Breezeblock's name. Not Breezeblock, Cheeseboard, wasn't it? Cheeseboard. I'd like you to ask the part of you responsible, or rather we say Cheeseboard's unconscious mind. I'm talking to you. Cheeseboard's unconscious mind. I'd like you to ask the part of you responsible for smoking or for drinking, whatever. You fill in the blank appropriately. If it's willing to communicate with me now with a visible body movement, and you wait for a signal. Now that's leaving it up to them. They might move the finger, the head, their arm, the leg, God knows. As you'll see later, Pradeep and various other people have made it a bit easier and preferable by telling them that they're going to signal through the finger. So we know what we're looking for and it speeds up things. Number 2, set up the signal. Let's refer to you as part X when you're going, and I want to thank you for signalling me now. Discover and acknowledge benefits. Part X. I want to acknowledge you for always having acted in Cheeseboard's best interest and for having provided benefits for her or him in the past. We're here to assist Cheeseboard in creating additional choices for her or his life now. Obviously, you only use one, not her and his. 4, creating choices. Cheeseboard's unconscious mind. Can you take part X to that creative part of you now and have part X and creative part come up with at least 3 additional choices of behaviour that will provide Cheeseboard with equal or greater benefit? When you have those 3 additional choices, signal me with a visible body movement. Thank you. You wait for the signal. 5, congruency check. Now Cheeseboard's unconscious mind. Go inside and check for any other parts which might object to adopting these additional choices. If so, will those parts signal with a visible body movement now? Thank you. If the signals, you repeat step 4, creating additional choices agreeable with the creative part, part X, and any objecting parts. Keep doing it until the congruency check passes, so to speak. Number 6, future pace and test. Now Cheeseboard's unconscious mind. Can you step into the near future and put yourself in a situation in your mind's eye where you'd have reason to use these additional choices, experiencing this fully now?
Then there's a pause. As I count to 3, you will open your eyes knowing you have fully integrated all these choices. 1, 2, 3, wide awake. And that's the important theme in ritualistic process. If it was the 6-step reframe done that way, that's giving you the background, but it becomes even slicker and easier to do and to understand when you bear in mind what I said before about Pradeep telling them, this finger's going to be yes, this one's going to be no, this one's going to be maybe or don't know. And he directly tells them, which you'll see on Pradeep's video, and we also talk about with Roy Hunter. Now, in some approaches, people, rather than a finger movement, prefer to have people stand up in like the falling backwards induction position, toe to toe, heel to heel, and tell them that they will sway gently forwards into the therapist's arms to indicate yes, and that for no, they would gently sway to the side. But with that, you've got to stand and be ready to catch them if they were to accidentally fall backwards. I find having the person sat down and give the signals with the fingertips is far safer and just as effective. So, anyhow, back to the subject of ideomotor responses and direct communication with the client's unconscious or subconscious mind. My friend Pradeep Agarwal, who runs the Institute of Mind Control and Development in Hyderabad, India, uses the ideomotor response finger signals for content-free therapy by using a phrase such as this one. Incidentally, most of those techniques you've learned, pretty much all the techniques you've learned, including complete mind therapy, can be done without the client ever having to tell you what their problem or emotional issue is. You know, because they can fill in the blanks themselves because of the way they're structured. That's what content-free therapy is. So, he uses it by using a phrase such as this one. Subconscious mind. I want you please to resolve this problem in the best and healthiest possible manner acceptable to you, consciously also. Now, sometimes subconscious mind, it could take a very long time, as long as 60 seconds to do this. Whereas other times you find that you're able to do so instantly. When this is fully resolved, please give me your yes signal. Now, he, incidentally, as I already said, has already told them that finger's yes, that one's no, that's maybe, you know, don't know. So he knows where to look and wait for the signal. That may have sounded like broken English translated from Indian. It's actually purposeful, it's clever, because it's got an element of disorientation and confusion to aid the critical faculty bypass. And it's also got an inbuilt suggestion. It's lovely. Now, sometimes subconscious mind, it could take a very long time, as long as 60 seconds to do this. Implying 60 seconds is a long time, thus meaning it speeds up the reaction. That's the beauty of it. Anyway, with the old paint-to-go approach, the idea, and many other approaches, just mention that in the manual because I am qualified in it, is to first set up the yes signal. Often this is done with the client stood up and they are told that the yes signal will be then swaying forward towards you. You then, as they stand in front of you with their eyes closed, to say something such as, subconscious, when you sway towards me like this, and then you pull them forward towards you gently by the shoulders, and then stand them back up, that will be your signal for yes. So each time you wish to answer yes, just sway towards me like this. And you do it again, pull them physically forward and put them back. So now, to show me you understand, please show me the yes signal. And you wait for them to sway gently forward and then you push them back. But that's got the issues I spoke about earlier. Same thing though with the finger. It can just as easily be subconscious. When you move this finger and then you go to the finger and lift it slightly and let it go down, that will be your signal for yes. So each time you wish to answer yes, just lift this finger up and you do it again and let it go down. So now, to show me you understand, please show me the yes signal and you wait for the finger to twitch slightly. It won't go in the air massively. You just twitch a bit and you continue. Next, you say something such as, unconscious mind, many thanks, that is excellent. Could you now please confirm that you are happy today to help Cheeseboard to achieve X, Y, Z, fill in the blanks with the appropriate, to become a confident, happy, healthy non-smoker, to become a person who only drinks alcohol in moderation, or to become a person who's confident enough to do public speaking. You fill in the blanks with what's relevant. X, Y, Z is literally whatever you wish to achieve for the client, whether it be elimination of pain or removal of cravings and addiction to something, whatever. Indeed, with a little thought, most anything from phobias and fears to anxiety and much more can be slotted in at this point. You, of course, wait for the yes signal and then proceed with a statement such as, many thanks, unconscious mind, in which case, could you now please remove, delete, override, and positively and permanently change any and all relevant thoughts, memories, emotions, signals or programs that have until today been causing cheeseboard to have X, Y, Z, fill in the blank issue. And when you have done that, please give me the yes signal. You then wait for the yes signal and then proceed with a statement such as, many thanks, unconscious mind, that's excellent. Now, just before we finish, please could you scan your entire body from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, and along the way make one final check for and remove, delete, override, and positively and permanently change any and all relevant thoughts, memories, emotions, signals or programs that could possibly hold cheeseboard back in any manner of continuing as X, Y, Z, fill in the blanks, that they have now become and will continue to be from this moment forward. And when you have done that, please just give me the yes signal. You then, of course, wait for the yes signal and say something such as, once again, many thanks, unconscious mind, you've done an excellent job. And I know you can be relied upon to do anything and everything necessary on a daily basis to ensure that cheeseboard continues as X, Y, Z, fill in the blanks, as a positive and automatic reflex action. So for now, sincere thanks from me and cheeseboard. Your help is massively appreciated. Again, I reiterate, X, Y, Z. Here you describe how the client will be having made the changes they desired. For example, being a confident, happy, healthy, relaxed non-smoker. Or perhaps a happy, calm, relaxed person who now feels fully motivated to do more exercise and avoid sugary or fatty foods. Or perhaps even that they now continue as a calm, relaxed, fully in control person who, when they see a spider, just laughs and giggles inwardly at how happy they are that it no longer bothers, worries, or concerns them as it once did in the past. Then you continue with a phrase such as, when I count from 1 to 3, and the reason for this being that I actually like to do this with the client with their eyes closed, apparently hypnotized. It can either just be closed, get them to close their eyes, because arguably when they close their eyes, they go inwards and internalize and are therefore hypnotized anyway. Or you can have done a convincer and then an apparent induction. So you might have done light and heavy hands, done it into seesaw. So you've apparently hypnotized them. I just find it adds a level to it and then do this process while they're apparently hypnotized. But you finish up by saying, when I count from 1 to 3, on the count of 3, you unconscious can go back to your normal activities of keeping cheeseboard safe, happy and content in all areas of their life, and allow cheeseboard's conscious to be back with us, fully alert and feeling wonderful in every way. 1, lighter and brighter. 2, almost as if every nerve, fibre, tissue and muscle in your body from the top of your head to the tips of your toes is being washed, revitalised and re-energised with pure spring water. And on 3, wakey, wakey, rise and shine. And that's effectively the process. For fear of boring you to death, but you'll thank me one day, I'm sure. I'm going to repeat that now, but using the example of a client who wishes to stop smoking. Okay, so subconscious. When you sway towards me like this, I'll do this one as a sway, but then the next one we do, I'll do it as a finger move, so you can see how it slots in. Okay, I do prefer the finger move. Subconscious. When you sway towards me like this, and you physically do it, that will be your signal for yes. So each time you wish to answer yes, just sway towards me like this. So now to show me you understand, please show me the yes signal. You wait for the slight movement forward. Unconscious mind, many thanks, that's excellent. Could you now please confirm that you are happy to help cheeseboard to become and remain a confident, happy, healthy, relaxed non-smoker? You wait for the little sway forward or the finger move, whatever. Many thanks, unconscious mind, in which case, could you now please remove, delete, override, and positively and permanently change any and all relevant thoughts, memories, emotions, signals, or programs that have until today been causing Cheeseboard to continue with his or her now unwanted and unneeded harmful smoking habit. And when you have done that, please give me the yes signal. You wait for the signal. Many thanks, unconscious mind. That's excellent. Now, just before we finish, please could you scan your entire body from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, and along the way make one final check for and remove, delete, override, and positively and permanently change any and all relevant thoughts, memories, emotions, signals, or programs that could possibly hold Cheeseboard back in any manner of continuing as the confident, happy, healthy, relaxed non-smoker that they have now become and will continue to be from this moment forward. And when you have done that, please just give me the yes signal. And you wait for the yes signal. Once again, many thanks, unconscious mind. You've done an excellent job. And I know you can be relied upon to do anything and everything necessary on a daily basis to ensure that Cheeseboard continues as the confident, happy, healthy, relaxed non-smoker they have become and continue to be as a positive and automatic reflex action. So for now, sincere thanks from me and Cheeseboard. Your help's massively appreciated. When I count from 1 to 3, on the count of 3, you unconscious can go back to your normal activities of keeping Cheeseboard safe, happy and content in all areas of their life, and allow Cheeseboard's conscious to be back with us, fully alert and feeling wonderful in every way. 1, lighter and brighter. 2, almost as if every nerve, fibre, tissue and muscle in your body from the tips of your, the top of your head to the tips of your toes is being washed, revitalised and re-energised with pure spring water. As on 3, wakey, wakey, rise and shine. Okay, another example. I'll use the finger this time. Weight loss. Subconscious. When you move this finger and you go and physically lift it up and then push it down, so they definitely know which finger, that will be your signal for yes. So each time you wish to answer yes, just lift or move this finger and you show them again and put it down. You do it physically so they know. It'll make sense when you hear even more when you watch the Pradeep Agrawal Hypnosis Week interview. So now, to show me you understand, please show me the yes signal. You wait for it. If you've not done it within about 30 seconds, say, come on, unconscious mind, you need to show me the yes signal. If they don't do it, I'll go back and I'll lift the finger up and go, that's the yes signal. This finger is yes, you just have to move it ever so slightly. Now, I move it big when I do it and put it down, but when it comes to it, it'll probably only twitch. And I give them another go. If for any reason at this point they don't do it, I will either improvise and use a different technique, or I would ask them, unconscious mind, is there a reason why you are not ready to help Cheeseboard yet? And then you will get a yes invariably. Or if you know, and then you, through questioning, think of what we said before and read the manual, it will show you how you can get to the point you need to be. Just let me see what it says there. Oh, that's okay. I'll address anything in the chat box on the break. Worst case scenario, I would just act as though I've seen a yes signal and continue. So I go through the process like I told you before, and the person comes to the belief that the important seeming ritual must have worked anyway. But that's very, very rare that happens if you do this as I've described and as Pradeep does in the video I've referred you to. It is a video. So, unconscious mind, many thanks, that's excellent. Could you now please confirm that you are happy today to help Cheeseboard to become and remain a confident, happy, healthy, relaxed, healthy eater who is easily self-motivated to do more exercise whilst also easily avoiding sugary and fatty foods? You wait for the yes. Many thanks, unconscious mind, in which case, could you now please remove, delete, override, and positively and permanently change any and all relevant thoughts, memories, emotions, signals, or programs that have until today been causing Cheeseboard to continue with his or her now unwanted and unneeded negative eating habits? And when you have done that, please give me the yes signal. You wait for the yes signal. Many thanks, unconscious mind. That's excellent. Now, just before we finish, please could you scan your entire body from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, and along the way, make one final check for, and remove, delete, override, and positively and permanently change any and all relevant thoughts, memories, emotions, signals, or programs that could possibly hold Cheeseboard back in any manner of continuing as the confident, happy, healthy, relaxed, healthy eater who is easily self-motivated to do more exercise whilst also easily avoiding sugary and fatty foods that they have now become and will continue to be from this moment forward. And when you have done that, please just give me the yes signal. You wait for it. Once again, many thanks, Unconscious Mind. You've done an excellent job, and I know you can be relied upon to do anything and everything necessary on a daily basis to ensure that Cheeseboard continues as the confident, happy, healthy, relaxed, healthy eater who is easily self-motivated to do more exercise, whilst also easily avoiding sugary and fatty foods they have become and continue to be as a positive and automatic reflex action. So for now, sincere thanks from me and Cheeseboard. Your help's massively appreciated. When I count from 1 to 3, on the count of 3, you unconscious can go back to your normal activities of keeping Cheeseboard safe, happy and content in all areas of their life, and allow Cheeseboard's conscious to be back with us, fully alert and feeling wonderful in every way. 1, lighter and brighter. 2, almost as if every nerve, fibre, tissue and muscle in your body from the top of your head to the tips of your toes is being washed, revitalised and re-energised with pure spring water as on 3, wakey, wakey, rise and shine. Before I give you one final example, spider phobia, but by then you should be able to work out how to fill in the blanks when the manual gives you more examples to make it specific to the client. A little note that there is the he or she pronoun in the script when you're talking to the unconscious mind. And in this day and age, because of the propaganda and the way the media have made it cool for there to be like 397 million different gender identities, it can be wise and appropriate to ask your client, do you identify as, if it's a man, do you identify as he? And more than likely the answer is going to be yes, but at least it gives them the opportunity. You would work, but there again, you makes it slightly more depersonalized. And the thing is, you is referring to them in a manner they react to consciously. We're talking to the unconscious mind, the example being, you're going to help him, he or she. So it needs to be he, she, or whatever pronoun they give you, because you is then, they identify to that on a level consciously, whereas we want this to be happening unconscious, subconsciously. Just throwing that in. So I've covered myself from a gender point of view, but to be frank, I'll look at the chat box and address things in a minute, but spider phobia, one last one. Say it's the finger again. Subconscious, when you move your finger like this, that will be your signal for yes. So each time you wish to answer yes, just move your finger slightly like this. So now to show me you understand, please show me the yes signal. Unconscious mind, many thanks, that's excellent. Could you now please confirm that you are happy today to help Cheeseboard to become and remain a confident, happy, healthy, relaxed person in all areas of their life, including whenever they may encounter a spider? Indeed, unconscious, also helping them to find joy and pride in their new ability to feel fully safe, in control, calm, relaxed and happy whenever they should in future encounter a spider that once used to bother them in the past. You wait for the yes. Many thanks, unconscious mind, in which case, could you now please remove, delete, override, and positively and permanently change any and all relevant thoughts, memories, emotions, signals, or programs that have until today been causing Cheeseboard to continue with his or her now unwanted and unneeded negative reaction to spiders? And when you have done that, please give me the yes signal. You wait for it. Many thanks, unconscious mind. That's excellent. Now, just before we finish, please could you scan your entire body from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, and along the way make one final check for and remove, delete, override, and positively and permanently change any and all relevant thoughts, memories, emotions, signals, or programs that could possibly hold Cheeseboard back in any manner of continuing as the confident, happy, healthy, relaxed person in all areas of their life, including whenever they they may encounter a spider, at which times they will now find joy and pride in their new ability to feel fully safe, in control, calm, relaxed and happy, whenever they should in future encounter a spider that once used to bother them in the past, that they have now become and will continue to be from this moment forward. And when you have done that, please give me the yes signal. Once again, many thanks, unconscious mind. You've done an excellent job, and I know you can be relied upon to do anything and everything necessary on a daily basis to ensure that Cheeseboard continues as the confident, happy, healthy, relaxed person in all areas of their life, including whenever they may encounter a spider, at which times they will now find joy and pride in their new ability to feel fully safe, in control, calm, relaxed and happy, whenever they should in future encounter a spider that once used to bother them in the past, that they have now become and will continue to be from this moment forward as a positive and automatic reflex action. So for now, sincere thanks from me and Cheeseboard. Your help's massively appreciated. When I count from 1 to 3, on the count of 3, you unconscious can go back to your normal activities of keeping Cheeseboard safe, happy and content in all areas of their life, and allow Cheeseboard's conscious to be back with us, fully alert and feeling wonderful in every way. 1, lighter and brighter. 2, almost as if every nerve, fibre, tissue and muscle in your body, from the top of your head to the tip of your toes, is being washed, revitalised and re-energised with pure spring water. And on 3, wakey, wakey, rise and shine. You know what? I am going to give you one final example, and that's pain control, because it's such a massive, profitable area. Subconscious, when you move your finger like this, you move it for them, or whatever, that will be your signal for yes. So each time you wish to answer yes, just move your finger like this. So now, to show me you understand, please show me the yes signal. Unconscious mind, many thanks, that's excellent. Could you now please confirm that you are happy today to help Cheeseboard to become and remain a confident, happy, healthy, relaxed, healthy individual who's no longer caused any pain or discomfort by their condition, and indeed instead can allow the body's natural healing processes to work their magic as every day in every way they feel better and better? Wait for the yes. Many thanks, unconscious mind, in which case, could you now please remove, delete, override, and positively and permanently change any and all relevant thoughts, memories, emotions, signals or programs that have until today been causing Cheeseboard to continue suffering with his now unwanted and unneeded pain? And when you have done that, please give me the yes signal. Many thanks, unconscious mind, that's excellent. Now, just before we finish, please could you scan your entire body from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, and along the way make one final check for and remove, delete, override, and positively and permanently change any and all relevant thoughts, memories, emotions, signals or programs that could possibly hold Cheeseboard back in any manner of continuing as the confident, happy, healthy, relaxed, healthy individual who is no longer caused any pain or discomfort by their condition, and indeed instead can allow the body's natural healing processes to work their magic as every day in every way they feel better and better, that they have now become and will continue to be from this moment forward. And when you have done that, please just give me the yes signal. Once again, many thanks, unconscious mind. You've done an excellent job, and I know you can be relied upon to do anything and everything necessary on a daily basis to ensure that Cheeseboard continues as the confident, happy, healthy, relaxed, healthy individual who is no longer caused any pain or discomfort by their condition, and indeed instead can allow the body's natural healing processes to work their magic as every day in every way they feel better and better, that they have become and continue to be as a positive and automatic reflex action. So for now, sincere thanks from me and Cheeseboard. Your help's massively appreciated. When I count from 1 to 3, on the count of 3, you unconscious can go back to your normal activities of keeping Cheeseboard safe, happy and content in all areas of their life, and allow Cheeseboard's conscious to be back with us, fully alert and feeling wonderful in every way. 1, lighter and brighter. 2, almost as if every nerve, fibre, tissue and muscle in your body, from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, is being washed, revitalised and re-energised with pure spring water. As on 3, wakey, wakey, rise and shine. With pain issues, by the way, pain usually can be a signal of something far worse. So you wouldn't take somebody with a headache, remove the pain, because they might die if they don't go to the doctors and find out it's a brain tumour. You want to make sure they've sought medical intervention. But if it's someone who's been diagnosed with arthritis and know it's a long-term chronic pain, then it would be appropriate and safe to help them manage that pain so they can either reduce the drugs they're taking with doctors' intervention as well, of course, or keep them as they are and not have to increase them in the future like most other people might have to, whatever's appropriate for the client, with medical health and safety taken into account. With that in mind, that ultimately is what Cured is. Watch the Pradeep Agarwal interview and you'll understand it even more. This is now my killer secret that I will tell you. The reason I'm so successful with the clients, apart from the marketing, advertising, publicity and promotion being set up so that they, when they book you, they already believe you are the person that will change everything for them. That's the point you're going to get them to. So that when they step through that consulting room door or come to that group session, whether it's online or in person, they're of a mindset, whatever happens today, boom, this is it. All the stuff I've talked about. Any individual element I've taught you could work on its own. All the separate areas of complete mind therapy, the television set thing on its own, if you took that and got them to just imagine, say, seeing an image of themselves scared of spiders, and then as well as draining the colour out of it and turning the sound down, you maybe also got them to make the picture go backwards at high speed and make it sound ridiculous, like a cartoon voice, and then imagine it being sucked out of the screen. This would be like a version of the fast phobia cure. The NLP fast phobia cure is taught inside the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp. It's got a section all of its own, in fact, and it's taught in the NLP practitioner set and sections I mentioned. You could combine that into the TV set and use that on its own, and that can cure phobias. And for television shows and stuff, that's what I do, where I've only got 10 minutes with them backstage. Or I might do the arm thing. But when they're paying for my time, I charge them a sizable amount, and I will set aside actually an hour and a half for them. And what I do is this. I do all the stuff for the questionnaire and getting the rapport at the beginning that I've told you about. I genuinely do. I've not told you any lies during this course. I just haven't yet told you how it all goes together fully. I then do some convincers, and the ones I use most is the eyes follow thumb, which is dramatic to them, the finger magnets, the hand lock. I will then do the hands over the face, apparent induction, and when they're apparently hypnotized, because I don't care, because to me they're either compliant or not, as long as their eyes are closed and their head's on the chest and they're doing what they're told. And anyway, I use the phrase, just so long as you keep your eyes tightly closed, this will be 1,000,000% successful for you. And just so long as you use your powers of intelligence, imagination and concentration effectively. I will then do a cured process on them relevant to what they've come for. So arguably, at that point, they are cured because they believed before they came. But we want to pad out the rest of the session, so I then do complete mind therapy, as you've been told, so that it kills another 53 minutes. And as you already know, complete mind therapy covers all the bloody bases. That is why I can so regularly get results in one session. And because of the psychological build-up of the advertising, the commitment with the questionnaires and all that kind of stuff. And also the fact that every one of the convincers is itself a therapeutic process as well. Because once they find that they've gone further, I go, wow, you use your powers of mind so effectively. And that just shows me that just so long as you use your powers of intelligence, imagination and concentration effectively, in the way you've just managed to achieve that, you will be able to achieve everything else we do today together perfectly. And then they find that, lo and behold, that, you know, the fingers maybe touch together, number 2. And then the third one is their eyes lock or the hands lock, say, the third one.
And as you're lowering the hands and doing the induction, you can say, and just allow yourself to drift down in the same way you allowed your hands to lock together, in the same way you allowed your fingertips to touch, in the same way you allowed your thumb to move further. Using those same powers of mind, you can allow your eyes to remain tightly closed and allow yourself to drift down deeper. As the deeper you go, the better you feel. And the better you feel, the deeper you go. And arguably that becomes an escalated induction, but also a compounded effect of saying you manage that, so it means you're going to be cured. You manage that, you're going to be cured. You manage that, you're going to be cured. You do that, and you get the idea, it amplifies it all. Just give me a second, I'm going to join you over there, everybody. Camera switch time. Camera integrated. Click on chat. I'm going to address anything in there. Link to multi-pay bootcamp sign up. Multi-pay bootcamp sign up. I'm not sure what that actually means. Do you mean the discount to get in the bootcamp before Sunday the coming week? I assume. If so, it's in the 5-star hypnosis group in the pinned announcements, where it tells you about the Zoom links for each day. It has got the details of how to join the bootcamp at the lowest price ever until midnight next Sunday. To answer that, mentioned Stephanie Conkle. Can you address her one other's process of having the unconscious speak rather than asking yes/no questions? It's not her process. She might teach it, but she didn't invent it. That's called direct voice. Psychic spiritualist mediums have apparently been doing transmediumship, doing that for hundreds of years. But when you get a client to do it, apparently, yeah, if you say direct, subconscious mind, if they believe enough, you can tell them, to answer you, but the answer will come directly. Unconscious mind. In a moment, you'll be able to take control of Cheeseboard's voice box and answer yes. If you want to go down that route, frankly, it's no more effective than getting the finger movement, and it's harder to achieve. And yeah, I know Stephanie, no offense to her, she's a lovely lady. I have interviewed her on Hypnosis Week. She would tell you, well, if you learn my process, then it won't be more difficult to achieve than a finger movement. Well, no offense to Stephanie, but why fucking bother? Finger movement works perfectly well. And if you do it the way I've taught you and is in the manual, you'll get the finger response within about 30, 60 seconds maximum anyway. Do you need it any fucking quicker than that? When do you use cured versus melt? Melt, to be honest, is more of a thing that I use for backstage at TV and radio shows. But there again, I've also been known to use cured. Any of them can work. It's all dictated by your time factor and almost what your gut instinct tells you at the time, which in truth is more a case of what you feel like doing at the time, so it doesn't seem like Groundhog Day to you, so that you've got more enthusiasm when you're doing it. Before we move on to the next bit, I'm going to tell you a story. And you'll find this in the boot camps elsewhere, but the other day I played for you the Complete Mind Therapy recorded video session. Now, I've got the audio that I give them at the end of the session. Imagine if I had that audio set up so it's gone past the bit at the beginning that says you're listening to a CD. Imagine it's at the bit where it says, good, now ensure that it's the sentence after where it says, close your eyes. So we cue it up after that. And imagine I had the background music, the same background music on my computer, and I started playing that background music, and I told the client to close their eyes, take a nice deep breath in through the nose and out through the mouth, keep your eyes tightly closed at all times unless I say otherwise, then this will prove to be 1,000,000% successful for you. And just so long as you use your powers of intelligence, imagination and concentration effectively, this will be 1,000,000% for you. Not yet if you understand. The moment they nod their head, the track changes. Could I click? And it starts playing the background music with the backup session over it, but queued up from the point where they can't tell. As far as they're concerned, because I tell them in advance and they see a microphone on the table connected to my computer and have little speakers connected to the computer. As far as they're concerned, they're hearing my voice come out of the speakers because I've told them that's what they're going to hear. So for all they bloody know, when they open their eyes, it'll have got to the point where it says, wakey, wakey, rise and shine, but you can always switch back to the background music if you want. Fuck me, they don't know. As far as they're concerned, they wake up, you're looking directly at them, you've said those things through the mic and they've heard them. Whereas you could have actually been surfing the internet for the past 50 minutes or doing something more interesting instead. Would that work? It will if you believe it will. I can tell you that for a fact. Trust me, it does. Okay, it's 9:25. It's supposed to be getting up to break time. We're going to play one video before we have a brief break, because then I've brought it to a kind of a logical point. Then after the break, there's 2 more little videos, but then after about 20 minutes, I'm going to introduce you to Stuart, who's going to give you information about a website plan, but that's it for today. He's only going to go into the website plan. Anything else, leave for tomorrow. So, again, I apologise for the sound on these 3 very old video clips, but I watched them back today and I realised at the time I must have scripted everything, which I don't normally do. Everything you've seen me do this weekend has come off the top of my head from experience. But I must have scripted stuff for these videos because I managed to pack in like 2 hours worth of useful information into like 17 minutes because I had. So yeah, the sounds are not the best. You know, there is broadcast quality sound and video on things like there's still no such thing as hypnosis in the boot camp, but the worth of what I'm going to show you. First of all, this first video is how to never fail as a hypnotist. How to never fail. Wouldn't that be great to have the confidence to know you can never fail? You either, well, you always get a result, or it appears to be the volunteers or the client that's failed, not you. So you can never, ever fail. That is, well, explained now.
Welcome back, it's Dr. Jonathan Royle here, and this is video number 2. And on this video, I'd like to share with you some techniques to help you increase your success rate as a hypnotist, whether that be for hypnotherapy, stage hypnosis, street hypnosis, or some other application of your hypnotic skills. And it doesn't matter whether you're an experienced professional or a complete beginner. Some of these things, you know, you'll already know, others it's just a good refresher, and some may be new to you. So let's dive straight in. The first key thing I would say to you is this. Forget about ever worrying about hypnotising anyone. Don't get caught up on the idea of, am I going to be able to hypnotise them and get them under for this stage show? Or am I going to be able to get them into trance on the therapeutic couch in my office? Stop programming your mind negatively. You've got to forget any possibility of failure. You can never fail when you truly believe you are a hypnotist, when you truly believe you can hypnotise everybody. So stop thinking about whether you can hypnotise them or not. You are, especially when you realise just one key thing, and that is that hypnosis does not exist. At least it does not exist in the manner that so many people have brainwashed me to believe that it does. Okay? Stop worrying about getting people into some trance state. Stop worrying about how deep they are. There are quite literally only 2 levels of hypnosis that you ever need to worry about. And that is, are they being compliant or non-compliant? In the form of a stage show, that would mean, are they doing the funny routines or are they not responding to what you say? In therapy, that would mean, are they keeping their eyes closed when you tell them to, or are they opening them and not obeying you? It really is as simple as that. Honestly, it may sound so ridiculously simple, but it is that simple. If the person believes in you as a hypnotist, okay, and truly believes that you're capable of doing what you've claimed and advertised,
which ultimately, if they believe you can, and you've learned various techniques, then you can. It's as simple as that. And if at a stage the person believes that you can give them suggestions and help them become the star of the show, then the moment they believe that you can, because hypnosis exists only in the mind of the believer. As I said at the end of the last video, there's 4 kind of cornerstones, foundations to hypnosis. Step 1, belief and expectancy. The person's got to believe you're a hypnotist, believe that you can hypnotise people, and expect it to work. Expecting it to work being very important in therapy especially, because if they expect whatever you do to change their life, then the fact that their mind grabs hold of that idea, truly believes it, and expects whatever process or ritual you go through to work means that it will. Thus is the power of ritual and the placebo effect. And on stage, the fact that you go through a ritual that they then buy into and believe, and they expect to work because they have an idea of what a stage hypnotist does, for example, means it's more likely to work. So it's about having conviction, confidence in transmitting that belief to those people so they believe in what you're doing and expect it to work. Step 2, disorientation and confusion. In all the induction methods and rituals that I've used over the past couple of decades with great success, and my students around the world and colleagues that I teach and consult use, they all contain an element of disorientation and confusion, so that the volunteer or the therapy client genuinely feels some sort of physical or physiological response, ideally both, so that you, knowing that they're going to genuinely feel this physiological or physical response, which is guaranteed to happen, means you can phrase your suggestions, and I use that term loosely here, suggestions. You can, for example, say to them in a few moments' time, it may feel as though you're slightly lightheaded, or you might say, you know, in a few moments' time, you may feel your arm getting so heavy it sinks down into your lap. Now, using the techniques that I teach in the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp Platinum Edition Part 2, which incidentally you've got a chance of winning free membership to, along with free membership to the Passive Hypnosis Profits Program, by simply just entering the comment below this video. You can enter, and one's going to be drawn out at random at the end of the week, and maybe you that wins free membership. All of the techniques we teach involve some form of physical or physiological trick that's guaranteed to occur. So we can know for a fact that that arm will genuinely feel tired because of the position it's in, palm upwards, outstretched, stressing and tiring out the tendons and muscles, for example. So as the arm gets tired, it genuinely is going to move down, and because we know for a fact it will, we can suggest it's going to happen, and then when it does genuinely happen and the person feels it, they go, wow, this person suggested this, it happened, it became my reality. And the more things you suggest to them that genuinely become their reality, the more they come to believe it's because of what you've said. But when they truly believe that what you say becomes their reality, they will expect everything you say to become their reality, and then arguably that's the point where they're hypnotised. So, arguably, as I say, that's the point where they're hypnotised. So we've got belief and expectancy, disorientation and confusion. Then we've got suggestion and repetition. Now, suggestion, you've got these elements intertwined with each other, by the way, as well. But suggestion is in many forms. There's non-verbal suggestion by your confident manner, by your body language, the confidence that transmits. You've done this numerous times before. Even if it's the first time you're doing it, you always act as if you've done this numerous times, and it's always worked. So the person comes to believe that you, as the experienced expert that you can perceive to be, always do it this way, it always works, so therefore it should work for them. But when they believe that and the mind grasps hold of that idea, the seed is planted and grows and it becomes a self-fulfilling reality for them. Okay? There's also, of course, verbal suggestion, the things you say to them. Now, giving suggestions is all well and good, but, as I say, they're compounded, made stronger, more believable and easy to accept when we use the convincers of physiological and physical tricks that make things guaranteed to happen for them. Many of which, as I say, are taught in the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp. But a prime example is the old light and heavy hands test. Now, many books describe this wrong, but, you know, I'll just tell you very briefly. I get people to put their left hand and arm out in front of them, so their palm is upwards. And I'll get them to imagine a pile of leather-bound library books somewhere. Now, the way to remember this is the letter M for left, letter L for leather, letter L for library books, letter L for lower, because the library books have been pushed the left hand lower. And I get them to put the right arm out in front of them, palm downwards, so the back of the hands up in the air, and imagine that a bunch of red healing loops is tied to the middle or ring finger perhaps, because ring finger is R for ring. It's the right hand for letter R for red, and they're going to rise up into the air, again letter R, that's how we remember it. But the key to this is not so much how high or so the right arm rises. No, I'm not bothered about that. I know that over a certain period of time their left arm will get tired. Take your own left arm, put it out in front of you. The fact is, with your palm upwards, it starts to stress and strain the tendons and the muscles in the arm. And after a period of time, it will naturally tire and go lower. So whether the right arm moves upwards or not, whether they respond to the suggestion of it rising or not, doesn't matter, because after a period of time, their left arm will go lower. And when that goes lower, when you get them to open their eyes later and look at the gap, there will be a gap because their left arm's gone lower. It doesn't matter whether the right arm's moved or not. And because they see that gap, they go, wow. And the logical thing in that split second for them to believe and think and come to the conclusion of is that the left arm's moved downwards and the right arm's moved upwards. Now it may have done, there may be a massive gap, in which case they're hyper-suggested already. But it doesn't matter whether the right arm moves or not. If the left arm's moved down, which it will over a period of time, if it tires out, it's a natural physiological response. But when they look at it, they believe it's happened, and they come to believe it's happened because of what you're suggesting. That's an example of what I mean by a physiological trick. Now, there's tons of these. There's numerous induction techniques, numerous suggestibility tests, or some people call them set pieces, that use physical or physiological tricks that convince the people, that make them believe. Okay, and these are all taught in the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp. So we've got belief and expectancy, disorientation and confusion, suggestion and repetition, leading to apparently relaxation and sleep. You know what, the truth is, to be hypnotised, they don't actually have to be relaxed. It's just often easier in therapy to go, and sometimes the stage, to go with that misconception that people have that when you're hypnotised you're a zombie, asleep, snoring and all that. That isn't the truth or the reality of it. But if people already believe that, why tell them it's anything different? Play with their misconceptions and give them what they believe, manipulate what they already believe. It's easier to take something that somebody already believes, and rather than trying to convince them a bit differently and change their beliefs, take their belief they already have and use it against them positively. So in therapy, use the belief they already have against them positively to help them achieve what they want to achieve and change their life for the better. On stage, take the belief they already have and make it reality for them so that they feel good about becoming the star of the show. And this is stuff we cover in real depth in the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp. So for example, I'll give you one more example of this, and that is the thing that amazes me is the number of hypnotherapists who say to me how much time they spend explaining to clients how hypnotherapy is not like stage hypnosis. I say to them, whoa, here's how to be more successful. When people ask you, is it like stage hypnosis? You're not going to make me run around like a chicken, are you? Rather than saying, oh, it's totally different, your answer should be along the lines of, well, yeah, I can make you run around like a chicken if you want, but you've only paid for an hour of my time. So if you want to pay for more time, we can do that. Or do you want to get down to business and let's change your life for the better and help you stop smoking or lose weight or cure the phobia or whatever they came for? Handling it that way does two things. The person is highly unlikely to turn around and go, oh, I'll give you more money to make me run around like a chicken. But if they do, then they clearly believe that you're capable of doing that. So using what you'll learn in the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp, Mark II Platinum Edition, make them run around like a chicken and take the extra money. They'll be happy, you'll be happy, fair exchange, no robbery. What's more likely to happen though is they'll turn around and go, oh no, let's get down to business and help me change my life. At which point, what they're saying is they've accepted the fact that you could make them run around like a chicken, which means they believe you've got the power to do that, which means they believe also you can hypnotise people, which therefore means they believe that what you're about to do, whatever ritual you're about to do, will help them change their life for the better. When you turn around and say no, it's something entirely different in hypnotherapy than what the stage hypnotist does, you're actually giving away some of your power. You're dissipating the placebo effect. You're making your ability as a hypnotherapist lower. You're decreasing the success rate you will have. That's a very valuable tip. And it works the same way for stage hypnotists as well, you know. When people say, well, why is it that stage hypnotists can, you know, hypnotise people so much quicker? A lot of stage hypnotists get caught into the ego trap and go, that's because we're better, or because what we do is different. What you're better off saying is that's because the environment's different, and obviously we're not getting you to talk about or share anything personal or private like you would be doing in a hypnotherapy session. So you can just relax quicker. By doing so, it means you're more likely to get hypnotherapy clients as a result of your stage shows. So I suppose what I'm really saying to tie up this video is that hypnosis is overcomplicated by far too many people, far too many courses. In the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp Mark II Platinum Edition, I've removed all the BS, all the complicated terminology. The truth is, whatever name you call it, whether it's neurolinguistic programming, Tibetan mind control, hypnotherapy, stage hypnosis, street hypnosis, it all works when it does work for the same reason. It all comes down to a combination of placebo effect, ritual, confidence most of all when transmitting that to your client, manipulating their beliefs, ideally ones they already have rather than trying to instill new ones, and using what's there. I'll leave you with one final thought before you leave a comment below the video and give yourself a chance of winning free access to the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp Mark II Platinum Edition, complete with access to the Passive Hypnosis Profits Programme. And that thought is this. In NLP and stuff, they talk about VACOM, visual, auditory, kinesthetic, olfactory, and gustatory. You know what I say? Cut to the chase. Rather than wasting time finding out which representational system the person's most motivated by, quite simply give them suggestions and say, it's almost as if, and always use the phrase, it's almost as if, because you never know exactly how they're going to visualise it or experience it. So if you say it's almost as if, it doesn't matter how they experience it, they will feel that is the correct way, because it's almost as if. It's almost as if you can taste, smell, see, feel and hear everything as 100% total reality. By saying it's almost as if you can taste, smell, see, feel and hear everything as 100% total reality, whichever primary representational system they fall into, they will naturally have an enhanced level of experience it. And because it's almost as if the other ones that will be lower, well, they can almost experience it. So however they experience it ultimately will seem right, correct, successful and proper for them. Especially if you follow it up with a phrase such as in a way that feels right for you. So when you give them a suggestion, whatever it may be, for example, it could be, you know, in a few moments' time, just imagine in your mind's eye, waving goodbye to this problem, habit, addiction, fear or phobia that once bothered you in the past in a way that feels right for you. That phrase, in a way that feels right for you, allows them to fill in the blank, allows them to experience it however they want. This can be used for inductions on stage as well as in therapy and on the street, in fact in any environment. The truth is all the techniques that are taught in the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp, Platinum Edition, Mark II, can be used in all environments because there is no difference. Hypnosis is hypnosis is hypnosis. whether it's on stage, on the street, or in therapy. With that thought in mind, leave a comment underneath this video. Keep an eye on your mailbox in a couple of days' time. We'll be sending you a video, giving you some ideas on how.
That's that one. And looking at the time, actually, we'll just have this other short one. Then we'll have toilet and comfort breaks and whatnot. A further refresher on the truth about hypnosis this time.
Well, hello. My name's Dr. Jonathan Roy, and I'd like to welcome you to this, which is video number 1 of a short series of videos intended to help you skyrocket your success, your confidence, and your competence as a hypnotist. Now, it doesn't matter whether you're already an experienced professional or a complete beginner. My aim is to help you be more successful. Now, successful means different things to different people. To some people, it means earning loads of money and being able to give themselves and the family the income and lifestyle that other people only ever dream of. To other people, success is treating the maximum number of hypnotherapy clients in a week and changing their life for the better. But for some other people, success, especially if they're more into the performance side of things, will be having fantastic shows taking place and getting lots of applause at the end of that show and perhaps standing ovations. Success is different for everybody, but whatever your kind of roadmark or signpost for success is, I want you to be seeing more of that in your life and getting more of that success that you desire with relative ease. Now, I want to start off by telling you there are 2 words, that's right, 2 simple words made up of a total of 15 letters, which basically, in a nutshell, probably, for the majority of you, the reason why you're currently not achieving the success that you deserve or you desire in the world of hypnosis, whether that's hypnotherapy, stage hypnosis, street hypnosis, or some other usage of hypnosis talents. 15 letters, 2 words that have probably been holding you back. You may not even be consciously aware of this. So get ready for this. Get a pen, get a piece of paper, write this down. It may seem blindingly obvious when I say it to you, but those 2 words are other hypnotists. That's 15 letters. O-T-H-E-R, other hypnotist, H-Y-P-N-O-T-I-S-T-S. Because if you get caught up in what other hypnotists are doing, you can so easily fall into the trap of thinking that perhaps they've got a faster or better induction, or that they're making more money than you, or that their treatment strategy for therapy is better than yours, and it makes you doubt yourself. It makes you spend too much time worrying about, are you good enough, rather than getting out there and being the best possible hypnotist you could be. And when you start spending too much time focusing on other hypnotists, you can fall into that trap of wanting to take another course, and buying another book, another DVD, going on another training, another seminar, ever in search of a holy grail of that technique that works 100% of the time with 100% of the people. Well, let me tell you that after well in excess of 2 decades in this industry, experiencing both stage and therapy arenas, I'll be honest with you, there is no technique on this planet that works 100% of the time with 100% of the people. The closest there is to that is one key thing, and that is confidence. You need to believe. Many people have said this before, you've got to convince people that you are the hypnotist. But you know what? They don't often say enough. And this is where the real emphasis should be. You, the most important person that you need to convince that you're the hypnotist, is you. Because when you convince yourself that you are a confident, competent, successful hypnotist, and truly believe that in every nerve, fibre, tissue and muscle in your body, from the tips of your toes to the tips of your fingers, then you will transmit that to your clients, and they are far more likely to get a positive change in their life more rapidly. Or you will transmit that to your audiences, and you'll find that your induction techniques in stage shows or on the street become so much quicker and successful and consistent. Because the key to this is confidence. It's belief in yourself. Because all hypnosis really is manipulating people's beliefs. And that's why the 4 keys to hypnosis are: step 1, belief and expectancy; step 2, disorientation and confusion; step 3, suggestion and repetition; and step 4, relaxation and sleep. Now, it's not real sleep, like going to sleep at night snoring. Of course, we just use that as a term, but that's kind of the process. Now, in the next video, I'm going to give you ways of how to actually achieve that quicker. Remember this right now. The key is that you need to stop worrying what other hypnotists are doing. The fact is, unless they are famous on TV and clearly incredibly successful, then do not worry what members of some glorified boys club are saying to you. Some club of rules where you have to be a member and pay a yearly fee. Your success is not in their interest. Think of yourself. You've got to put yourself first. Think of yourself, believe in yourself, and then you will be able to help others change their life. You will be able to entertain people more effectively, and you will be more successful in all areas of your business. So bearing in mind that the key thing that's perhaps been holding you back is other hypnotists, okay? Let me also put this thought into your mind. There's a big argument, kind of argument, disagreement, debate, call it what you will, in the world of hypnotherapy, stage hypnosis, street hypnosis, and that is, do stage hypnotists need to know about hypnotherapy? And then from the flip side of the coin, you've got, do hypnotherapists need to know about stage hypnosis? Well, here's my view on it. Whether you want to be a truly successful hypnotherapist, or stage hypnotist, or street hypnotist, or you just want to use elements of hypnosis within another entertainment field or another therapeutic field, then I think actually you should learn about all the areas, the whole, not just part. You should learn the stage stuff and the therapy. And here's my logic for that. It's because of knowing about both areas that I've been so successful for over 2 decades. It's enabled me to travel the world, appear on television and media, treat...
To clarify, this video is about 11 years old, because it's over 31 years doing... I'm losing track. Yeah, it's over 31 years now.
Celebrities and give my family the kind of lifestyle many people only dream of. But more importantly, it's helped me to change people's lives for the better and entertain them. And why? Because I knew the whole. Just like the most successful stage hypnotist and hypnotherapist of all time. Think of people such as Dave Allen. If you don't know these names, search them on Google. You'll see that they're big, major players in the field. Dave Allen, the late Dave Allen, was a stage hypnotist, but became best known as a hypnotherapist and teacher of hypnotherapy. In more recent times, we've got Tom Silver and Orman McGill, both of whom, again, stage hypnosis shows they did and do. But hypnotherapy, they made major breakthroughs in that field of teaching people. Paul McKenna, again, started as a stage hypnotist, now leading the field with Richard Bandler in the field of NLP and that kind of hypnosis. Milton Erickson arguably was a stage hypnotist at heart. He certainly knew the techniques because he went in regularly to journalist office and manipulated the media to help increase his success as a hypnotherapist.
Fucking weeks, mind, but he got there eventually.
So my point is, don't go, ooh, stage hypnosis is bad for hypnotherapy. It's not. Stage hypnosis kept things alive and promoting hypnosis to the public. And more importantly, you can learn so much as a hypnotherapist from the world of the stage hypnotist so that you can increase your induction speeds and stuff. And the stage hypnotist, guess what? You can learn a lot from the therapist, e.g. how to ensure that you're completely safe and also how to make additional income from your business. So in a nutshell, ignore what other hypnotists are doing unless they're living the kind of lifestyle and getting the kind of results consistently and provably that you desire. In the next video, I'm actually going to give you some techniques that you can use to start skyrocketing your success with your hypnotic inductions. For now, please spread the word about this video.
just an advert for the boot camp. Yeah, so it's 10 to my clock. 10 o'clock we'll restart. One more video to show you, and then and a leaflet to show you, a bit of a blurb about that. But then I'll be handing you over to Stuart for the last hour and 20 minutes, whatever it feels like. But I am going to put a cap on tonight. We're not going to be here past midnight because we're coming back tomorrow anyway, those that want to. So yeah, feel free to unmute yourself. We've got 10 minutes to chill, go to the toilet, have a wee and all that kind of stuff. Just let me look at any more messages in here. Thank you all the same.
I have a question for you.
Thank you all the same, Jonathan. But I won't F you. Fuck knows. It doesn't appear to have typed full words, and I can't decipher that. Yeah, I'm not going to mention that because it's a private message, but yeah, it doesn't appear to come through as a full message. I love your shirt, by the way. Cheers, thanks. Sadly, it doesn't fit me anymore. Well, it was a bit tight at the time. Flipping ordered off eBay one of the Chinese ones where you order a medium because you end up getting a triple extra small. It says medium in it, but medium to the Chinese is like triple extra small.
I'm sure that happens to me at the takeaway as well.
So, question for you. I've never bothered to watch any of the stage hypnosis stuff that's in the boot camp. If I was going to watch one thing, what would you say? If I was going to follow that advice, you should know about stage hypnosis, not just about the hypnotherapy stuff.
Then undoubtedly, yeah, I say the transparency template, but if you've no intentions of actually ever doing stage hypnosis or public demonstrations or group therapy,
I mean, other than like in groups. So I mean, I wrote down the transparency templates. So,
yeah, I'm just going to say there's a lot in that the first 2 or 3 hours that does seem to be just about stage hypnosis that you don't need to really watch if you're not going to do stage hypnosis. But if you're ever going to do group hypnotherapy sessions or public demos in corporate companies, then frankly, I would watch the whole transparency template.
Okay.
Although it is everything you need to know to be a successful stage hypnotist, it's all the skills and techniques that will make you a successful demonstrator, entertaining demonstrator of therapeutic hypnotic phenomena for corporate companies and such like, or doing talks that then you can get clients from.
All right. I have like this long list of stuff that I now need to go and watch. So anyway, this has been great. Thank you.
No worries. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Cool. Let me cue this up so it's ready. Excuse me. We've done that one. We've done that one. So click on that and pause. Well, hello there. Go away. Pause. I'm trying to cue you. I'm trying to cue you so you're already there.
Whilst you're doing that, can you enable screen sharing for me, please?
No fucking idea how.
Probably under, I'm guessing under video settings.
For me, I don't know how to do it for somebody else.
Right, hold on, I shall tell you where we are.
Oh, hang on, here we go. In theory, you should be able to now.
Okay, 1 second. I can. Fantastic. Yep, I've got everything I need there. On screen 2. No, all right, don't need that. Yep, that's brilliant. Thank you.
No worries, just let me where are we?
So,
welcome. Sod off with you, welcome. I'm queuing you up for when we restart in 5 minutes. 1, 2, number 3.
Got a question from Alan there as well.
I'll look in a moment. I'm just queuing a few things up. 3. That was number 3, number 4.
Well, welcome back.
Yeah, number 5.
Well, hello again.
Number 6. And that is it. I can close that window then.
So hello there. This.
Okay, so that means that's done with. And put that there, and then I click that one. That's the ready for the total end of tonight after stew. Okay, that's the ready. Go there. Do you get therapy clients who complain who ask for their money back? I never have. Not since I started charging 250 quid years ago, and then after that, put it up to 300, then 350, then 500. When I got complaints was when I was charging or people that have got secondary gain syndrome that suddenly they need to pay a bill and they think, I know, I'll complain and try and get my money back. Was when I was a 40 to 60 quid jobbing therapist back in 1989, 1990. Like, sadly, the majority of people, they don't get off their ass and have the confidence to believe in themselves. You make any, I offer people a full money back guarantee, but it's quantifiable. It's quantifiable that they've got to listen to that CD every day for the next 28 days. Guaranteed, anyone who's ever wrong at saying it hasn't worked, and it's very few and far between, I just, with an accusing voice, go, okay. So when did you last listen to the CD?
Yeah, that's
when you hear the silence, and then they start spluttering. Well, you know, life gets in the way and all. Well, there you go. You didn't do what I said. That's why we set them tasks, because nobody ever listens to it every day for 28 days. They just don't, because they get on with their life because they're cured. And if they're not cured, it's because they didn't fucking listen to it every day for 28 days, in which case they've broken the terms of the quantifiable terms and conditions of the money back guarantee, so they're not due the money back. And also, don't forget, on your advertising, it would say that they're paying for your time. The treatment comes free, which gives you a stronger legal position in terms of things like that. It's all about the marketing being right. If the marketing's right, they're not going to come to you unless it's going to work. And they're not going to come to you unless, if you're charging enough, they're not going to come to you unless they feel it's worth the money, which means that it's going to work, which means that then it will work, which means that the situation, people complaining and asking for money back, doesn't occur because you've filtered them out in the first place. If that makes sense. You get way more complaints and refund requests in places like Primark. I know you do get it in places like Marks and Spencer's, but even that's low end. I'm talking about, you know, we can even, let's do the contrast between Marks and Spencer's. There's more refund requests. There's people who buy stuff on a Friday, take it back on a Monday, and it's like a hobby to them at these places. But you get that happen far, far less often at places like Selfridges and Harrods. an important lesson there. Oh, can I get this? No, it won't scroll down. Never mind. Sending out private messages. Oh, suppose it could say I won't, and that bit missing is for the person who hasn't got the balls to but fuck you or football you or God knows. Yeah. Who cares? I'm sorry that you're fucking well, whatever. What about price setting when we start out? Charge at least, at the bare minimum, at least charge the same as the dearest person in your area, if you were seeing people from your area, although that then means you're kind of mentally restricting yourself, given that the world is your lobster, so to speak, given Zoom told you how to do that. In which case, get an idea what people are charging in different countries and charge at least equal to what is in the higher price bracket, because you're supposed to be good, you're supposed to be successful. Remember, you've no bloody spaces available for weeks because you're fully booked. But luckily, I have had a cancellation in 4-5 weeks' time. On this afternoon, I can fit you in there. If they're really, truly dedicated to want change and they're truly convinced you're the person they want to make the changes with, they will book that conveniently available cancellation rather than having to wait another, say, 4 or 5 weeks after that.
And tell them what time you're available. Don't start doing 9 o'clock on a Saturday night for therapy clients like some do.
Take control of it all. They either want you or not. Yeah, you will lose clients this way, but you know what? They're the clients who are fucking idiots who are probably, even if you are charging a big fee, if they're not prepared to meet your demands, so to speak, then, right, so they could afford it. So what? That doesn't mean a thing. They could still be doing it just to shut the wife or husband up type thing. I'll go and see somebody. No, you don't want to see those people. You want to rule them out. And the way to rule them out, be expensive, but also be awkward. You don't appear to be being awkward on purpose, but that's what you are doing. You're making it difficult for them. They've got to put some effort in. They've got to do something. It doesn't just happen. They don't get to choose when they're coming. They might at most get a choice between 2 different days at 2 different times, but ultimately you're narrowing that selection. And well, looking at the time, it's start time. So with that in mind, we're going to have one more video that's kind of success related. And then very quickly, because they're only like 1 minute long each, the 7 videos that queued up, just a separate, because they were part of a marketing series, but it's to give you an insight into the possibilities that your skills aren't limited to dealing with people one-to-one or dealing with them even in groups. There's far more potential to create multiple passive streams of income where you can be earning money at night from selling books, DVDs, audios, MP3 downloads, self-help products and stuff that you can easily create. And you can even easier create them because inside the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp, there are literally hundreds of ready-made, professionally filmed and produced studio television quality video and audio products. They're in a folder that says resale rights stuff, so you know which they are. Only the stuff that's clearly marked up as having resale rights has resale rights. Anything that's not marked up clearly as that doesn't, and is fully strictly copyrighted and will result in your ass getting sued off massively if you try to sell it. And I have taken people to the High Court and sued their ass off. I've always won. So, Just make sure it says resale rights section. But there are literally hundreds, and I don't just mean like 1 hour long videos. I mean, there's like, for example, there's a 12-part video set on easy exercises to do in your own home to lose weight. And it comes with a complete sales letter, a ready-made website that you can use to sell it and connect your own PayPal account to so that you can then make money from it. There's also a section with ready-made ebooks in for numerous self-help subjects that come with legal resale rights. And some of them have white label rights, which means that you can take the author's name off, or there is no author's name on there, or put your own name on and become an instant author and have ebooks to sell. All of this stuff's in the bootcamp. You just got to dig around and look. And if you're not in the bootcamp, well, your problem. But you know, there's a reason why I can say you never need anything ever again, because I even give you the business building tools in there. So anyway, let's crack on, because then we can get to the actual marketing, the start of the website advice. Tomorrow's going to be the big style marketing, but a starter on how to make money.
Hello there, Dr. Jonathan Royle here again, and this is video 3, where I want to give you some ideas how to monetize your hypnosis skills, whether that be in the entertainment hypnosis environment, or in the therapeutic hypnosis environment, or indeed in any environment or context where you're going to use your hypnosis or related skills. Now, ultimately, it doesn't matter whether it's entertainment or therapy. The truth is, marketing, advertising, publicity, promotion and branding are essentially the same whatever arena you're working in, and that is the key. Now, I'm not going to stand here for the next few minutes trying to sell you some glorious dream of how hypnosis can, help you live the millionaire's lifestyle. Yes, it can, and yes, it can enable you to travel the world in, business class, luxury on flights, stopping in 5-star hotels, eating the finest food, socialising with celebrities, and living the kind of lifestyle that lots of people only ever dream of. It can, if that's what you want, but not everybody wants that from life. It's not right for everyone. Perhaps you've got a young family at the moment, and the idea of leaving them at home while you travel the world is just totally abhorrent to your principles and desires in life. That's fine. The key thing for success is it's got to be something you feel happy about doing and truly want to do. Okay, that's stage 1. You've got to feel comfortable with this. You've got to be congruent with who you are when it comes to your marketing, your advertising, your publicity, your promotion, and of course your branding. So perhaps you just want to have more money left at the end of the month than there is months left at the end of the money, which unfortunately is the situation for a lot of people in the world we live in today. Perhaps you just want to have enough money there so you don't fall into that trap of working 40 hours a week, 40 years of your life, and then retiring, if you're lucky, on 40% of the income that you could hardly afford to live on in the first place. So you just want a bit more freedom in life, peace of mind, satisfaction and security for yourself, your family and your loved ones, and that also too is fine and very easy and achievable. What you need is a structure. You need a proven plan and a proven system. It all comes down to numbers. It's not really that complicated. So for example, let's just say you wanted to make an extra, we'll just say an extra £500 sterling or an extra $800 thereabouts each and every week. How could you do this now? Well, there is ultimately only a few ways of making more money. You either get more clients or sell more products to get new product sales or new clients, or you sell more products or more sessions or more shows to existing clients, or you charge more for those you're already generating and selling. That's essentially the only real ways of making money. Simply, sounds simple, but it is honestly, truthfully as simple as that. So if you wanted to make, for this example, £500 sterling or about $800 a week, in truth, one
more, and that's at the low end of the scale, stage hypnosis show, or 2, you can always charge a bare minimum, bare minimum, generally more, but never lower than £250 sterling.
This video was over 11 years ago. Roughly 10 years ago, my price went up to a minimum of 500 quid, as you will see on magicalguru.com.
Which is about $400 per hypnotherapy session. So 2 therapy sessions or 1 show would get you that extra £500 sterling or $800 a week, which for a lot of people would transform their lifestyle and help them pay off their debts and change their life for the better. But when you break it down from that figure, rather than being £500 sterling or $800, it's 1 show or 2 therapy plans. So then what you need is a marketing system in place. Something will attract clients, so they inquire for information. Something that will then convert them into paying clients who pay you to do your show, or come to you and pay you money for that change in life, whether it be to stop smoking, lose weight, gain confidence, or whatever. Now, one of the easiest ways of doing this is for them to actually want you. So it's not so much about trying to convince them to choose your services. If you can position yourself as the go-to expert, then people will naturally seek you out. And the way to do that is, for example, to be the guy who appears, or the woman who appears on the radio shows and the TV shows, who writes the columns and the articles in magazines and newspapers, and positions themselves as an expert.
And to learn to do all those things, look at the Secrets of Hypnotic Success video training set inside the bootcamp, which will show you the exact how to create the press releases, how I created them for things I did, how to then get them to the right people, how to get on TV, radio shows, in newspapers, magazines. I show you we create a press release together. I show you how I created one, how I distributed it, and the impact it had around the world. I show you how I've done it for other major name celebrity therapists around the world, how I've made them more famous with these techniques, and how you can do the same as well. Plus, there's a complete section of the bootcamp that is literally called How to Write Press Releases and Get Publicity.
Or to write a self-help book and publish it on Amazon. I think, these days you can do that very easily using the Amazon Kindle platform or CreateSpace, which is their paperback publisher now, which you can find at createspace.com. And Kindle publishing is at kdp.amazon.com. You can publish at no cost, both in digital and paperback format, a book. Now I know you're thinking, but I've not written a book. Well, you know what? We'll get to that later. The point is everything is achievable. You need to position yourself as the expert, because then people will seek you out. They will believe in you more. And here's that strange irony. When they perceive you as the expert, it's easier to hypnotise them, because they're already hypnotised, arguably, by the advertising, the branding, the publicity that you've got. Positioning yourself as the expert creates a demand for you, especially gives that prestige perception, which automatically means you can charge more, because people see you as the person who's on television, on the radio, in the press, who's got a book out on sale and stuff. All of these things are easily achievable and are stuff that we teach you in the Passive Hypnosis Profits program, how to do easily, rapidly and profitably, and also in the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp Mark II Platinum Edition.
At the time of this video, you did not get passive profits in the bootcamp, hence it's phrased that way. But now you will find a passive hypnosis profit system along with the millionaire plan training videos inside the bootcamp.
Well, here's the thing, okay? Let's say you want to make more than £500 a week, or $800 roughly, that is. Let's say, just for example, you want to make £100,000 UK sterling, which is roughly, it's in the round of about, I'm not very good with my currency conversion, but it's about 150,000 United States dollars, okay? And not sterling there. So forgive me for using sterling as the example here. So for 100 grand sterling, yearly income all you would need to do, break this down, it's actually realistically achievable. You just need to get 8 hypnotherapy clients. If you're going to do hypnotherapy, you need 8 clients to pay you £250 each, which is about $400 per client. So 8 clients paying you £250 each would be £2,000 a week. You do that every week for 50 weeks and you have made £100,000 sterling. You would also have 2 weeks free where you could go on holiday, or the rest of those weeks, incidentally, if you're only seeing 8 clients a week and you're spending no more than an hour with each of them, you could either work 2 half days a week or 1 very long day. In truth, however you scheduled it, you'd be working at least 2 full days a week because you need some time for your advertising, your marketing, your publicity and promotion. Even when you've got a tried, tested and proven to work business plan, advertising templates and all that there that you can just slot your name into and use for getting rapid clients, you still obviously need to spend some time doing that. So you're talking about, in this example, working 2 days a week, seeing 8 clients and making 100 grand a year with 2 weeks clear holiday. It's achievable. To get 8 clients, especially when you, and here's the key, niche what you do and use target marketing. Now, I'm not going to explain too much on the video, but I'll just say below this video with a link, click on it and download the 3 PDF training manuals. There's part 1, part 2 and part 3. They're all together at the link underneath here, you can download them. In book number 1, you will find a complete step-by-step, targeted, niched marketing.
The 3 books being referred to are Hypnosis Training Manuals, Volumes 1, 2 and 3, that are in the section of that name inside the bootcamp.
Plan and business plan for smoking cessation, stop smoking, hypnotherapy. An exact step-by-step system for easily generating 8 clients, paying you £250 sterling or $400 per session, so you can easily make that £100,000 sterling a year, as long as you put the effort in. Obviously, nothing's guaranteed because I can't be there to make sure you do what you need to do. But the complete example plans in there, example sales letters, everything you need to get you started. And in book 2 and book 3, you'll also find example business plans for getting stage hypnosis issues. Let's give an example there. You want to make £100,000 a year? Okay, that equates to £2,000 a week, which at the moment would mean you would need at least 2 of those average kind of shows we mentioned earlier, and you'd also have to be doing.
That's price relevant. I'm talking in terms of people that kind of aren't majorly established, but once you get your thing out there, the sky's the limit. Although, well, it is in other countries, let me tell you, but in England, most stage hypnotists are working for less than 500 quid for a show for a night. I won't get out of bed for that. As you'll see on my website, the bare minimum is £1,250 sterling, plus travel expenses on top, 5-star hotels and all the other expenses involved on top of that as well. And if an agent's involved, any commissions the agent wants has to be paid by the client. So the bare minimum, our clear profit will be 1,250 quid, but that's only if the show's within a sort of maximum 50-mile radius of my house. Any further than that, and it gets dearer and dearer and dearer. Sky's the limit. As I said before, it's about creating the demand for yourself so that if they want you, they've got to pay what you want.
Back of the room sales of DVDs are sort of £12 or $20 a time, so that you could be making around the best part of £1,000 profit a time, including your back of the room sales and your upsells for therapy sessions and all that, group therapy sessions and so on. This is all explained in the PDFs. The point I'm trying to make is what puts most people off or stops them achieving the £100,000 a year on. That's sterling, or 150,000 US dollars, or the next level of maybe £250,000 a year income, or £500,000, or even £1 million. What stops people is one thing: themselves. When you believe it's possible and know it's possible and break it down and look at it and go, you know what, that 100 grand a year is only £2,000 sterling a week. And if I charge £250 per session for therapy, that's only, 8 clients you need to get. Suddenly it seems far more achievable. But then people go, but I can't get people to pay £250 or $400 for a therapy session, or how am I going to get people to pay £500 sterling or 600 or 700 or 800 for a stage hypnosis show when other stage hypnotists are charging £250 sterling or $400 for a show in their local area? The answer is you position yourself as the expert.
This video was about 11 years ago, so the prices on that were right. The unfortunate bad news is that they're still about right, because most stage hypnotists don't have a clue how to market and don't have the balls to or ability to create a proper demand for themselves. I'm glad to say the majority of the people I've taught, it's the majority, not all of them, because some of them just haven't got it, but the vast majority are on the much higher side because they actually took the advice and take action.
You niche, you target markets that can afford to pay you that money for shows. You target clients that will happily pay you that, and you do it in a manner whereby the benefits to them, the benefit to them far outweighs the price. Because rather than saying you'll stop them smoking for £250, you put all the emphasis on the fact that it will help them live longer. It will help them spend more quality time with their family and friends. The money they save, which they'll save that in the space of about 4 to 6 weeks of not smoking, will mean that by the end of the year they save so much money they can go on that holiday they've always dreamed of. You've got to focus on the benefits to them, and then it no longer becomes about how much money they're paying you. It becomes about what they're going to gain. And when they know they're going to gain a quality professional show from an established expert who's perceived to be the expert in that field, as you will be when you use the information in the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp Mark II Platinum Edition Passive Hypnosis Profit System, or they know that you are the come-to expert, the specialist smoking cessation consultant, or the specialist weight management consultant, then price no longer becomes an issue to them. We teach you exactly how to do this. We give you proven step-by-step examples in the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp, which you could win free entry to, free membership to, and also free membership to the Passive Hypnosis Profit System.
We could stop that one there because obviously it's not about winning the bootcamp. The competition ended a long time ago. So let's just get rid of that one. Yeah, valuable lesson to pay attention to. As we'll now look very briefly before we look at the leaflet and then get to Stuart, some ideas of how you can earn money while you're asleep at night with your skills.
Hello, I'm Jonathan Royal, for those of you who may not know, and you may or may not know, but coming up very shortly, we have got a live event taking place. And I want to share some
Ignore the adverts for the live event. There's still quality information. The event's long gone. It was filmed. It's the Passive Hypnosis Profits System. It's inside the boot camp. There's nothing else for you to buy. There's 98% of you in the boot camp anyway.
Interesting free information with you over the next few days. If you do want to find out more about the live event, simply go to www.passivehypnosisprofits.com/live. That's /LIVE. First thing though is, how do you create your first product easily, rapidly and effectively? Well, here's 2 tips for you today. Tip number 1 is don't even bother. Okay, that sounds ridiculous. Now, I'm not being negative. You can actually go and buy ready-made products, okay, with resale rights that allow you to put your own name on, your own photographic image, your own cover, and make it look as though
called private label rights or white label rights, and there are literally well over 100 PDF ebooks with ready-made websites and sales letters inside the bootcamp, and there are well over 100 different video training courses and audio training courses covering everything from weight loss, personal development, yoga, meditation, mindfulness, you name it, everything you could think of in that kind of personal development field. But also come, a lot of them, with ready-made websites and stuff in the bootcamp.
You have written that book. We use books as an example. Or you can
commission somebody else, a ghostwriter, to write you a book on whatever subject you want, research it and put it together for you. And in that regard, I strongly recommend you check out 2 websites. Website number 1 is www.fiverr.com. That's fiverr.com. And the second one is www.elance.com. That's elance.com. Between those, you can find people who will work incredibly cheap and look at their feedback. Basically, if they've got a lot of feedback and it's mainly positive, you know, like 98% or more positive, the chances are you're going to get a good job. And you can get things done very cost effectively, end up with a product that looks like it's been written by you, okay? Now, also, you can use fiverr.com and elance.com to get your cover design done for the book and all those kinds of things. And then when you've got the file ready in Word or PDF format, the first starting point is to go to DTP, that's D for dog, T for toffee, P for Papa, .amazon.com. There's no triple W at the beginning, just type in dtp.amazon.com into your toolbar and it will take you to the Amazon Kindle ebook publishing site. It's free to join.
Or just tap Amazon digital publishing into Google search box and the site will come up at the top.
And you can actually then upload the file that you had created free of charge and you start earning money because they do all the advertising, they get the traffic to their site. When you use it effectively, as we'll be explaining at Passive Hypnosis Profits, the live event, which you can find out details at passivehypnosisprofits.com/live, L-I-V-E. But to get you started, go to fiverr.com and elance.com. You can commission people to write your books on any subject for you, put your name on. You can get people very cheaply to do logos for the front of it for you, and then using dtp.amazon.com, you can get it on sale at no charge. You don't need a website. They get traffic to the site. It's a really quick way of getting started. In the next video, I'll explain how to create your own unique book where you actually write it. Hello.
And we'll just get rid of that one because that was number 1. So now, how literally to
back. If you missed any of the previous videos, they'll probably be here on this page for you to access and look at. But I'd just like to share with you an easy way of writing your own book yourself. And that is to get an audio dictaphone, a digital pocket recorder that they use in meetings. You can find them for about $30, $40 on Amazon or eBay. Also buy a little lapel tie clip mic with it. And what you're going to do is you're going to sit down and speak to it. Imagine that in the room is somebody with you that you're teaching about the subject you're passionate about. You're teaching them about this. And assume that this person knows nothing. They've come from the planet Mars. So you're going to explain every nuance, every little detail, from knowing nothing up to what you know that you can share with them on that subject matter. And explain it to them in depth. Get that audio recording. I'm not saying do this all in one go. You could do, 15, 20 minutes a day over a few weeks. But get your total recording, all your knowledge recorded, and then use your friendly sites such as Fiverr, fiverr.com or elance.com, for example, and find somebody who you can send the MP3 file to from the audio dictaphone, and they will then transcribe it for you, type it up, if you don't want to do it yourself. And then when you get it back, all you've got to do is go through and split it up a little bit into separate chapters and put some headings in so it's not just one big body of text. It's the quickest way I know of writing books. I mean, if you go on Amazon.com and type in Jonathan Royle, you'll see that I've got numerous paperback books out and ebooks available for sale there. And I use this process with all of my books, I promise you. It's the easiest way. Just imagine you're teaching somebody one-to-one. Don't get caught up on, oh dear, it's hard to write a book. Just explain it as though you're explaining it to somebody, and very soon you'll find you've got lots of audio recording now that you can send, have transcribed, and when you've done that, you can then use one of those sites websites to get your cover image done, and again, get started at no cost by putting it onto somewhere such as dtp.amazon.com, so it's available as an Amazon Kindle ebook. But once you've got the product, there's other places you can monetize this, and in the next video I'm going to share with you some other places where at no cost, no need for a website, no need to drive traffic to the site, where you can start making money instantly. And if you'd like to learn the real fast track to all this, take a look at PassiveHypnosisProfits.com/live. That's PassiveHypnosisProfits.com/LIVE.
Don't bother, because that website, we're taking it down because we don't sell it separately like that now. It's in the boot camp, which you've got.
As I said before, you know, if you missed any of the other videos, take a look. They'll be here on the page somewhere. In this video, I want to share with you. So you've either had written for you a book, for example, or you've written it yourself using the fast track techniques that I mentioned to you. Obviously, there's a lot more insider secrets and techniques to make this even easier and more profitable for you, but these videos are only short. That's the kind of meat that we'll be sharing, the real insider stuff, at the PassiveHypnosisProfits.com/live. That's PassiveHypnosisProfits.com/LIVE event that's coming up soon. But I want to help you monetize it even more. So get this, you've got your item on sale on Amazon Kindle, where you can take the same file and then go to createspace.com, upload that file and your cover image, and use the same kind of book description that you'll book together for Amazon Kindle, which has got an easy to fill in step-by-step kind of idiot-proof form.
It's even easier since this video because they've merged CreateSpace with the dtp.amazon site. So you can do it all in one place. It's even quicker.
And then you can have it on sale instantly as a paperback, proper paperback book, for free, where you make money off every sale. And the beauty is that Amazon get the traffic there. You know, if you've ever gone on Google and you search for any subject matter, you always get ads that come up that go, find this on eBay and find this on Amazon. Well, they're going to be finding you traffic without any effort on your part. It's hosted on their website. They take all the money, the orders, so you're not going to worry about shopping carts or anything like that. You don't have to be computer savvy. Believe me, I'm not. You just find that by doing it this way, you get money into your bank at the end of each month for very, very little effort. And that's how you get paperback books on sale. Hardback books, I recommend you take a look at www.lulu, that's LULU.com. Again, it's free to set up, and your books can be out on sale in hardback format, earning you money as well. What's even better is with both createspace.com and lulu.com, you can start up free of charge. But if you want to invest a nominal, say $25 on CreateSpace, you can get yourself a proper ISBN number, and more importantly, you can...
It is now free to get the ISBN number. They've actually made it even better for us.
Get your book details distributed to every bookseller in the world so that your book ends up on every major bookseller's website. They're driving the traffic and getting the sales for you for that one-off tiny nominal charge. The same applies with the hardback books. In the next video, I'm going to tell you how to monetize that one product even further. In the meantime, take a look at Passive Hypnosis Profit.
Yeah, it's all about making the maximum profit from everything you can. I'm going to probably have to just click stop share for 1 second because for some reason it won't let me get to that to delete it. There we go. Such is the joys of technology. There we go. Next step.
As I always say, if you missed any of the other videos, please do take a look at them at this page, and please do, click and share this with your friends, your colleagues and stuff on Facebook, on Twitter and your other social networks such as LinkedIn or any forums you're a member of. Share the word, because don't worry about having competition. You don't have competition because there's only one you. Just as there's only one Jonathan Royle, when you build up loyal customers, it doesn't matter how many products of the same subject matter on sale. Actually, at the live event coming up shortly, details are at PassiveHypnosisProfits.com/live, that's /LIVE. We'll explain how competition is healthy and can be used to make you more profits. But you've got that one product we spoke about at the beginning, okay? And you've perhaps got it on Amazon Kindle now. You've got it as a paperback book on CreateSpace. You've got it as a hardback book on lulu.com. You know what you can also do with it? Go to a website called smashwords.com. That's smashwords.com. Use the template they supply for free, then submit your book again for free, no cost, and they will put it into every format on the planet you can think of that we haven't covered, so that people can then get your book on iPhones, iPads, on Kobo readers, you name it, whatever type of electronic e-reader or other formats available on the planet, pretty much is covered by smashwords.com. And again, they help you get the traffic because they get it onto all those official sites for you and get it approved with no cost up front. You just pay them a commission on every sale they generate, and once again, it's all done through their website sales pages or their sister and brother companies, you know, that they're partnered with, such as the Apple iBook store and the Kobo store and the Nook store and all this. So one product now is being monetized as a paperback book, a hardback book, Amazon Kindle, Nook Reader, iBook store, Nook, Kobo, you name it, whatever format you can think of. This is on sale, and each month you find that money's coming into your bank account because those sites are finding the traffic. As long as you've got a good advert description for your book, and that's something we'll cover in depth at the Passive Hypnosis Profits live event that's coming up shortly. Details at passivehypnosisprofits.com/LIVE. That can dramatically increase your level of profits. But, you know, to get started, I promise you, if you do what I've said in the past few videos, you can be earning money in next to no time. I'll see you in the next video.
And it's not a joke. I mean, not just earning, I mean doing really, really chuffing well. I've had to come back again because for some reason it's the positioning of these videos. 2 to go. This, I swear, what you're learning off these few videos might seem like not that significant, but let me tell you, there are people who literally run internet marketing courses where what you've learned so far and will over the next 2 videos, they would charge you well over $1,000 to learn. And that is not a chuffing joke.
And if you've missed any of the videos, obviously watch them on this page. Please do click share and share this with all your friends and colleagues. In this video, okay, we covered how to get your product together, an example. There's ways of doing other ones. And, you know, at the live event that's coming up shortly, we're going to explain to you how to make audio products, how to make video products, multimedia products, how to do live training events, how to get bums on seats at seminars, how to do webinars that make you money, and numerous other ways of making tons of money and getting paid, actually getting paid for creating the products in the first place that you can then continue to sell very easily when you use our proven format. But, you know, this format has generated myself and my colleague Robert Temple, who will be at the live event, in excess of $1.2 million.
Remember, this was about 11 years ago. It's generated an on-site more than that.
With 1 or 2 projects alone in the past couple of years and additional income streams from other areas as well. We're going to spill our guts, as it were, and tell you the total truth on all this at the live event with proof, with examples, step-by-step plans and everything you need. But guess what? You could take your book and using, again, someone you perhaps found through Fiverr.com or Elance.com, get them to read it out. Someone with a good voice, perhaps do it yourself if you want to take the time. And then suddenly you get an audiobook. Although arguably, if you use the self-creation process, you would already have an audio recording there, which could be offered as a free bonus for when people buy the ebook version off your website, which is something we'll teach you about at the live event, how to put your websites together without any previous knowledge, and how to monetize it, get a shopping cart, how to get affiliates to drive traffic to your site, and all those other things that sometimes seem overwhelming. We'll explain in a simple manner how to get doing that. But you can also offer audiobooks on, there's various sites out there that we'll share at the live event. But what I want to share with you is Kunaki, K-U-N-A-K-I, Kunaki.com. Because then you can offer an audio CD with all the MP3 files on, or audio files, whereby they will stamp them, on-body print on the disc, put them in a lovely box, nice colour covers, shrink wrap, so it looks like something you buy on the high street, and they'll actually send it out to your customers, and you can have a sales page on their site as well. It's well worth having a look at kunaki.com. In the next video, I'm going to share a couple more secrets with you, but please, tickets are already selling for the live event. So places are running out, and the price is going to go up very, very soon. So take a look at hypnosispassiveprofits.com/L.
One final one, but I have to. Apparently, I'm doing something wrong. I know I am, but I don't claim to be a technological person. I'm a hypnotist. There we go.
There's one more video after this one, but if you missed any of the previous ones, you'll see them on this page.
There isn't. The man lied.
Please do share them with your friends and colleagues. The live event is coming up in a few weeks' time. There's just a few seats left, so please, for your own positive future, do take a look at PassiveHypnosisProfits.com/live. That's /LIVE, and grab one of those last seats. The price will be going up in 48 hours time, and there's a ton of bonuses you can get on that page at the moment, which will not be available in 48 hours time. So now is the time to secure your future and get it at the cheapest possible price, one of the best seats in the house, and also, of course,
you're not in the boot camp. Well, you've got till midnight on Sunday to go to 5-star hypnosis and get in at the cheap price. Otherwise, you'll pay a damn sight more in future.
A ton of bonuses that are worth thousands of dollars to you as well. Hopefully you can see the potential. I've told you a simple system so far in the previous videos of how to generate a book product that becomes an ebook for every reader format on the planet, that becomes a paperback and a hardback book, maybe even an audio book and an audio CD, whereby you don't need any website, whereby people take the money for you, take a commission when and only when it's sold, and you just end up with money in your bank at the end of each month for doing nothing. You create one product, but it ends up on multiple platforms. Obviously, you can scale this up by then bringing out another product and doing the same thing again in a different niche area or subject matter. That's the obvious part. But also you can make money by getting people, if you build up a mailing list.
By different niche, it could be, I don't necessarily mean, one niche is dog grooming and the other's hypnotherapy. No, it can be niches within niches. So as a hypnotherapist, you could write a self-help book on how people can lose weight, yeah? And if you write it very carefully, then you can write it so that you could use the search option in Microsoft Word to find the phrase weight loss or lose weight and replace it with stop smoking. And then suddenly, just by replacing those phrases, if you're careful how you write it, you've got a brand new book, and you could do the same to search for stop smoking, get rid of it, and overcome your phobia instead. So one book could potentially be actually hundreds of different books if you think about it. Just as the audio CMT track, when recorded, because of the way the script's been ingeniously put together, years ago, it shows at the back of the room, I used to have numerous different physical DVDs on sale. And there'd be one, Better Golf, Stop Smoking, Better Sex. You know what they all had inside? The same audio compact disc. The only thing that was different was the cover design, so that to them it seemed specific and personal to them. You can do the same with MP3 downloads. One recording, but like numerous different JPEG images that seem specific. And hey presto.
List of loyal subscribers. This is going to help you make more money. This is something we'll cover at the live event. But also having your own website, because look, let me leave you with this kind of final thought. I've shared some content with you over the past few days that may seem ridiculously obvious, but it's only obvious once you know it. If you've got information other people don't know, then it's valuable to them as long as it can provide them with a benefit. If you take action upon the information in these videos, you will already be able to start making money before the live event that's happening in a few weeks' time. So think about this. Take a look at Vimeo, Vimeo.com. In fact, just type in Vimeo pay on demand videos on Google and you'll find the correct page. And also take a look at Google Help.
Or regards Vimeo, go to magicalguru.com, click on the shop, scroll down and click on the link to look at my Vimeo store. Don't buy anything if you're in the boot camp, because everything on the Vimeo store is in the boot camp. And as you'll see, if you bought it all individually on Vimeo, it would cost you many thousands and thousands of pounds. You know, but as the boot camp, it's a mega bargain.
Outs. That's HELP or UTS. Now, Google Help Outs enable you to do kind of live online video webinars.
Unfortunately, Google Help Outs were closed in 2015. However, if you do a Google search for sites similar to Google Help Outs, there are several platforms doing pretty much the same in the same manner as about to be described.
On a one-to-one or more than one person at a time basis, where you can generate a sales page on there. So again, you don't need a website. They'll process the money, so you don't need any kind of shopping carts or anything. They provide the platform on to do your video streaming, and it's brilliant because it's like being with the person one-to-one, and it's no more difficult than speaking into that audio dictaphone. They say we've all got a book inside of us. Well, you have, and believe me, people out there will pay for that knowledge within you. And with Vimeo pay-per-view, you can sort of take the video that you've recorded, which may be actually recorded on your computer while you're doing one of these live help outs or something, and then take that video, upload it to Vimeo, again, either no charge or little to no cost, and then have it so that people can rent access to watch that video, or they can buy access to downloading. Again, you can make money whereby you're using other people's websites. They're already driving traffic to those sites. They're helping you get sales. They process the money, and you just get money into your bank, and they deal with all the customer service issues. But at the live event in London, we'll tell you how to scale this up, and with just a little bit more work, how to run live training seminars where you can get hundreds, dozens, or hundreds, or maybe even thousands of people in a room paying you money so you make a lot of money whilst you're filming.
To make it even easier, in the boot camp, there's 15 ready-made 1 and 2 day long seminars with the PowerPoint presentations ready done, the running orders, the handout sheets to give to people. There is also the complete Start Your Own NLP School package, which has got the practitioner, master practitioner courses, handouts, running orders. The only reason why you won't make more money after this course is if you're a lazy fucker who doesn't actually do something. There literally is no excuse, especially for those people. There's no excuse for people just seeing this, but there's definitely no excuse for people who are in the boot camp.
Filming that event and audio recording it and creating products, so you make money at the event, and you also end up with products that you can profit from. We'll teach you then how to profit from those products over numerous platforms, both through other people's websites with everything there set up, and also the easiest way to set up your own websites, write your own sales letters, generate traffic to your sites, and create ongoing monthly and weekly and even daily passive income with the maximum amount of profit for the minimum amount of effort. If you want to know the exact techniques that have enabled myself and my colleague Robert Temple to, in one particular couple of areas, with a couple of projects alone, generate in excess of $1.2 million in the past few years, the techniques that have enabled me to dominate eBay in the hypnosis, hypnotherapy, NLP niches. You know, if you type in hypnosis, hypnotherapy, NLP, for example, you can pretty much guarantee the majority of anything you see is sold by me on one of my several user accounts, and how I've dominated those niches in Amazon and various other arenas as well. I'm going to teach you every dirty little secret, every tried, proved and tested and proven to work technique, all at the live event. There's only 24 hours to go at the early bird price, okay, so get yourself over to passivehypnosisprofits.com/live. That's passivehypnosisprofits.com/LIVE. The price goes up in 24 hours time. Also, when you act fast now and go there, you'll find that you get a whole ton of bonuses that people that leave it too late will not get. And you'll also get full videos of the live event, because we'll be filming it, we practice what we preach, we'll be making a product of it. Let me just say, Lord, by being at the live event, it will actually work out cheaper for you than waiting to buy the videos. So don't think, oh, I'll just wait until the videos come out, because the videos will be dearer than coming to the live event. We're going to reward you for taking action and coming to the live event by making it more affordable than the videos will be, by giving you free access to the videos of the event, and by giving you a whole ton of other bonuses. If you want to make seriously good money, whatever your niche market, it doesn't matter whether it's hypnosis, NLP, hypnotherapy, it doesn't matter even if you've come across these videos, someone said, hey, this might be of interest to you, and you know, you breed dogs, or you're a hairdresser. There are ways that you can monetize your knowledge, skills, and experience that we're going to teach you at this event. So take a look at passivehypnosisprofits.com.
And you know what? That event took place and we made an absolute monumental fortune in most people's eyes over the course of the weekend. The recordings were done and they are in the boot camp under the name Passive Hypnosis Profits. You will also find right next to them a set called the Millionaire Plan. This is a set that was filmed, blimey, I'm 45 now, so I think it was filmed basically about about almost 16 years ago. I'd literally just bought my own home outright for cash. No mortgages, no loans. I mean cash as in I walked into the building with a briefcase full of 20 and 50 pound notes, put it down on the table and went, I want to buy my apartment, flicked it open, opened the lid, let them see the cash. And they panicked and got security and got the rest of the public out and closed the doors because they realised I was actually deadly serious. Now, I know that was a bit of a knob-heavy, egotistical, arrogant, twatty thing to do, but I set myself a goal when I was younger that I'd own my own property outright before I was 30. And I got to being 29 years old and a number of months and started thinking, time's running out. I'm not going to achieve my aim. Then I gave myself a slap around the head and went, if you start thinking you're not going to achieve your aim, you get more of what you focus on in life, and you're going to end up creating that reality of not achieving your aim. Everything's been stacking up the right way till now. It's just that you haven't quite got enough to go in cash. What can you do? Because at that time I had assets. I didn't have cash in the bank, though. I had assets that if I sold would be worth more than enough to pay for the property. So I'd achieved my goal. But it would mean then I wouldn't have access to the two Jaguar cars the business had, the personalised number plates, all manner of other stuff I suddenly wouldn't have. So that wasn't really an option. So what I did, honestly, and I mentioned this in Millionaire Plan, I don't tell you this to brag, I tell you for full disclosure and to motivate you that when you set your mind on something, you can achieve it. And often the answer's under your nose. I thought, hang on a minute, I've got a business partner and we produce numerous live seminar videos and stuff where I've done the seminar, he's paid for the hotel, promoted it, I've shown up, done the training, they've been filmed and I get 50% of the money, passive profit for doing nothing. And he has to market them and all that. So I'm getting the lion's share of the money because he's got all the marketing. I thought, I wonder if he'd be interested in buying all the copyrights off me to the products we've produced so far, so that he doesn't have to pay me 50% every time, because I knew what was coming in every month. I was living a very nice life, thank you very much. I thought, he'll have his money back within, literally, to buy me out so I can buy this property outright, not even use any of my own money that I've got in the bank. He'll have his money back in 12, 18 months. I just need a lump now. And it would have been against my internal code to go to the bank and borrow it. They'd have lent it me, no doubt. And he jumped at it because obviously it did make more sense. So he bought the copyrights to tons of products. You'll see him on some of them actually introducing me. Wonderful guy called Peter Hill, who I've got his photo just up there on the wall, and he's no longer with us. He died a little over a year ago. And the way things were set up, ironically, I now have all the copyrights back on all of those things because they were left to me. But that's a side story. The point is that he bought the rights off me at the time, and I went, cashed the check, and went and bought my own property outright for cash before I was 30. And on the internet, there's loads of people that say that's bullshit. You will get jealous people when you're successful. But you know what? If you go to facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist, click on photos, click on albums and go through them. It's in my diplomas one where my qualifications is from therapy. And I've probably been on more other people's courses than anyone on the planet. Because that's how I can confidently say there's nothing you can learn elsewhere that isn't already in the boot camp. And in there are the deeds to that property proving that I bought it outright for cash before I was 30. And yes, people will throw up on the internet, but that was just a flat, as they will call it. I called it an apartment. It sounded better. Yeah, it was an ex-council flat, but it's an ex-council flat that's currently got a market value of about 80 grand. It's an ex-council flat that I don't live in now. I live in a 3-bedroomed house. The council flat's producing a rental income, and I'm moving towards moving again soon. So it's semi-irrelevant. I'm not telling you this to brag. I'm telling you, because I don't have any special skills really, other than balls, confidence, and some basic talents and abilities. But they're all rely on certain little underlying principles that I've actually already taught you this weekend. So before I hand you over to Stuart, because then he's got an hour, well, he can have a little bit longer if he wants, but we are going to be here tomorrow doing marketing. It's, I just want you to, I need to open this. I just want you to have a quick look on screen. So I need it to open up here first so that I can show it you on screen. Thank you. It's appeared. At this. Yeah. That is one side of the A5 double-sided full colour leaflet that goes against all the rules of niche marketing. Because Stu will talk about niche marketing, introduce you to it with the website plan. This is the catch-all machine gun marketing approach that can help give you some bread and butter money while you're getting everything else up and running. Stu, again, will explain more about that, I'm sure. This goes against a lot of so-called conventional, well, no, it doesn't go against conventional advertising rules. It goes against what most hypnotherapy and mind therapy training course trainers will tell you about therapy and how it relates to marketing rules. But compare them to me and listen to who you want. I tend to listen to the people who've made the most money and have the students with the most success, frankly. And yeah, that does sound arrogant, but go and do the research like I told you early in the week. There's a reason why millionaire celebrity television life coaches and hypnotists come to me for advice. If you use the same kind of techniques that the other shitty therapists that are earning 40 to 60 quid an hour use, guess what? You're probably going to get 40 to 60 quid an hour clients, complaints, problems, or doing more grief than you need to. If you want to stand out, you've got to stand out. And this is side 1 of the leaflet. This is side 2. It's a double-sided leaflet. It's full colour. It's massive thickness GSM. I'll let Stu follow up on that in a minute, which means it's dead thick. It feels like one of those high-quality, high-class nightclub flyers, but it's A5 size. It's really big. It's thick. It's high quality. If that goes through somebody's front door, I'm not suggesting you do door-to-door, but if you did, even if other people's leaflets went through the door before they came home, this is the one that when they felt it, they'd go, that's quality, and they'd chuck the others in the bin and they'd at least look at this first. Now, obviously, only if they wanted to stop smoking, lose weight, overcome a phobia, overcome a pain issue, or something else that might be triggered by the bit at the bottom, or they know somebody that would apply to, will they then keep the leaflet? But if they're in the right state of mind, this ramps up the pain rather than being an arty-farty, winky-wanky, tree-hugging, new age style leaflet. It ramps up the pain of, as it says, smoke, drug, death, disease. Do you want to die before your loved ones? Fed up being a drug addict? Want more money to make your wildest dreams come true? Then call now to stop smoking with ease. Eliminate the addiction to smoking with ease. Green tick like it's the right thing to do. Start living today. Telephone number. Skull and crossbones with a cigarette. I'm telling you now, if that person's at the point in their life where they're ready to stop, or it's been in the back of their mind, they want to stop, they see that, you're getting a phone call. Fed up being fat? Want to be proud of the person you see in the mirror? Tired of useless diets that don't work? Believe me, they will be. Want to be the slim, sexy envy of all who know you? Then find out more about the proven weight management system used successfully by some of the world's top celebrities. And they look at the hippo picture and that's what they feel like because they want to lose weight. It resonates with them. It ramps up the pain. The solution's there in front of you, of them. Go to the website or ring. They do. It's making them. It's direct response marketing. They see it and you get a direct response immediately, not a think about it. You've got to ramp up the pain and make them want to do it there and then. Scaredy cat. Does your fear or phobia hold you back in life? Do you get scared of things that others just laugh at? Wish you could truly feel and fully in control at all times. That makes them feel bad. Solution? Contact us today about the fast phobia cure. You made them feel bad. In that moment of feeling bad, they're more likely to ring you or go to the website and book a session. Fed up with pain? Ouch. Does your long-term health problem or disability cause you pain? Fed up with the side effects of drugs? Wish you could live a happier, stress and pain-free life? Then find out more about natural drug-free pain relief. Believe me, people with chronic pain, fibromyalgia, all manner of things, they see that you're going to get a percentage ring you. Not everyone will, but that's the same with any marketing. Then at the bottom, because it is the shotgun approach, warning. People always read warnings. Our expert consultants can also help you overcome confidence issues and many other of life's problems. Remember that every day you don't contact us is another day of your life wasted. Call now for more information. Make them feel bad. The solution, though, obviously, is to call you or go to the website. Believe me, they fucking well do. Now, they'll probably ring you. These days, more and more people go to the websites, actually, to be honest, and make email contact initially. In which case, when they go to your website, well, Stu's going to be talking about that in a minute. He'll talk more about these leaflets now to get maximum potential by offering commission to hairdressers and other beauty places. God, what was I saying then? The leaflets, websites, contact you. Fuck knows. I'm sure Stu will know because we can't remember. The point is that this is bang in their face. It goes against conventional hypnotherapeutic or mind therapy marketing. You've got to ramp up the pain so that they'll want the solution. You provided the solution in front of them. That's all I'm going to say on that for now. I am literally going to, for now, Stu's going to talk about leaving leaflets in shops for a commission. I'm going to hand you to Stu. He's got an hour thereabouts, which should be enough for the website because tomorrow he's going to do marketing in general. I'll either pull him up and give him a reminder what time it is, or he'll let me know when he's nearly to finish. I've got one video to end tonight from one of my mentors who's no longer with us, Delavara, who I mentioned before, author of the Hypnotist Bible. The man who also, like me, will tell you that you can make people do things against their moral code and value when you actually know what the fuck you're doing as a hypnotist and therapist. And there's a short 2.5-minute video from him to end off tonight. So for now, hopefully Stu will unmute himself. I clicked ask to unmute. Please welcome Mr. Stuart Harrison Cassells.
Thanks very much. Well, a round of applause as well. A silent one. Right, let's talk about leaflets very quickly. Okay, I haven't actually got one of the leaflets here with me. I do have them downstairs in storage unit, but not with me right now.
Oh, they can watch the video back.
Yeah, watch the video back. I might dig one out for tomorrow and show you the actual thick, but you're talking card thickness. They're 250 GSM, printed on really high quality cardstock. If you imagine that your typical takeaway leaflet is 80 GSM to 100 GSM, certainly for the Brits. Sorry about the Americans. Don't know how it works out in pounds on that off the top of my head. They are extremely thick, high quality. You know, you can sort of flick them with your thumb and they make a noise. So if they were to go through your door along with a load of other leaflets, and that will work to a point, you will get a second sensory effect. Now, I'll point out right now, I hate the design of the leaflet. I make no bones about it. I absolutely abhor the leaflet completely, but it works. So why am I to say any different? The wording was put together very kindly by Jonathan. It is copyrighted. Please do not try and take any of the wording or the design. I doubt you will, but please don't, because that is down to us. And it's been very carefully put together. As I say, not a big fan of the design. However, I know it works because I use it myself for my own therapy practices. So what do you do with it? You can give it to a company to post through every letterbox in an area. And there are costs available. There are companies out there that literally all they do is deliver leaflets. We've got a great one near us called RCD Leaflets, who charge a reasonable amount per 1,000 leaflets with a minimum of, I think it's 10,000 leaflets in a postcode area. The problem you've got there is that you are almost playing Russian roulette with getting it through the door at exactly the right time that somebody wants to give up smoking. It'd be great to put it through the door on January the 1st, but you can't guarantee that that's how the leaflet's going to be distributed. So how do you do it? You drop them off at hairdressers, at beauty salons, at tanning salons, at women-only gyms. This is going to sound very sexist. I'm not going to apologize. This is your best marketing because this is where your client base is. 90% of your clients are likely to be, unless you niche, unless you target them, are going to be females. It's a known fact. As we know with men and mental health, you know, they don't talk about it, they don't deal with it, they don't look for help. Women are more likely to approach you and ask for help in stop smoking, weight loss, pain control, maybe not so much, and phobia cures. I'm going to talk a lot about my secrets with phobia cures, etc. tomorrow in the marketing event. So look forward to that. So what you do is you drop them off in better times and you have them on desks at the reception near the till. And on each leaflet, you put a little code. So you might put it, if you're putting it in a hairdresser's called Curl Up and Dye, you might actually write, yes, Curl Up and just put up CUAD hairdressers. Yeah, I love art. Have a look at comedy names for businesses. I'll tell you what, there's a lesson there in marketing in itself. We've got opticians down the road called D.I.Go. D.I.Go. There's another one just up the road with that does in Middleton that does computer security, and I can't remember what he's called. But again, another funny one. Both have been mentioned on That's Life many years ago. I'm going off the subject. So what you do is you give them the leaflets. Now, bearing in mind, you're going to be charging £250 minimum for a stop smoking session, a phobia cure, weight loss, whichever it is. You are going to offer the lovely lady behind the till £50 in cash. And that's where I go. That's the figure I believe Alex uses as well. £50 in cash for every successful client that approaches you with one of the leaflets. It's still £200 up. And the leaflets aren't going to cost you much either, but we'll get onto that shortly. So you drop off 20, 30, 40 leaflets and a couple of business cards, making sure one goes in the till with your telephone number on, and the fact that you promised to give them £50 per referral, and they will become your unpaid salesperson. Because let's face it, hairdressers, etc., they stand there and they listen to everybody's problems. They know who wants to lose weight, who's in pain, who has a phobia. Phobia of going anywhere nice on your holidays. Well, I'd love to go to Turkey, but I can't. Well, why not? Well, I'm afraid of flying. Really bad phobia. Never got on a plane. Can't do it. I did it once. Never again. Well, funny you should mention that. There's a leaflet on there. I'm the best hypnotists in the area. He'll sort you out. Take a leaflet. Give him a ring. She's not going to mention the fact she's getting a 50 quid backhander. Lo and behold, you get a phone call, you do the deal, and don't even think about trying to screw that poor girl behind the till over on the 50 quid. It's worth your while popping in almost immediately. On your way home from seeing the therapy client in the consulting room, in the clinic, if you want to call it that, go and actually say, I had a client today, there's your £50. As soon as they get the first £50 in the hand, they'll be promoting you even more. But you want to be in the sort of places that ladies congregate, ladies who have a little bit of spare money, the whole ladies who lunch, the Hollywood wives type scenario, or the wannabe Hollywood wives.
Just to interject there,
Yep.
so that we cover ourselves from all transgender elements. Generally speaking, it is women or people who identify more in a female fashion who tend to spend more money on them.
Yeah. Sorry, we'll take that as read for now. Sorry about that. I don't want to upset anybody. Again, the sort of places that metrosexual males will go and congregate. Yeah. If you've got, really trendy bars, restaurants, that sort of thing, and they will let you put them up. It's not as easy to get them in there, but it can be done. Get the leaflets out. Leaflets sat in a box on your living room floor and your kitchen floor where you keep tripping over them is not going to make you any money. I'd rather you didn't get the leaflets off me. And I'll be fair, the amount of profit I make on printing leaflets is minimal. I do it because A, it's a little bit of an income, and B, it helps out. I'd rather you came to me and bought the leaflets than went to a printer's down the road and went, I want some leaflets, and they produce something that doesn't work for you. They do work. Soft play areas, that sort of thing as well. Imagine your ladies who go out, or homemakers, child carers, that sort of thing, who go out and they take the kids to the softy play area, and then they're stood around having a cup of your very expensive, overpriced Starbucks coffee, and they're stood chatting. Nail bars, that's another one, where people are sort of sat around doing very little, but they've got plenty of time to do it. This is where you want to get your leaflets out. You can put them through letterboxes. Personally, we've looked at the figures, and I'll dig out remind me tomorrow, and I'll dig out the PDF with the leaflet plan.
Okay.
And it's got there absolute minimum figures for conversion rates, how much you can earn per client, how much it's going to cost you to have them printed, etc. If you are interested in them, and I know this isn't an ideal time to be buying leaflets because of Corona, etc., right now in January 2021.
You're allowed exercise law every day, aren't you?
Yeah.
To do business. It gives you an excuse to leave the house, actually, and push them through letterboxes in rich areas.
Yeah. Yeah, go for your rich areas. And to be fair, I've actually had them delivered into not so affluent areas, it's been a worthwhile exercise.
Well, it's the extreme. It's either the rich areas, although they're quite often the Jambutty mine areas, we call them round here in Rochdale, because although they're living in the big house in the expensive area, yeah, most of them are mortgaged up to the eyeballs and can only afford to live on Jambutties. Keeping up with the Joneses. And then at the other extreme, you've got your people who are signing on the dole, but they're also working illegally. And that's why they've got the latest Nike trainers on, the latest PlayStation 5, and the latest iPhone 27 or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's exactly the truth. Sorry, just... Right, so yeah, get them out there. If you've got kids, give them a £5 to deliver a few hundred leaflets. Get them out. You know, make sure that hands are sanitised and all the rest of it. Make sure you're covered, but get them out there and give it a go. I'm not going to mention prices on here. If you are interested, give me a shout personally. Either email me, go and have a look at www.hypnotic-consultants.co.uk for the leaflets. As I say, we do have printing partner in Europe. We have one in America, and we can provide them. I've even done it for mail shots through US, United States mail, what they called? USP.
Postal Service.
Yeah. So they've been gone through there at the right size. No problems at all, prepaid. So yeah, that's the leaflets. I don't think there's much more to say about that. Obviously, with the diagram that Alex showed you, it'd be your website and your telephone number, which we'll get on to. Anything to add?
No, if there want any more, there's a much more in-depth look at it in There's Still No Such Thing as Hypnosis in the bootcamp.
There's a PDF that's been uploaded to the group this evening. I did schedule it for about 7:30. I believe it's been uploaded. There's a PDF there with contact details for me for the print side of the business. So go and download the PDF from there, and also details for the Elite Hypnosis website kit. So we'll get onto that, which means that if I hit share screen and I do this, by the miracle of the internet, does that work?
It appears to have, yeah.
Fantastic, because ironically, my screen's shrunk, but we'll worry about that afterwards. So, because I'm on a dual screen.
Everyone else, Lo, is it because I'm an admin that I can see everyone over the screen?
Can everybody see it separately, or is it a full screen? Is it okay? It looks okay, apparently. Brilliant.
Yeah.
So, we have the Elite Hypnosis website kit action plan. Everybody needs a website. It's 2021. You need to be online. Now, there are ways and means around this. I will cover that tomorrow if you're there. Okay, but let's face it, running a business without a good website is indeed like winking at a girl or a boy in the dark. You know what you're doing, but nobody else does. That's a not a quote by Stuart Henderson Brett. So, what we're going to do is look at a way of creating multiple websites for the least possible price so that you can flood the market. My aim in life is to make sure I am the only hypnotherapist, apart from Alex, in the area that is successful and working full time. Okay, I've already, might sound a bit cruel and mean about this. There are several hypnotherapists in the area that are now out of business. I have no qualms about that. They were the ones that were charging less than, well, some of them were charging £60 an hour to stop smoking. They were the ones that were giving away lovely winky wanky certificates to people that have managed to stop smoking as a congratulations. That's not my style. Some of these people were seeing the client 4 times to get them to stop smoking. and wondering why, when they were walking outside, they started smoking again immediately. Okay. The advantage with this plan is that some of them are going to be general sites. Some of the sites are going to be niche sites, which we'll get onto. And some of the sites will be extremely niche sites. Each one will attract a different audience, which means that you're going to get different people coming in. This plan doesn't have to be followed set in stone. You can pick and choose which bits you use. You can work out how you like to do things. At the moment, there are certain things that you'd obviously look at and go, maybe I'll go this way because of COVID, etc. So even if one site isn't doing as well as the others, it doesn't mean that you have to get rid of it. Okay, so what you're going to need to complete this plan is a CMS, which is called WordPress. We'll talk about that very shortly. You're going to need hosting, you're going to need domains, and you're going to need some websites or website designs. So WordPress is the leading CMS, the software behind websites in the world. It's free to use and it's easy to use. If you can search in Google, if you can edit a Word document, you have 99% of the skills needed to edit an existing WordPress site. Can we all use WordPress? Google? Show of hands? Fantastic. And can we all edit a Word document or similar? Some of us can, some of us struggling a little bit, but that's fine. It'll come to you. It's a learning curve. So once you've got your content management system, need somewhere to host the websites. I really recommend a company called D9 Hosting. Now there are various reasons for this. The link is in the PDF along with everything else. D9 Hosting are the hosts of all my websites. They host a lot of internet marketers sites and they host a lot of therapist sites. I've now been with them for probably about 10 years and the issues I've had I could count on one hand. However, the issues that they didn't resolve within minutes of me getting in touch with them, I can't even tell you because they don't exist. Absolutely brilliant. I'm going to be upfront. The link within the PDF is an affiliate link. I do earn a tiny amount of money every time you click that link and purchase something from them. However, in return, you have 40% off your first purchase with them. And to be honest, I could do it without the link, but it proves to D9 that I'm promoting them, that I'm providing them with stuff so that when I have a problem, or if somebody comes to me with a problem that's bought off them and goes, what's the issue? If I get in touch with them, they go, well, Stuart sold X amount of hosting plans this month. So, yeah, it is to your benefit, and it is going to cost you less than normal. You buy your domains through D9 Hosting again, or similar. There are companies out there that will, website design companies that will purchase domains on your behalf. This can be a problem when you want to move your website at a later date. Not going to mention names, but there are stage hypnotists out there that have had websites designed and decided that they wanted to move them to a different host, wanted them redesigned, and 3 months later came back to me and went, that was a mistake, I want them back on standard hosting. But the design company now owns my really, really good domain name. Can you get it back? Well, frankly, yes, I can, but it's very difficult. And if that happens, you can lose a very good domain name. The company that did that to the individual that we talked about recognised that this was a domain name worth thousands upon thousands of pounds and tried to extort him. So buy your own domain names, put them in your own name. I will never buy a domain name for anybody. Always tell people to go and buy them themselves. Telephone numbers. There's a company called Virtually Local. Again, links in the PDF. They provide you with, and they have recently changed their pricing options, but they will provide you with telephone numbers for any area of the country in the UK. So you can have a landline number direct to your phone. I've got several of them. The phone rings and I've got it set up so it displays the telephone number that is on the website, so that at that point I know which site is calling me.
There are similar services in Europe and the world available.
Now, originally,
VoIP system, isn't it? VoIP.
Yeah.
Voice over Internet Protocol.
Originally, their numbers were technically free. You had to buy some credit. They've recently put the price up to about £4 a month per number. Okay, so a telephone number, landline to your mobile phone will cost you approximately £48 per year. It's not a lot. Okay, but that is optional and we'll talk about that later. So let's have a look and see why WordPress. So WordPress is absolutely brilliant. You can update a WordPress site from anywhere in the world as long as you've got an internet connection and you know your username and password. So for instance, you're on holiday, you're in Iceland, and suddenly there's a pandemic that happens and you're stuck in Iceland. You can't see clients, you can't take bookings. You can literally within 5 minutes log onto your phone, type in your username and password, and you can put a great big banner across the top of the site saying we will not be seeing clients for the next 2 weeks, or we will only be seeing clients via Zoom for the next 2 weeks. You know, any issues, please email us. Due to unforeseen circumstances, we won't be answering the phone, whichever. So you don't have to wait for your web designer to get in touch and you email them and they're on holiday and then they come back and they've got to do the work along with everybody else. So you can update the site from anywhere in the world at any time, day or night. You can update the appearance of your site without disturbing the content, which is brilliant. So we've got what we call themes, almost backdrops to the website. And you can update that anytime you want, and it doesn't disturb the contents. The old days where you had HTML, pure HTML, you would have to convert all the HTML coding, you'd have to copy the content over. It would be a nightmare. With CSS, it's a little bit easier, but that's another story. Countless plugins. If you want your website to do anything, pretty much guaranteed that there's a WordPress plugin that will do it. I've got websites that are running quotes from magicians. I've got websites that have word searches on with different themes. I've got websites, so many quirky things. I've got websites that have got over 1,000 pictures in one gallery, all in the right format and looking right. Some of these you won't need to do, but I just can't. People ring me up going, I want a website that can do this. And within 3 minutes of going onto the WordPress plugin site, you can find them. And most of them are free. You can have calendars that have events rolling down them. You can do all sorts with them. It's brilliant. Little, you know, the little scrolly buttons that follow your mouse down with all your social media links on. There's a plugin for that. I think we put that on latest update of your site, Alex, didn't we? If not, I will do.
No, you did, but then I said take it off.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
For one reason, because if other people are doing it, I don't.
Yes. Yeah. Fair enough. But yeah, there's so much you can do with the website, and the best thing is, because they're mobile friendly, as a rule, Google loves them. Google loves mobile friendly websites, so you've got that as an advantage as well. No additional coding, no need to worry about what your site's going to look like on a website on a mobile phone. You're not going to have a website that's that big trying to be crammed into a screen that's that big. And there are still sites out there that do that, shockingly. So that's WordPress. Why use D9? Great customer service, great server uptime records. You can save 40% on your first payment for hosting. Right, first payment on hosting. Let's talk about that before we get onto the actual sites themselves. The more time you buy on your hosting, the more you will save. We'll come to that later on, but I think you can save almost sort of over the course of 3 years. If you buy 3 years hosting in advance, you will save something in the range of £150 to £200 on your total on those 3 years, as opposed to buying it annually. Okay, so if you can afford it, buy your hosting in advance. The same with your domains. If you can afford it, if you've got some spare cash when a domain needs buying or it needs renewing, and you know you're going to be using that great domain for so long, buy it for 10 years. I don't make any money out of domains, by the way. But just do it. It's one less thing to worry about. We know hypnotists, internet marketers that have bought their domains for 10 years plus. And, you know, absolutely brilliant. You don't have to think about it ever again, or at least for another 10 years. D9 hosting allows you to host multiple WordPress sites on one account. Now let's put it like this. At the moment, I'm hosting 32 sites. I checked today. Those 32 sites are all on one account. They're all on the D9 Max platform, I believe they've called it now. Okay. And I'll be honest, if I didn't, I couldn't care less whether you use the affiliate link or not. It does me a little bit of good. Once in a while, they'll send me a key ring. Once in a blue moon, they'll send me a little check. It's not about the money. It's about actually proving that I'm providing them with clients so that if there are any problems, I can help out. And again, all the links are in the PDF. So the Elite Hypnosis website kit contains 10 WordPress themes, designs if you like, suitable for hypnotherapy, holistic and alternative and complementary therapies. Some of these you will be able to use for Reiki, for havening, for the sale of essential oil. You could use them for all sorts of weird and wanky, wonderful things like that. Hot stone massage, there's all that. Each site comes with 4 different layouts. So there's one with a column on the left if you want a column on the left for menus or plugins. There's one with a column on the right. There's one with 2 columns. There's one with no columns. Personally, I go for the one myself with no columns. It makes it easier for me, but the choices are there for you. The zip file, as you'll be getting, comes with PDF links to over 60 instructional videos to help you run your own website. Hands up, some of these are ever so slightly out of date now with the latest update on WordPress, but again, it's so easy to do. The basics are there. If you can type a search term into Google or type in a web address, if you can edit a Word document, you can run WordPress more or less using these videos. And they're very short videos, don't get overwhelmed. They're all between 1 and 3 minutes long. They've got all the information that you need. I've also put together over 1,000 royalty-free images. I'm going to tell you where these came from tomorrow so that you can go searching for more. But there's folders with stop smoking, losing weight, pain, depression, phobias. There's some really weird and wonderful ones. I think there's a few marketing ones so that if you decide for whatever reason you want to have a sale, there's a big banner that says sale, etc. There's 1,000, and all these have been selected just for hypnotherapists and that holistic style of site. And they're all royalty free and they're not going to cost you an extra penny. If you go to, well, what's the expensive one with all the
Shutterstock.
Yeah, there you go, Shutterstock. If you go to Shutterstock, you'll be paying a minimum of probably about £3 per image. Okay. Also got a few WordPress plugins suggested to get you started. So there's a lot there. In there. These are your first 4 designs. Again, quite honestly, whether or not you like them doesn't matter. These have been designed with your perfect client in mind. You don't have to keep the name. So Pebbles Hypnosis is not about. You don't have to keep that name. You can call it whatever you like. It's just that's the name I put on the images to make it easier. So you've got Pebbles Hypnosis, you've got Bubbles with a green background, you've got Eyelash Hypnosis, which behind that image is a typical sort of hypnotic style eye. You've got Happy Hypnosis. We're selling the dream, we're selling the happiness here. 2 very happy people jumping in the sunshine. This could be you. I'm selling the sizzle, not the sausage. Okay. And at the bottom, you've got, as you can see, all your links to your social media accounts, your contact details, etc. So we've got some niche hypnotherapy designs. Got one for weight loss, one for hypnobirthing, one for stop smoking. Some of you may not want to do hypnobirthing. That's fair enough. I can understand that. I can appreciate that. What would you do with that site? Well, you could write a book on hypnobirthing. You could do it as with a pen name. So you could do it for, you know, Pauletta, the perceived expert in hypnobirthing, could write a book, and Pauletta could upload it and just literally promote the book on that site. It's there, it's doing nothing. Why not use it? Because a site like this will cost you about £10 a year to run once you bought your hosting. You've got Stop Smoking with your typical red and white design. It's the sort of thing that people are used to seeing, and so on. All these designs, the headers, you can either just add your own details to, or you can even download them off your server, alter them in Photoshop, GIMP, send them to Fiverr. Ask me very nicely. I'll do a bit of editing for you, perhaps, and at that point, they can be re-uploaded as long as they stay the same size with the same name, file name. You can actually change that image completely. So that Stop Smoking hypnotherapy, you could change for vaping or cannabis or whatever you wanted. Obviously, the text is already available to change. You can do that in the WordPress.
Those people thinking, hang on a minute, but I don't know how to get people off cannabis. Go in the boot camp, Hypnosis there, and you learn from that.
Yes.
Hypnobirthing, you don't know about it? Fine. Go to Hypnotism Exposed training videos. I think, yeah, there's a full section on hypnobirthing with a trained, experienced professional midwife in the audience who confirms everything I teach to be completely true. They're literally everything you ever need in the boot camp to put this in action.
And of course, you've got all the supporting images. Some of these images that you can see here, or all the images you can see here, are images that come with the site and also within the package. So you can see the quality of the images we're talking about. We're not talking about anything that's cheap and cheerful. These are, and they're royalty free. You don't have to pay anybody. You don't have to pay Shutterstock to use them. They haven't got watermarks over them. Okay. So let's, right, last 3. We've got one on depression. Again, you can see how it is. That could be turned around to another niche if you wanted. Come to niches shortly. Freedom hypnosis. Have the freedom to live your life the way you want. As light as a hot air balloon. whatever you want to call it. Okay, and again, that image can be changed for something that matches your niche a little bit more. And we've got one that's blue and white, your typical winky wanky medical, you know, I'm not a doctor, but I'm pretending to be a doctor type website.
Which can I just say, you know that there's nothing there that would be breaking the law in England. You have to check the laws in your country. But if you search for Universal Life Church, ulc.org, I think it is, but just search Universal Life Church, you'll find it. You can get ordained as a reverend free of charge, and then you can legally conduct every religious ceremony except for circumcisions in America. But you're legally a ordained reverend then. And here's the thing, at which point you can spend about $47, I think, to take their Doctor of Divinity course. Dead easy to pass, trust me, at which point you've got a religious degree which legally entitles you to use the doctor title before your name. If anyone asks you if you're a medical doctor, obviously you have to say no, it's a Doctor of Divinity, because otherwise it would be criminal fraud. But if people just naturally assume that it means more than it does, then, well, so be it. Especially when you've got other things like the Mindcare organisation mentioned as having trained you. It just kind of, you know, creates that perception in their mind of prestige.
If you really want to cover your ass, yeah, have a page, have a blog posting somewhere that just happens to skip over the fact and just slightly mention that your doctorate is in such and such. But make sure that perhaps Google isn't set to crawl that page, just to make it a little bit harder for them to find. But at least it's on the website, and you can prove it's been on the website all the time. But do check the laws in your country. So you've got 10 website themes.
I think all websites now, isn't there?
Sorry? No, that's the 10th one now, including the hypnobirthing.
Yeah,
what's 9?
You randomly chuck one in for Reiki, or did we just lump it in on selfie?
Oh, if there may well be one for Reiki as well. If there isn't, then
tree hugging New Age market.
Yeah, if it's not in there,
I'm pretty certain it is.
And you want to do Reiki, get in touch and I'll send it over. But apparently it may well be in there, and I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
So.
And if you do want to do Reiki, levels 1, 2, and trainer 3, and trainer
in the boot camp,
and certificates and everything are all in the boot camp.
Yes. So single custom built design will cost you at least the price of this package at the normal rate. Will take weeks to design. Now you can pick and choose which sites you want to represent your business. We'll get onto that and how you do it. Or why not use all 10 to maximize your exposure on the web and beat the competition. These are also perfect for live and online group events, for covering neighboring towns using virtually local. And I'll get onto that. But there's one of our students was at an event, oh God, 4 years ago. And he said, the town I live in, not very affluent. The town next to me, extremely affluent. However, it's a different telephone code. Simple. Virtually local. Get yourself a local number to that town. So if you live in Stoke-on-Trent but want to be working in Birmingham, for instance, get a Birmingham code telephone number for £4 a month rather than have your own landline. But that's up to you. So what we're going to do using this plan, and as I say, this plan was devised several years ago. I think it was whilst we were in London at Heathrow doing the big event there. So yeah, all the information is still relevant. However, things have changed slightly in the past 8 months. This isn't going to be as long as it looks straight away. Don't get bored. On month 1, you're going to choose a domain. Your domain should be something good. It should mention the word hypnosis. It should mention the word hypnotherapy. It should mention your town, ideally. Birmingham Hypnotherapy. And my God, if that isn't available, or if that is available, I'd like to buy it myself for a tenner. Don't go for something that's got your name in. It's one of my big pet hates. And Jonathan will tell you why at some point, but if I see a hypnotherapist that is basically saying, you know, this is my name and I'm a hypnotherapist.com, it says more about them and being egotistical.
Unless you are Paul McKenna or of that kind of ilk of people who I coach and advise, then yes, those people I advise have websites with their name in.
Make it client centric.
Telly that day and put their name in.
Yeah.
Rest of us, no.
Similar with email addresses. Let's not have your name at your domain. Let's have, you know, solutions at, or something. Don't put sales in either, but you get the idea. Help at, something along those lines, something that's really positive, something that's selling the sizzle again. So you choose your domain and you buy it. It's going to cost you about a tenner from D9. And if you're in the UK, I would strongly suggest that you buy the .co.uk and the .com, only to protect your own brand image. It depends, that's up to you again. There's a lot of considerations to be thought about it, but what happens if they type in .com by accident? You want the domain to redirect to your .co.uk page. If you're in America, probably get away with just the .com, to be fair. But again, you'll know more about how the website system over there works with regards to domains and redirects and how people identify which sites are which. If you're in America, I certainly probably wouldn't be looking at buying the .co.uk. You get my drift. You install WordPress. How do you install WordPress? Well, there's a little button in the control panel once you've got your hosting that says, I'd like to install WordPress. There are also videos that tell you how to use that little button, but it's not rocket science. I can do it for you, but there will be a charge. That's not included within this package. Because obviously, if you can imagine, I could be spending days installing WordPress for everybody rather than doing something more productive for me. You upload your chosen WordPress theme. How do you do that? It's a video teaching you. But literally, you go into the control panel, the dashboard for WordPress, and go, I'd like to upload a WordPress theme. And it comes in a little zipped folder. Some of you may be tempted to unzip all these folders to see what's in them. You'll be very bored and disappointed because it's a load of photos and coding and text, and you know, it won't make any sense. Try not to unzip every folder within the download. You'll see which ones are to be unzipped. You then log in and change the content. There's already a bit of content in there for you, but you do want to have fresh content. You know, quality keywords and phrases. Cover more of that tomorrow. You add some suitable photos. Got a folder with 1,000 of them to choose. Going to cover a little bit on photos tomorrow as well. You create a contact page with telephone numbers, email addresses, etc. How do you set up an email address? There's a little button within the control panel that says set up my email address in D9 control panel. You hit that and it talks you through it. On your contact page, you'll add a testimonial or two. Absolutely crucial. I love a testimonial on every page of a website, especially for hypnotherapy. It reassures people. Try and get as much detail as possible. You know, put in a name rather than just an initial. You know, even if it's just Julie S. Judy space S there, because obviously we don't want to, you know, say that Julie came for her addiction to heroin on our website. Judy may not want it on the
Just
website either.
interject here and say that, frankly, in my opinion, testimonials are fucking pointless unless, at the bare minimum, they're accompanied by the full name of the person and a photograph of them. Now, just to clarify here, some people, obviously, some of your clients, and make of what I say here as you will, some of your clients will not want to put their name and face to the embarrassing thing they had treated, but they're happy to say that it worked. So you might put a name and a photo, and then put a star and a small star next to it, and near the bottom of the page it might say name and image, the name has been changed, an image of an actress used to protect the privacy and identity of the real client, brackets details on file. Yeah, better than a photograph of the individual is a video testimonial. But again, the individual might not want to be seen. But you can get people of all nationalities, colours, races, sects and creeds on Fiverr, FIVERR.com, for $5 to record a short script for you, a script you supply. Sorry. The written testimonial that's been supplied to you by the client that you supply to the person. Script, almost implying you just made it up and we're using the excuse that the client wanted to remain anonymous for the fact why there's a little star saying an actress has voiced the testimonial. You know, obviously I'm not suggesting you do anything like that. Sorry, Stu, there you go.
So yeah, brilliant. How do you get the testimonials? You ask. You lay, once they've been treated, once they've been cured, you literally lay the guilt on them. You ask them, you know, so that other people can benefit from the amazing life journey that they've just experienced. Would they mind, whilst the camera's running, because you've got the camera running in the therapy room all the way through, would they mind just saying a little bit to the camera on how they feel right now, how their life has changed, what the advantages are that they can now jump on the plane and fly to Australia and see their grandchildren for the first time ever, and it's life-changing. You get the idea. So you do that. Now there's an advantage to that, of course. Once you've got them on video doing that, that sounds to me like they've agreed that the therapy works. It's another little nail in the box that says that's their problem. It's boxed up, it's gone away. It can't be opened.
Because when you've done the suds at the end and their number's gone all the way down, they know for a fact it's worked.
Yeah. So, contact page, add videos, testimonials, and a blog. It's mentioned about renaming your YouTube video. Really important. Okay. The other thing is that YouTube now has the ability to add subtitles. It doesn't have to be on there permanently, but there is a little button that you can press to say, I like subtitles being on the videos that I watch. So the subtitles can come up. Absolutely brilliant, because Google loves that. And also you can edit them down to make sure that any words that come up wrong, you can alter by going in. I'm not going to give you a full YouTube tutorial. Google it, it's dead easy. Subtitles on YouTube, or included subtitles on YouTube. And a lot of it's automatically worked out for you. I've got a 5-hour course on tarot reading, if anybody's interested. And all of it's subtitled. And the subtitles are pretty good, including points where there's a round of applause and it says audience applause. It's that, yeah. So YouTube and subtitles, great for that sort of thing. So set them up. Your testimonials, a blog. Google loves fresh content. It loves new content. It hates stale sites. So add a little bit to your blog once in a, it doesn't have to be every day. It doesn't have to be what I did on my summer holidays. It doesn't have to be the other day we went down to the shops and then we went to the zoo. It doesn't have to be anything like that. You know, little news articles that you find, little quirky stories, a book review on a given subject. Don't be doing a book review on Harry Potter if you're specializing in stop smoking. Not really relevant. The idea is to get the keywords into the blog, onto your site. So that when Google's going, this site's about stop smoking, you're confirming it. You redirect any additional names. How do you do that? You go to your control panel in D9 hosting, and there's a little button there that says redirect domains. It's pretty simple. You set up your social media accounts to match. I will cover social media tomorrow. I've got some wonderful tips for you on that, but you'll have to wait till tomorrow for that. And you let Google know that your site exists for good SEO. Google will eventually find your site. The best way for Google to find your site, though, is to go to type in basically Google Webmaster panel into Google, and it will take you to the latest update, and you basically tell it the domain and say my site exists. If you've got a major update to your site with a lot of text or different text, again, you can tell Google to go and crawl your site so that the search engine is up to date. Again, we'll cover SEO a little bit tomorrow. That's a lot to take in for week one or month one, okay? And your investment is going to be a little bit high in month one. You're going to be looking at buying the Elite Hypnosis website kit. You're going to be looking at 1 year minimum in hosting, a couple of domains, and possibly a virtually local telephone number. Although if you've got a landline and you're in your own area right now, be all right. Do you even need a telephone number now? Years ago, I would turn around and say to people, look, don't put a mobile number or just a mobile number on your website. You are the, or near enough the equivalent to a doctor. And I bet your doctor's surgery doesn't have just a mobile number on.
Some of them do now, bizarrely.
Do they? Oh, what, just mobiles or?
Yeah, only in the past sort of year or two have I noticed this, but some do.
Okay. That's
still in the minority, I grant you, but some do.
Possibly leave it a couple more years for it to become more commonplace then before you get into that. However, what I'd be saying is probably, landline, don't even put a telephone number in right now. If they want you, they can email you, because you know what, you're far too busy seeing clients. You haven't got the time to answer the phone. There are services out there that will answer the phone for you, virtual receptionists, etc. That's another option. Have a look at it if that's what you want. But with various sites being built, you probably don't want multiple numbers going through.
Just to briefly comment on that, I do put a number. There is a number on my site, but I never answer it. The only way my phone gets answered is if the person's number's already in my phone and I already know them. Otherwise, they're going to the answer service. And the reason for this is because I'm too busy and successful to take their call. And that way they are forced, could ask them to leave their name, number, and the reason why they are calling, together with a contact number and email address. From that information in Google these days and in major social media platforms using their name, telephone number, email address, you can find out where they live, who they are, and get a rough idea of, are they actually like, they might be famous, not famous to you, but they're a social media influencer and you don't know. Because I always check with my wife and daughter if a potential client's famous and I don't know, because then I know I can charge them more. I know where to position myself when I email them back or ring them back. But when I ring them back, it isn't me that rings them back.
And I have sat in the pub
Well, hi, yeah, I'm calling you on behalf of Jonathan Royle. It's David Williams here from the office. He's tied up with clients, but I believe you left a message inquiring about your cocaine addiction. He is booked up for the next 4 or 5 months, but it does seem that this is something you want to deal with right now. So you'll be glad to hear, I'm sure, that he's got a cancellation in 6 weeks' time on Tuesday, the such a date of such a time. Would you like to book that now with your credit card? Which credit card would it be? Because obviously we just need to take a good 50% deposit up front to secure that. Otherwise it's going to get snapped up. It's only just become available type bullshit.
Yeah, obviously don't mention that your telephone lines are tied up at that point, and try not to refer to the credit card too many times. But yeah, I have been sat in a pub in better times with Alex in the afternoon, and his phone has rung countless times and he hasn't answered it. So yeah, it's exactly what he does. You will also find that you'll get telephone calls, and it's happened to me, not as often. You'll get telephone calls from the husband or wife of the person who is the proposed client, saying, you know, I want my husband to stop smoking. Well, let me stop you there. Basically, get your husband to ring me then. If your husband wants to stop smoking, then we'll chat. Because unless they make the phone call, unless they make the effort, you know, it's pointless. You're not going to get anywhere. I also had a lady do exactly that thing and say that the husband had some sort of medical issue. It might have been an aneurysm or something, and was told by the doctor that the next cigarette could well kill him. It was like, okay, fair enough. Well, again, your husband needs to ring me, not you. And she said, well, just out of interest, how much does it cost? And I said, well, yeah, minimum charge is £250, and there is a waiting list. And she turned around and went, that's a bit expensive, isn't it?
What's the
well, that was my standard price. I could have quite easily have ramped up that price to £500+ because let's face it, her husband's life is one cigarette away and she wants him to stop smoking. I didn't. I thought I was being quite ethical. But you know, lo and behold, apparently £250 wasn't worth saying. They never did bring back. Not my, I don't know what happened. Maybe I had a cigarette that afternoon and
got twice when she mentioned it.
Yes. So I'll get into the costing through it, but basically your hosting is looking about £100 a year. 1 or 2 domains, you're looking about £10 each per year, so you're at 120. Virtually local number we've discussed, if you go for it, £40-odd a year. So on your first month, after buying the website kit, you are looking at £160 for your first website. But the good news is you don't have to pay for hosting for the rest of the year. So that's £100 gone immediately. If you don't have a virtually local telephone number, that's another £40 gone. Once you've paid for your hosting and your hosting and your website kit, your running cost per site runs at between £10 and £20 per year. You never have to buy the website kit ever again. So that's a one-off payment. We'll get to the price of that later. So, month 2, you're going to build another general hypnotherapy site. So you do the same as step 1, but maybe with a different theme, maybe a different design. So if you used eyelashes last time, you'll use pebbles this time. You get a completely different domain. You put in fresh content. Don't copy the content. If you copy the content from one site to another, and this includes competitors' websites, you'll find that Google will have a pop at both sites and you'll lose your ranking. might look at changing the person that's speaking. So instead of I can help you overcome, you might say Sheila can help you overcome this issue. So it's third person rather than first person. You include pricing this time. If you haven't included the pricing first time, and to be fair, some sites will work with it, some sites won't. Some people get bitten by the price and go, right, I now understand how much it's going to cost. I'll go for a cheaper option. Some people want to ring up and discuss pricing. If you haven't put pricing in, put in new pricing. Perhaps putting in a more expensive pricing structure than before. Okay, some clients will go for it. And let's face it, as we've just discussed, your second site is costing you maximum £20. So, you know, if to be honest, if one site doesn't get you one client a year, there is something majorly wrong, and you should be turning down work very shortly using this plan.
If you can't get at least one client from each site in the space of 12 months, some people on this planet, I'm not saying do this, but some people might say, just go and get a fucking job stacking shelves in a supermarket, you fucking waste of space. You know why? Because don't rely on Google, don't rely on anything Stu's telling you. Once the site's set, if it's one that's relevant to say, I'm just randomly going to pick pain control, let's say, I'd then take the link to the website, not rely on people going to it, go and join set up a fake Facebook account. By fake, what I mean is you have to verify your Facebook accounts these days by phone. So you need to buy a SIM card for your phone, a pay-as-you-go SIM card. Only costs you like £1 in England or a couple of dollars in America. So you can have another number to verify an account so you can set up another Facebook account. The reason being, this technique will get you banned off Facebook, and you don't want your genuine account going. Also, you don't want it to look like you anyway, because you want to take a stock photo that you can get off the place. Stu will tell you tomorrow. So you can look like a little old man or a little old lady, or you want to ask your dad if you can, you know, or your granddad if you can use a picture of him, you know, so no one else has got it. It's not available on the stock site if they do a reverse image search. And you want to be William Smith or whatever, this old guy who goes and then finds groups about pain control and arthritis and stuff on Facebook, joins them, and after he's been in there for a bit, puts up a post going, oh, you know, I've suffered from this from years, like you, me dear, but you know what, then I came across this, my son told me to go and have a look here, because he'd heard from a friend at work, and you put the link, and it's worked wonderfully for me, and you put the link, and it looks like William Smith's recommending you, and people are then going to click and go to the site, and the more that click and go to the site, the more likely it is that a percentage of them will actually turn into paid clients. So, you know, if you can't get at least one client from that way of doing things alone, let alone anything else Stu mentions in the next sort of half hour or tomorrow over several hours, then frankly, get a job stacking fucking shelves, because you clearly don't want to be successful in life. You've got to take some action.
Some people would say what Alex has just said is unethical. However, it could be argued very strongly that by doing that sort of post in a group for people with pain issues, that you are effectively helping people to find a solution to make their life better.
Pay-as-you-go SIM cards are not traceable anyway, so no one's ever going to fucking know. And you set up an email account, it's not traceable as well. It's fine.
Obviously, check the marketing, you know, the trade laws in your country.
Obviously, if by now you don't realise that I use humour, comedy and parody in my training, then you need your heads examining. Obviously, I'm not telling you to do this, am I?
Interestingly, Instagram has got a filter that can turn you from looking like a very good-looking 30-year-old person into an OAP, and it's almost undetectable. But that's another story. So yeah, obviously William would have to post several times in the group. The other thing I've been noticing recently is on these local buy, sell and swap groups, that sort of thing, your local info groups on social media such as Facebook. There are people that are asking for recommendations to, does anybody know a good hypnotherapist to help me stop smoking? And immediately somebody else is posting up going, oh yes, I stopped smoking the other day, or I stopped smoking 12 months ago using this person, with a link and the telephone number and all the details and the price. You've probably seen these posts yourself.
I won't be
I'm not saying that
somebody using the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp. Can I mention doing a similar concept?
Yeah.
I think there's still no such thing as hypnosis. I mentioned a similar marketing ploy.
It's being done across the board, but hypnosis, etc., similar, and it's very much a case of that is definitely a husband and wife team sat opposite each other, going, right, I'm about to post. Are you ready to hit the details and copy and paste? Because they're in within seconds with details. Now, I've also seen it where the conversation's been, or the comments been turned off by the poster straight afterwards. That makes it look like a scam. And again, it's ethical. I'm not advising you to do any of this because that would be unethical.
It's for educational purposes only, just to let you know what some other people might be doing, what you might be up against.
Yeah. If you know what the competition's doing, you're forewarned is forearmed. So, right, we're going to get through these a lot quicker now because it's time to niche. Or if you're in America, niche. A specialized segment of the market for a particular kind of product or service or client. Okay, so why should we niche? Because by niching in something such as being the expert in stop smoking in your area, we'll go into that a bit more in detail very shortly, you don't look like a jack of all trades. It also means that you can find an area to work in that you're happy with, that you're excited about, that you're enthusiastic about, that you're not going to get bored with. I know that Alex has certain pet hates of seeing clients. There are certain clients that I don't know if he still sees them or not, but there's certain clients that bore him to tears.
But no, that's clients, not human beings. I don't like people.
Yeah,
no.
I'm talking about certain conditions that need treating. Personally, me, I've never got excited about stop smoking. Maybe that's because I used to smoke 40 a day, and I'm now on a vape. But if you want to stop smoking, when you choose to, then stop smoking. But yeah, never excited. Phobias, love phobias. Love to get somebody on a plane and off on holiday to Turkey or go and see the grandkids in Australia. I'll teach you some tricks on that tomorrow. But yeah, niching makes you look like the expert. And the more you niche, the better. You can tighten that niche right up to certain things. Maybe not just yet, but shortly. Okay, so choose a niche that's you think is going to excite you, that might interest you. Okay, and possibly don't screw it down too much at the time. So go for some like phobias. If you're going for stop smoking, don't forget to include things like vaping, addiction to other tobacco replacement products, etc. What niches are available to therapists? The list is as long as your arm. And right now, with everybody being used to being on Zoom, you can work with anybody anywhere in the world. So if somebody's got a phobia of buttons, it's quite a common phobia. There are thousands upon thousands of people around the world that have got that phobia. Why limit yourself to being the the phobia expert when you can be the button phobia expert. And I apologise, I don't know what the technical term for button phobias is.
Attention-seeking foot weights.
Yeah, there you go. Velcro, cotton wool, bubble wrap, wallpaper. You know, they're all out there. If you can find 100 people with that phobia around the world that want to change their lives, and you can charge them £250 minimum, and possibly even get them in one room on Zoom at the same time, 100 times 250 is 25 grand. That's obviously your running fees, etc. You could set up a website every bloody week for a niche if you wanted to, specializing, and get them all into one room. You can get more people into Zoom rooms than 100 by paying Zoom a little bit extra. But yeah, niches are that they're all over the place. You know, you could, it's the whole thing about throwing a dart into the map and seeing where it lands. Said that to the wife about going on holiday. We're spending 2 weeks behind the fridge. So, month 3, your niche hypnotherapy site. You choose a niche and a matching website design, stop smoking, weight loss, etc. And you repeat the steps for months 1 and 2. You choose the relevant name and domain name for your site, obviously. You do not include any reference to any other service, because you are the expert. This is what you specialize in. You don't say, I am the expert in phobias, but I also do stop smoking, weight loss, pain control, confidence, hypnobirthing, and whatever else. This is your niche site.
I think it's cumophobia. Alan's just put in the chat box what the button phobia is.
Cumophobia.
The bloody mouthful, that's what it is.
Sounds like something out of, it's Kuna Matata, isn't it? Lion King.
Which ironically means no worries for the rest of your life. It doesn't mean attention-seeking footwear. Yes. Using buttons as an excuse to get some attention in life.
You could write a book and have the book on your front page or on the header. You with your book, sort of like that. There we go. Look, it's me with my book. I'm an expert because I've written a book on phobias or whatever. You can have that photo front page or on the header of your website. Makes you look really good. Have a link to the book as well. But that's not what you're there for. You're there to take money off people and see them and treat them, cure them, solve their problems. You refer to the business as a clinic, stop smoking centre, etc. And you use the term we, perhaps. You might want to do this later on, but we are experts. Makes you sound like it's a bigger organisation that specialises if you're going for the stop smoking. Look at the way Alan Carr, not the comedian, set up his stop smoking centres, the easy way to stop smoking. If you haven't read the book, it's actually worthwhile reading it. Just it won't take you long, it'll take you about a day, if that. Quite an interesting book. I actually stopped smoking on that once. I started again, so don't rely on it too much. So, but yeah, he set this huge setup with stop smoking centres. Then I believe he went on to weight loss and addiction, and he expanded the business. Quite a nice business model.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's your site 3. And of course, all it's going to cost you is the cost of the domains, so £10, £20 from D9, and possibly a telephone number from Virtually Local. But again, something like this, maybe, you know, if you'd like to apply to be on our program, please email us with the following details first, and one of our representatives will ring you back when we have time, or one of our consultants will ring you. Consultants, brilliant word.
Just because it says stop smoking centre there, I'm going to say in the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp, if you look at the section called the Holy Grail of Hypnotherapy, That is about 6 hours of video, but it gives you a step-by-step, multi-stage marketing plan for smoking cessation and weight loss clients, whereby if they don't have 250 quid spare to come and see you in person or on Zoom, one-to-one, the multi-stage plan means that maybe a week later, you can then convince them to come on a group therapy session for, say, 100 quid. But if for some reason they don't have enough for that, or they don't do it at that point, maybe a few weeks later, they get the chance to get a physical audio CD or a miniature MP3 player sent to them with a little booklet through the post for 50 quid. And if they don't end up buying that, the people who don't do that end up another week later getting offered an MP3 download of it for like 25 quid. And ultimately, you end up with the vast majority of people parting with something. And it's a plan on how to easily make, very easily, if you follow the plan, in excess of £100,000 sterling a year, relatively easily. As long as you put the effort in, because you obviously have to take the actions for each step of the marketing plan.
You can do this with AWeber. However, I will be giving you a tip tomorrow using social media, where it's even easier, and you know, you don't have to get to grips with AWeber, and you don't have to spend much money. We'll cover that tomorrow. I want you all in the room tomorrow, because you know, so much to share. But you get the idea. So for site 3, you're going to go niche and choose a niche that you like. So your investment on month 3, 1-2 domains, virtually number. So it's costing you less and less each month, even if you factor in, you know, what you spent on your hosting and your Elite Hypnosis website kit. You get the idea. I don't think we need to go through all of that again. Month 4, I've called this the Newtown Hypnotherapy site, because you're going to go a little bit further if you want to. So you create a general hypnotherapy site, but for a nearby town or city, possibly one that's a little bit more affluent. Possibly one that's a bit larger. You get a member of your family or friend to help with the fresh content, because by now you're probably bored with writing content for yourself. So a different perspective helps, or go on to Fiverr.com. There are people there that will write content for you. You may have to polish it up a little bit because they may not be the experts in hypnosis. I don't know what the situation is with regards to the PLR books, etc. Within the bootcamp. I would possibly say that in case somebody else has already used that content for website, even just picking out the odd sentence here and there, be very careful, because it could damage your SEO. You're going to target customers in that new town or city. So obviously you're going to want a different telephone number. You're going to want one that is local to that town or city. And you're going to be looking at working there maybe once a week, once a fortnight, once a month, whatever suits you. Okay. Now, there are places where you can find therapy rooms for hire by the hour. Okay. You can hire them by the day. There was recently up for grabs in the Tony and Guy, I think it was, the hairdressers, the big name posh hairdressers in city centre of York. They had therapy rooms for hire for £90 a week. Now think about that. Per year, that is £260. If I was to travel over to York for 2 days and I was charging £250 for maybe a Monday, Tuesday, once a month, I could be earning £1,000 per day seeing 4 clients. That's my absolute maximum. And to be honest, that would bore me to tears after 2 days as well. But an hour on, an hour off. £2,000 in return for room hire that's £360 yeah, £360 a month. And that's just going up to York for 2 days. At that point, I could go and meet up with friends in York. I could go and have a look at the pubs in York. I could go and do a ghost walk because I'd be finished at 5 o'clock. Half decent hotel, and get the train back the next day. Excuse me a minute. Just 1 second, guys. Cat's just knocked something over. Worry about that afterwards. So, if you think about this, you know, if you've got a town nearby, if you drive, I don't, so much available to you. There are sites where you can find these rooms for hire. If they're not on the next screen, I'll mention them tomorrow. Yeah, once a month. Oh, do the same with Harley Street. Harley Street has rooms for hire.
If you're in England, obviously, if you're not in England, Harley Street's classed as the prestige where the top consultants, medical consultants and therapists are. Or in Liverpool, they've got Rodney Street, similar thing in England. I'm sure there's similar things in other places in the world, and I pretty much guarantee that they will have places like they do on Harley Street, like number 10 Harley Street in particular. Basically, anyone at number 10 Harley Street, as far as I'm aware, does not have a permanent office. They just rent it for 1 day a month or 1 day a week or so many hours to give the impression that they're a Harley Street hypnotherapist or Harley Street plastic surgeon or whatever.
There's one hypnotherapist who bought this kit, gosh, probably 10 years ago at London. If it wasn't 10 years ago at London, it was 8 years ago at another event. And he now works, I'm not going to tell you who he is, but he only bought it for the stop smoking theme. He now has businesses in 4 of the major cities in the UK and 2 places abroad. And literally once a month, he jumps on a plane, obviously not now, and buggers off and spends a week in the sun. And for 1 day during his break, he goes and does some stop smoking clients because he's the expert in stop smoking. And people will ring him, expats will ring him up and book a session a month in advance. And he's doing very well at that. And with different centres around the country, different websites, different telephone numbers, but all under the same umbrella, all with his name on. He's very much getting to the stage of Alan Carr. He was doing this stop smoking, easy way to stop smoking clinics. Quick thought before I go any further. Smoking cessation. Sounds wonderful, doesn't it? The only people that use that term are doctors and hypnotherapists. Might sound fancy on the website, but I guarantee nobody is hitting Google that's smoking 40 Marlboro a day and going, I want to cessate smoking. So possibly worthwhile, you know, considering your terminology. You know. But again, we'll be covering a bit of that tomorrow. So much to cover tomorrow. Okay, so yeah, you don't have to travel, but you can always pass those costs on to the client. You know, extra £50 per client, or just squeeze more clients into the day if you really want to do that. You can combine your travel with other activities, seeing family, friends. You know, you can do this for one-off events. You know, for the cost of £10, you can set up a bloody website. For £4, you can get a telephone number in Edinburgh. If the wife says, oh, I want to go to Edinburgh to go and see the tattoo or the Fringe Festival, oh, I'll tell you what we'll do then. We'll set up a website. We'll run a group event somewhere. I'll get a telephone number so I can field any inquiries. And that will pay for, you know, dirty weekend in Edinburgh. Job done.
A much better class of hotel room where you book yourself a suite, because that way then you will have a living room area before you get to the bedroom, and you can use the living room area with the nice leather Chesterfield sofas as the therapy room for doing the client, so you don't even have to leave the hotel and you don't have to bother getting somewhere else.
Yeah, and don't invite the client into your bedroom. If there's it doesn't look right, and that's where issues arise. And if you are booking a room in the some hotels will have events rooms, etc. Make sure you've seen them. Make sure that they look, that the photos are recent. I think we've all turned up to events where we were disappointed by the facilities provided by hotels, including fire doors that didn't open. If you haven't, then you haven't lived. It was an interesting week for some of us. So yeah, uktherapyrooms.co.uk. If you type in your postcode, you will find there are probably 20, 30 rooms within probably about a 5-mile radius. Certainly for me, when I checked it last.
Somebody likely will have set up similar in Europe and in other countries in the world. I would suggest the search term to be something like therapy rooms directory or therapy room online booking.
I literally just typed in therapy rooms for hire or hypnotherapy rooms for hire. So yeah, double check that, and you will find hairdressers, beauty salons, etc. often have rooms for hire, either on a per hour or daily basis as well, and also existing hypnotherapists that don't want to be working on a Monday and Tuesday because they've worked all weekend and they've worked till 9 o'clock at night. Stupid idiots. They'll have rooms that you can rent by the hour or by the day, and prices will vary. And I'm not going to tell you the price I pay for rooms, but I pay very little for them when I can. And if I can get them for free or on a percentage basis, even better. But yeah, prices will vary.
Just to give you a nod, my supper's going to be ready at 1 o'clock, i.e. 20 minutes. So
okay, right, no worries. So month 5, you're going to do a bit of housekeeping. You're going to review the sites, keep note of which sites are getting the most inquiries, which ones aren't, which ones are working, which ones aren't. And you're going to have a look and see, and you should be doing this regularly anyhow, how many visitors you're getting into the sites. D9 has a little tool for doing that called AW Stats in Control Panel, show you how many hits your website's getting. Google also has a facility for doing that sort of thing, and so you can see where the traffic's coming from, which page is most popular, how long people are staying on your site for, that sort of thing. And you're going to compare that to the information in your phone log. So see which phone numbers are ringing more, how long people are on for, which ones are converting, which ones aren't. So you're getting hundreds of site visitors, but not a single call. I think there's probably going to be a problem with site content. Is there a call to action nearby? Is the content right? Double check it. Maybe look at changing the text or the photo. We'll cover photos, etc. for websites tomorrow. If you've got no visitors to a particular site, maybe you really do need to consider working on your SEO and your content as well. So, month 6, I've called this the addictions semi-niche site. You can create a site. You can drop out 1 or 2 services so that you're not running a completely niche site, but you are running something like phobias, dropping phobias, and then running smoking cessation and addictions, vaping, tobacco products, cannabis, drugs, etc. Perhaps maybe weight management and reframing that as an addiction to sugary foods. So you are the addiction specialist, but it's a broad addiction. You're not just concentrating on something that's a micro niche. So that's your site 5. Site 6, next niche site, completely different niche. Okay, and raise your prices. Keep raising your prices until the phone calls stop, or until people stop booking you. I think Alex mentioned yesterday about Paul Daniels. Think of a number, double it, and if you can say it on the phone without laughing, then brilliant. Okay. At this point, you should be way above everybody else's rates in the area, and list them prominently on your homepage. So it's the first thing that they see. Okay. You might have seen some of these internet marketing sites where they've got tiered pricing, where they've got the gold, silver, and bronze package, or gold, silver, bronze, and gold in the center. This one's our most popular, with a great big heading and a, you can compare all the different facilities that come with a piece of software.
You read
that sort of thing you want to be looking at.
The book Persuasion by Robert Cialdini, it explains exactly why the kind of bronze, silver, gold, or gold, silver, gold, platinum, or whatever the three options thing means. You will get more sales of, you can put all your prices up, but it means you get more sales of a higher price thing than you would have done otherwise. And it explains exactly why, and it really does work.
And of course, by doing that, you're running a pattern that a lot of people, certainly in the technology industry, are used to seeing. So therefore, they're familiar with it. And it looks different to anybody else, because I guarantee most hypnotherapists won't be running that sort of scheme. So your gold system may well be that, it's a visit plus hand-holding plus email support plus the MP3 player. It's you ramp it up. And your lower thing is basically the MP3 audio download direct from the site. That won't work as well, but it still will work as, it will still have a success rate, but possibly not as well as our hand-holding gold level service. You get the idea. Obviously, make sure your text and images portray confidence, making you the authority on the subject. Again, if you've got books, etc., written, book covers to show and share, links to those books maybe. Or even newspaper articles, photos of you on stage with 1,000 people talking about how you have changed their life. Nobody's going to know what that photo is about. If you can present yourself in front of several hundred people and you are selling confidence instead of anxiety, then guess what? You have a photo that's got to be page one. And nobody knows exactly why you were there. But the fact you've got the ability to stand up in front of all those people shows that you are confident, therefore you are the authority on that subject. See how the phone inquiries compare to other sites over a 3-month period before considering adjusting your prices, because you've obviously put your prices up again. Okay, but that site is going to cost you round about 10, maybe £20, maybe 40, £50 a year if you get your telephone number from Virtually Local. Month 8, site 7, minimalist call to action testimonial site. Literally all you're going to have is a 2-page site. One is, this is who I am, this is what I do, call me for more information. You want it on one screen of a computer. No scrolling. Literally, header, telephone number, this is me, this is what we do. For more information, contact me. Details. Page 2, if you really want to, testimonials, maybe a video. But that's it. Really, really minimal. Month 9, we're on site 8. Looking at really niche sites now. Okay. So we're looking at corporate work. Absolutely brilliant to get into, because again, it's group work made easy for you, because you take one booking off HR and you can stand in front of 200 people, or maybe 200 people 5 times in one day. You've got your iPad in front of you on the lectern, Everybody's eyes closed for me. You look down and you read the script. You could be charging big bucks for that because you normally charge £250 per person. They've got 200 people in the room. I'm not saying you get away with charging them £5,000, but depends on the company. Depends on what they want to be dealing with. Really hone in on this niche. So again, not phobias, but snake phobias. I'm going to cover a little bit about snake phobias, etc., and how to get the work tomorrow, believe it or not. Using all your experience from building the other sites and the results, build the best site you can. You've now got feedback from other sites. You know what works, what doesn't. You may not have gone back and altered those sites. And to be honest, if you're still getting phone calls in, you may not want to. Because bad sites do still attract customers. The best site possible is sometimes a terrible site. You're never going to, no one website is going to convert 100% of the people 100% of the time. Think about it. Think about times you've gone onto a site that's too techy, that's too fancy, that's too arty, that's too difficult to find the buttons that you're looking for. And you've left and gone to another site, but it works for somebody else. Choose the right photos and text. Professional photographer may be helpful. We'll discuss photos properly tomorrow about the right photos that you should be wearing. Again, consider writing a book on this niche. You know, How to Beat Your Snake Phobia is a book that I don't know if it's ever been written, because most hypnotherapists probably go, it's too niche, there isn't a market. However, if you can find a PLR book, MMR book, white label book that is ready to alter and add the word snake into and rewrite and publish, congratulations, you are now the perceived expert on snake phobias. And look for media opportunities. There's plenty out there. We're discussing it a little bit tomorrow, but there's plenty of opportunities to go to the newspapers, to go to the TV, go to the radio stations, you know, and they love this sort of story. You know, they'd love to send their reporter Lucy down to Chester Zoo and have, you know, she's got a lifelong phobia of snakes, and then put a boa constrictor around her with no problems at all. And on the evening news will run that for you quite happily if you can find an angle. You've only got to look at the news over the last 3 days. It's the centenary of a woman being sawn in half. Every bloody magician and his dog's been on, and by dog I don't mean their assistants, that sounded quite offensive, I didn't mean that. Every magician and their assistant has been on the TV talking about sawing in half and the history of it. Local news, local radio, etc. It's brilliant. It's just an angle that everybody's gone, oh, I can jump on this. Quick phone call to the newspaper, quick phone call to the TV, radio. You know, I'm not sure how you know, sawing a woman on in half goes on the radio, but you know,
Done it.
Just got, pardon?
Did it in 1989, 1990, in front of thousands of people at the Ideal Arms exhibition in Manchester on the Roy Cross and Eamon O'Neill show on BBC Radio Manchester.
Did you actually saw somebody in half, or did you just have a lump?
Yeah, it was the electric sawing in half, so they had some noise for the radio, but it was done so the people that witnessed it as a performance to them, but then it was over the radio. Yeah. Radio DJs love that sort of thing, though. And have a look at things like Mind Waves, which is a 3-disc set on radio mentalism, for maybe not the actual mentalism effects, but the publicity ideas, and also the boot camp. Because I'm guaranteeing there's going to be a section in the boot camp on radio hypnosis. Oh Christ! Well, yeah, publicity stunts for the radio, yeah. Loads of them.
So yeah,
you know.
We'll cover media opportunities, you know, tomorrow, and how to really screw into those. So, Group therapy sessions, niche group therapy sessions. This is slightly different to what Alex was teaching you, because this is my take on it. I like to have one niche group in a room at one time rather than multiple niches, and covering the, whatever your condition is, whatever you want to improve in your life. Okay, that's my choice. You may want to go down Alex's route and have stop smoking, weight loss, pain, phobias all in the same room. And it works. I've seen Alex do it that way, and it's great. Get a room, list dates on your website, find a photo of an audience, and list it on things like Eventbrite and Facebook Marketplace to handle the sales of tickets. Obviously, I wouldn't be running normal one-to-one therapy sessions on Eventbrite, but it can be done. I've seen it. Again, great testimonials, maybe some posters, and again, you can get a bit of leverage with your local newspaper, internet, online newspaper, etc. If they've got somebody that's got a phobia, wants to stop smoking, we went down to see him at his therapy rooms 3 weeks before the event, and this is what we discovered, type thing. They love it. So I would strongly suggest not putting a telephone number on that website.
Or if you do, it's an answer machine, and the answer machine has something along the lines of, "We're so sorry we can't answer your call in person. All of our lines are currently tied up. We can promise you that if you send an email to whatever event at yourwebsitename.com, that you will get a full detailed written response within 24 hours. So please do that." That will filter out the time wasters, because if they're not prepared to send you an email, they weren't going to buy.
Large enough groups, you can be doing this week in, week out, the same as the psychic touring groups do, psychicnights.co.uk. Just find the right venues at the right price. A lot of venues will give you the rooms for them. Going to guess that after this is all over, venues will be screaming for pub function rooms, etc., to be filled. So, as long as it's got 30 chairs that are suitable, it's got a bit of a stage. You can buy a pop-up lectern now if you really want to. And a pop-up backdrop, I think that's going to be overkill, but you can turn it into a bit of a show. You can have back of the room cells if you want, with additional things on, so that once you've treated them for their stop smoking, ladies and gentlemen, you've now seen what the power of the mind can do. If you'd like to, if you've got somebody in your life that's got a phobia who would benefit from one of our audio CDs, although they're not as successful as being in the room directly with me right now, they are on sale at the back of the room for the cut price of, and sell them, plug them for £10, £20 if you're selling the seats at £50. And the only reason I'd say it wouldn't be as successful as if you're in the room is because obviously you don't want to upset people who've just spent £50 on to get the bum on the seat, and then you're selling the CD at the back of the room for a tenner. But it's additional income. There's a lot to be done there with events and so on. And of course, nowadays, you don't even have to leave the house. You can do it all online. If that's what you want to do. You might want to get out of the house after all this is over and go and stand in a pub and have a few beers and a chat, and get them booked in at 7:30, get them out the door by 9:15, and you've got 2 hours in the pub to have a couple of beers and relax. Obviously not if you're driving. So months 11 and 12, you're going to review everything. You're not going to build another site. So you've built 9 sites. The cost of each of those sites is approximately £10 per site, plus your lead hypnosis website kit, plus your hosting at £100, so £10 a site again, give or take. Although you're going to get 40% off your first year or 3 years hosting, so it's going to cost you even less than that. So it's you've got 9 sites, all live, all with different content. You can take time to review the performance of each site. You can tweak them. You can find out what works, what doesn't. You can adapt some of them if required. You can increase your prices if required. You might want to do that every year. You might say that, you know, maybe not in January because that's the time when it starts getting busy, but maybe in that dull period about September, once you've dealt with all the flight phobias and you haven't got stop smoking people in, that's the time to increase your prices ready for January so it doesn't come as a big shock to people if they are shopping around and umming and ahhing. Obviously, that's only if you've got your prices listed. Some sites will perform better than others. However, every site should be bringing you some inquiries. I don't know if Alex mentioned it, but if you write a message in dog shit on a piece of toilet roll and post it through enough doors, you will eventually find somebody that's going to ring you up and go, yes, I want your services. You don't need to stick rigidly to this plan. It is adaptable. You know, consider what works for you, especially right now. So, you know, you might decide that after a couple of months, you want to get really into the niche and forget about the general sites. You may not want to travel for whatever reason, okay? You may decide that you do want to travel and you don't want to work in your local area. Again, great. If you do want a custom site building, get in touch, but there is a queue. So don't be expecting your custom site to be built next week. We'll be discussing a lot more about this and other marketing techniques tomorrow. The Elite Hypnosis website pack, as it is a standalone item. That means I'm not going to be installing WordPress for you, etc., at the price that we're going to be giving it away this week. So, with all that in mind, the offer. It's currently available for sale at £779, which is approximately 779 US dollars. Sorry?
797 even, not 79, 797.
$797 US, which is about £600. But those conversion rates may change. Okay. For a limited time, we're going to be giving it away at 85% off. That's all 10 sites plus the 1,000 images, etc. The link and discount code is only available. I'm not going to be putting it on this video, but it is available in the PDF that's been uploaded to the group tonight.
And full disclosure that we're fully legal and not claiming a limited time offer that isn't limited time. It is limited time, 1 week, for those people who are not already in the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp. If you're
right, yes.
Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp, when you log in, under the welcome video is a link with the 85% off code.
Okay.
Now, that may be removed at some point in the future, but at the moment, there's no plans to do that anytime early this year. But there's a few of you on this, or on the recording more likely, who are not in the boot camp yet. And well, your boot camp discount ends in a week, as does this. So do it, do it.
So we're looking at 120 US dollars, give or take. Now, last time we ran this offer, that worked out at £97. I'll have a look today. To some websites, that's £89. So you're saving an extra tenner on the last time, or 107 euros, which is 99 euros now.
But it could be different by midday tomorrow on the 20th of January. Well, I say midday, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. By about 2 p.m. UK time tomorrow on the 20th, it might be different because the pound and dollar rate might go crazy depending on what happens with Joe Biden and Trump and the inauguration and the leaving nonsense.
So you're looking at per website design, and even if you only use one, if you were to take that and only use the stop smoking website design, that's £89 for a website design ready to upload that niches you in stop smoking, weight loss, hypnobirthing, It's probably the only hypnobirthing website design that's ready-made and out there.
Just to clarify, so some bastard can't try and pull me up because it's me hosting this event. When Stu says ready to upload, he means as a website theme, it's ready to upload. You still have to put content in, like a picture of you and your details and all that kind of
stuff. Text, and obviously you've got to pay for your own hosting.
Yeah.
I'm not paying for that out of this.
It's there.
Yeah. There are videos there, and as we've said, you know, the training videos, some of them are slightly out of date, but I honestly don't think that anybody watching that here who's managed to log into Zoom would have any problems at all watching those videos and going, oh, that button is over there rather than over here. It is that simple. I have a client, again, not going to mention names. He is knocking on for 70. He is one of the most technophobic people you've ever met. And he runs his own website, uploading YouTube videos every week, changing the content, you know, photos, text, the whole lot. Once in a blue moon, he has to ring me. Once in a blue moon, if he has to ring me, it's probably one of those questions that's like, oh my God, I'm not sure how to do that myself. But I'll sit on the phone with him whilst I Google it and go, oh, this is what you do. I nearly dropped his name in there. I won't, but a few of us know who I mean. It's not that difficult to run a website. It really isn't.
Well, we're nearly at, oh, wow, there we go. There you go. I was going to say we're nearly at the point where...
Yeah, I mean, literally, we are at the point where all I've got to say is that, you know, your costing, without your phone numbers, in a year would be, and including your first year's discount, 40%, would be £245. You've already heard from both of us that we charge £250 per client. So if each of those sites, 9 websites that you were running, only brought you 1 client in each at £150. By the end of the year, you'd be a grand ahead. That's just 9 hours work on top of building your sites, and then they're ready to go for the rest of it. That is, folks, the end of the presentation for today. There will be so much more, and it'll be so much faster tomorrow. We will be recording it, won't we?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
It speaks for itself, plus there's a PDF already in the group. So thank you very much indeed, Stuart. Metaphorical, invisible round of applause from those people who are here and people on, well, you just have to cyclically feel the vibe from those that are going to watch the recording. I let my wife know that I'm going to be 15 minutes late because I said I wanted to play that Delavar video at the end, which is only 3 minutes. But before I do, that sums up, because this is the end of it. Yeah, I might say the odd thing tomorrow if I get asked a question, but generally speaking, tomorrow is Stu's roadshow, as it were, and
high impact and lots of crazy ideas that, you know, will possibly make you look at creating content.
Therapy technique wise, today we finished, as it were. So I want to show you 2 final videos to sign off from me, as it were, and to encapsulate what I've taught you. And truly, I believe every word that I've everything I've told you. I hope by showing you the videos of when I did it when I was younger, that will have shown you that, oh yeah, that is the same as he did in the one where he's clearly older and what he's saying now. So you see that I've consistently used the same phraseology, ideas, techniques, and structures throughout my career, you know, which means that they've worked. But you can sum it up. This video sums up why and how it works, because people ultimately at the end of the bloody day are responsible for themselves, and we just give them permission to change, an excuse to change, an environment to change where it feels safe, and where their perceptions, beliefs, and expectancies are fulfilled if you're doing it the right way, as we've learned, and fulfilling that Royle's hierarchy of needs. And by so doing, we help them stop doing that which they don't want to do anymore. I help them to do that which they're currently not doing. And this is the best training video on hypnosis ever. Honestly, it really is. Let the screen get bigger. Watch and learn.
Dr. Switzer?
Yes, come in. I'm just washing my hands.
I'm Catherine Bigman. Janet Carlisle referred me.
Oh, yes. Fear of being buried alive in a box.
Yes, that's me. Should I lay down?
Oh, no, we don't do that anymore. Just have a seat. And let me tell you a bit about our billing. I charge $5 for the first 5 minutes. And then absolutely nothing after that. How does that sound?
The only bad bit of this is obviously you would charge a lot more. Everything else, though, is true.
That sounds great. Too good to be true, as a matter of fact.
Well, I can almost guarantee you that our session won't last the full 5 minutes. Now, we don't do any insurance billing, so you would either have to pay in cash or by check.
Wow, okay.
And I don't make change.
All right.
And go.
Go.
Well, tell me about the problem that you wish to address.
Oh, okay. Well, I have this fear of being buried alive in a box. I start thinking about being buried alive and I begin to panic.
Has anyone ever tried to bury you alive in a box?
No, but truly thinking about it does make my life horrible. I mean, I can't go through tunnels or be in an elevator or in a house, anything boxy.
So what you're saying is you're claustrophobic.
Yes, that's it.
All right, well, let's go, Catherine. I'm going to say 2 words to you right now. I want you to listen to them very, very carefully. Then I want you to take them out of the office with you and incorporate them into your life.
Well, shall I write them down?
Well, if it makes you comfortable, it's just 2 words. We find most people can remember them.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes.
Okay, here they are.
Stop it! I'm sorry?
Stop it!
Stop it?
Yes, S-T-O-P, new word, I-T.
So, what are you saying?
You know, it's funny. I say 2 simple words, and I cannot tell you the amount of people who say exactly the same thing you're saying. I mean, this is not Yiddish, Catherine. This is English. Stop it.
So, I should just stop it.
There you go. I mean, you don't want to go through life being scared of being buried alive in a box, do you? I mean, that sounds frightening.
It is.
Then stop it.
I can't. I mean, it's been with me since childhood.
No, we don't go there. Just stop.
So I should just stop being afraid of being buried alive in a box.
You got it. Good go. Well, it's only been 3 minutes, so that will be $3.
Actually, I only have a 5, so.
Well, I don't make change.
Then I guess I'll take the full 5 minutes.
Fine. All right. Well, what other problems would you like to address?
I'm bulimic. I stick my fingers down my throat.
Stop it! Nut of some kind? Don't do that.
But I'm compelled to. My mom used to call me fatty.
No, we don't go there.
But I've been having this dream.
No, we don't go there either.
But my horoscope did say...
We definitely don't go there. Just stop it. What else?
Well, Well, I have self-destructive relationships with men.
Stop it! You want to be with a man, don't you?
Yes.
Well, then stop it. Don't be such a big baby.
I wash my hands a lot.
That's all right.
It is?
I wash my hands all the time. There's a lot of germs out there. Yeah, don't worry about that one.
I'm afraid to drive.
Well, stop it! How are you going to get around? Get in the car and drive, you kook.
Stop it! You stop it! You stop it!
What's the problem, Kathy?
I don't like this. I don't like this therapy at all. You're just telling me to stop it.
And you don't like that?
No, I don't.
So you think we're moving too fast? Is that it?
Yes. Yes, I do.
All right, then let me give you 10 words that I think will clear everything up for you. You want to get a pad and a pencil for this one?
Right.
Are you ready? All right, here are the 10 words.
Stop it or I'll bury you alive in a box!
Oh dear, beautiful. And the thing is, think about the past few days. The only thing I will add is that, yeah, if it was something like bulimia, that is not a laughing matter if it's a real therapy client. And either you need to refer it to someone who knows what they're doing, or you need to do the study to have the confidence and ability to deal with stuff like that. In which case, look at Mind Changes, True Psychology of Mental Health in the bootcamp. But even then, if you don't end up feeling within yourself, you're confident enough, refer it to a medical doctor. But generally speaking, the message of that is true. The final video, it's only 2 minutes long. It's one of my mentors, no longer with us, Delavar. His books, The Hypnotist Bible, I've already mentioned. They are in the bootcamp. This video is shit in hell. It's about 1994. No, it is 94. It's 93 or 94, but let's say it's early 94. That would mean 80, 85, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94. I was still 18, so 19, 20, 45, it's 20, do the maths, 27 years ago. Delavar at the time had been a stage hypnotist for best part of 55 years. In this video, he is, oh, that 55, 60, 78, he'd be about 100. If he was still alive, he'd be about 115 now, Del. Work out the maths, it's semi-irrelevant. But this is the man who I told you his parents and grandparents, circus involvement, spiritualism in volume, stage hypnosis, suggestive therapeutics. Refer back. His books are in the bootcamp. He's also one of the few people who also teaches. In his book, he teaches how to brainwash people. He teaches how to implant false memories. He teaches how to make people do things that contradict the morals and the values. It can be done. And you know it can be done because after wartime, when people came back, when they got addicted to the drug packs that they got sent out with, and people used to send out, if you don't know what I mean, do some Google research, you'll soon know. They used to give them heroin and cocaine and stuff. He would hypnotize them, arguably, put them through an important seeming ritualistic process, but to the point they went to sleep. Now, the fact that once they were asleep, I strongly suspect, he never told me this, he said it was all hypnosis, but I suspect he may have slipped them some drugs as well, fuck knows, to keep them asleep for a bit. But he kept them asleep for a week, so they'd do cold turkey, then wake them up. Now, there were nurses there that cleaned them up, obvious bodily functions, but essentially so that they'd avoid cold turkey. Now, I know that's possible because, let me tell you, you know when circusandthemind.net looked for the full fake shake story, but it backfired and landed me in prison for a short while. That conviction should be overturned shortly. Final grounds of appeal going on the 15th of February this year. But I end up in prison. There was a little white lie on the Newsnight thing. I didn't spend the full time inside, well, the number of weeks it said, because I was only inside for the time it said. because I got out after 6 weeks. I was one of the first people on electronic tagging, home detention curfew, because they said I was an exemplary prisoner. Obviously, because I never got done for anything before, and I never got done for anything since, which in the whole criminal, I'm either the best advert for the criminal justice system in England for rehabilitation, or it's a big signpost that I actually didn't do anything wrong. Right, but anyway, that's by the by. The point is that during that time, I ended up in the cell with someone, and we had to share cells. And they had come in, and they were previously addicted to heroin. And having dealt with clients, I was acutely aware that they're going to go cold turkey. Yeah, they might give them methadone, but it's still going to be a rocky road for a week or so. So the first thing I did is made sure I got the top bunk, because there were bunk beds, because I know people doing cold turkey can sometimes shit themselves and be sick. Excuse the language, but it's true. So I'm going to be on the top bunk. I make sure of that first for obvious reasons. So I managed to steer that through psychology and stuff. And then he found out what I did, because everyone knew in the prison, and they all thought I shouldn't have been there anyway, and that it was bullshit. And Rupert Murdoch was a CUNT, see you next Tuesday, as they said. All that's irrelevant. The point is, he asked me, can you make this easier for me? I read something once that hypnosis can help. And I thought, well, he's asked, fuck it, nothing to lose. And it could make my life easier because I've got to share this cell. So I hypnotized them. I'm not mentioning the name, obviously client confidentiality. All I'm going to say is that they had the easiest cold turkey probably most people have ever had. And thank God I'd read Delavar's book and learnt his techniques. And many years later, we're now friends on Facebook. Don't bother searching for people who are in prison, because you know what? You won't find them anyway, because there's nothing on their profile to give a clue. But they did contact me when the friends requested me and inboxed me and said, do you remember me? And I was like, yeah, of course I do. Why? They said, well, you might want to look at my profile, because I'm married now, I've got kids, I'm a very successful businessman, I never touched drugs again, and thank you, you made it so much easier for me. So sometimes it might, well, obviously there was a selfish element to that, because it made life easier for me as well, but that's something I'm quite proud of. But you know, the bizarre thing is, even though I'm telling you, look at Delavar's books and all that, it's true. And I learned it from Delavar and his books. And his books seem nonsensical when you look at them at first, but when you read them after having watched the past few days, it'll make a lot more sense, because I've kind of deciphered. It's almost like he wrote it in code, but he does admit he was dyslexic. But I'll leave you with this, depth. People go on about depths of trance. Well, no, they're either compliant or they're not. However, I will go with forgotten the name of the gentleman who I interviewed, Tom Nicoli. He came up with the depth model of therapy. D is for denial, E for emotion, P for pain, T for truth, H for honesty. Denial, emotional, pain, truth, honesty. Denial is what ramps up the emotional pain. The only way to get over that is to start being truthful and honest with yourself. Get off your ass and do what I've always said. Okay, so then you're no longer denying the fact that you can do something and have to do something to solve this problem, which in itself, when you do accept that, might be emotionally painful at the time, but then there'll be a massive release and relief that enables you to move forward. And that's the kind of environment we're creating for our clients. So therefore I say hypnosis doesn't exist. Well, no, it fucking doesn't, the way most people say. But yet it works. It's emotional and psychological manipulation of the highest order. Dell always was proud to call himself a hypnotist. I am as well. But from the context that I will openly say, I've never hypnotized anyone. I've manipulated emotionally in a positive fashion, and to be able to do that, they always could have done. which is why you will hear Delavar in a minute saying, nobody knows. And now, yes, this video you'll see was done years ago, and since then, massive advances have happened with brainwave patterns. And you might go, but there's evidence that different effects happen in the brain when you hypnotize. Bullshit. For starters, EEGs and all that is bollocks anyway, if you do your research, because it's just a computer animated animation of a change. And that change, he said, they're hypnotized because the brainwave pattern's given a different image than it did before. You know what? You can get the same fucking brainwave pattern that you get when you're apparently hypnotized just by telling somebody to close their eyes and breathe deeply and regularly in through the nose and out through the mouth for a while. Does that mean that that's a hypnotic induction? Well, some would argue yes, I would to a degree, but that would also validate the fact that hypnosis is nothing special. It's just directing in a state. We're always in trance. It's an eating trance, a sex trance, a sleeping trance. That's all it fucking is. So don't think that Delavar's contradicting me. When you read his books, you'll see that we're very much on the same hymn sheet. It's just that I've honed his teachings, and he gave me permission to do that. And I'll leave you with these words from Del. Where's the screen share button gone? Share. Escape, because we need to go to the Del video, not that one. Escape. Okay. Apparently, I'll have to stop the share because it won't let me do it that way. Click escape there. That's what I had before. Then go on to the Del video. Then come back to you guys. There you go. Learning experience. Right. Delavar. Although this is many years ago, like I say, 27 odd, I think.
Like most stage hypnotists, Sapphire owes much of her skill to this man, the great Delavar, a showman and therapist for more than half a century. His book, The Hypnotist's Bible, has been the answer to many a mesmerist's prayer.
Anybody who reads that book should be able to put somebody in a trance and also know what to do after they've put them in a trance and how to get them out. Really, no hypnotist knows what is taking place in the mind. It's like sleep. Nobody knows what takes place when you're asleep. Nobody knows what takes place when you are dreaming. But hypnosis is similar to a dream, only you still obey it. We don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody can actually say if a person is in a hypnotic trance or not. All hypnotists must be showmen. The most dramatic one, of course, is to lay somebody across the chairs. And their body is rigid, really rigid. They call this catalepsy, but catalepsy really means rigidity of any part of the body. But this is something that you can't normally do. The odd person might do it.
In fairness, Dell's saying that because it's television, but the truth is in his book, he teaches you how basically if somebody puts her hands by the side, takes a tight hold of the trousers or dress, which in fairness she isn't doing, that then the body can become rigid and you get that cantilever bridge I spoke about on the video you saw the other day. The crazy thing with Del is the way I did it was ankles on one chair and the shoulder blades on the other, but well below the shoulder blades. Where Del does it, well, just watch.
But the majority of the population cannot, of their own accord, just lay across the two-chair back.
Yes, that's on the base of a neck. Don't try and do that ever under any circumstance. This guy, well, he did this regularly and he never had any issues. That's not saying you should do it. I'm saying don't do it. Even I have only ever attempted it this way once and I was shitting myself because this is putting somebody in a truly catatonic rigidity state, probably through an element of fear or such heightened belief systems as those that happen in like evangelical churches, because that isn't on the soul shoulder blades. That is not trickery. If that's any proof that hypnosis might exist, you're seeing it right now.
dramatic it may be, but I wonder if Delaware should be making such feats possible for his mesmerized volunteers.
Well, that's highly dangerous. If you've got someone that's got any kind of bowel or stomach problem, then that could really damage them.
It could, that's true.
And it just gives the impression that the hypnotist is really very clever and in control.
During the trance...
Delavar clearly fucking was, because that ain't on underneath the shoulder blades or on it. That's literally her neck.
You can stand somebody up, and there is no harm comes to that person. There is no extra stress or strain on the muscles.
I looked at the 1952 Hypnotism Act, which governs all stage acts, and it clearly outlaws so-called catalepsy.
You can make, under hypnosis, anybody do anything you want, but it has to be the right way. I possibly couldn't get you to shoot your mother, but if I use it the right way and say to you, here is a gun, it's a cap gun, we're playing cowboys and Indians, you're the cowboy and your mother is the big chief, the war chief, go on, shoot her dead. You would then shoot.
And you know what?
Like most stages,
I kid you not. I mean, what you just saw, just really don't try this at home. That was not a stooge, I can assure you. I only have that one recording available to be able to show you right now, but I've seen multiple recordings, and in every show Del did, he put their neck on the back of one chair. Not shoulders, their neck. And he never got sued, and he never had an accident. And I'm telling you, never do it, never try it, highly dangerous. If you were ever going to do it for a TV show, do it the fake, much safer, but still dangerous way that I mentioned. There's no such thing as hypnosis in the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp. And then, to make it safer for yourself so you don't get sued, pay someone who's aware of the risks to volunteer as well, so you could never get sued. It's great for a TV show, but the thing is, Del did this for decades around the world, and I've seen videos galore, and it's always like you just saw. That was on her neck, base of the neck there, yeah. But when I do it, we're talking, I can't even bloody touch, but we're talking on or below the shoulder blades, as you'll see on the videos that I showed the other day. That was the neck. Make of that what you will. On a side note, before I say goodnight to you for today, because tomorrow most of the talking, as we say, is Stu, I did look, Fear of Snakes. And if you go on Amazon, Fear of Snakes book, there's one comes up. And then if you click on the author's name, okay, so I'm just, Fear of Snakes book. And then you click on the author's name. Lo and behold, he's got fear of water, fear of spiders, fear of heights, fear of snakes, fear of intimacy, fear of failure, fear of flying. Does this sound remotely like something I told you earlier about a way you could make one and replace the words in and stuff? Ladies and gentlemen, I promised you 4 days of training, 3 hours a day, 12 hours in total. You've actually had 6 hours on day 1, 4.5 on day 2, about 4.5 on day 3, and 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 5 and almost a half on day 4, and you're getting a bonus day tomorrow. Even before the bonus day tomorrow, because tomorrow any testimonials about that will be directed towards Stuart. Please, if you felt value in this, stuff you can put to use, please go in the 5-Star Hypnosis group on Facebook and leave a comment. If you don't want to do it in the group, if you feel motivated, you want to do it at facebook.com/Alex the Hypnotist on my wall, even more publicly, fine, but if not, I'll just screenshot it from the group anyway. It would be appreciated, and it would also help me spread the message to other people, because, yeah, I don't like people getting ripped off. Thank you for your time. I'm just going to let Stuart unmute himself. Oh, no, he is unmuted.
Download the PDF this evening. Put it somewhere safe. Obviously, this recording will be live in the group
tomorrow about lunchtime.
If you can't make it tomorrow, we understand. I'm not going to sit here with one person in the room, especially if it's Alex. Please do try and make it. You'll get more out of it watching it live.
Well, yeah, and also being able to ask the odd question here and there.
You can ask questions, but also I know psychologically you will gain more from watching this live and making the effort than going, oh, watch the recording next week.
Yeah.
The recording for tomorrow will only be available in the group for a week, and then we'll take it down. That will give everybody a chance that can't make it genuinely. Please do turn up tomorrow. I've got notes and notes and notes here of stuff that I've never covered before that I want to share with you. Okay? Literally, there's pages there.
Do that. Be here. 8 o'clock. Okay, time. Tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Alex. And thank you all.
Thank you in advance for tomorrow. See you tomorrow. I'll be here obviously about 10 minutes before. And yeah, each and every one of you, please leave some comments in the group, because then I know that I'm not pissing in the wind and kind of doing things right. Although I do get a sense of a vibe from having seen people's facial expressions and stuff going through that it has made sense to you. So yeah, good luck. All the best. I'll see you tomorrow as a spectator like yourself. Good night for now. Bye, everybody. See you in the group shortly. Bye-bye.